001 Traveling through the Kingdom of Goa, please add it to your collection. East Blue, Goa Kingdom, Border Town. Uncle Pete, please help me see how much these can be sold for. In a dim little shop, a thin figure struggled to push a large bag onto the high counter and said with some expectation. The dim scenery illuminated the appearance of this thin voice. It was a little boy about 14 or 15 years old, wearing a tattered grey coat on his upper body, and a pair of leather boots that were obviously not the right size on his feet, which looked very funny. Probably because of malnutrition, the little boy looked very thin. It's Xiao Xia, did you find anything good this time? Let Uncle Pete see. The bearded old man behind the counter opened his pocket and flipped it, with an encouraging look on his face, and said to the little boy, Xiao Xia is not bad, these things are worth 800 Baileys, how about selling them all to me, old Pete? Really? Thank you, Uncle Pete. Xia said happily. Here, take the 800 berries and go buy some delicious food. Thank you, Uncle Pete. The little boy took the money and left the store happily, but he didn't see that the smile on old Pete's face gradually faded after he left, and was replaced by a look of pity. What a poor little guy. Char is not actually from this world. He had an unlucky accident in his previous life. When he opened his eyes and found that he was not dead, he was ecstatic, but he was even more surprised when he found that the world he was in was actually the world of One Piece. He was a little bit unconvinced at first. But when he walked on the streets of the border town and saw the familiar big pirates on the wanted posters posted everywhere, he finally believed this fact. Char even found the wanted poster of Monkey D. Luffy in the most conspicuous wanted bulletin board. Bounty of 100 million berries. Char was also a big fan of pirates in his previous life, and of course he was very familiar with Luffy. According to his memory, Luffy's bounty reached 100 million after he defeated Crocodile in Alabasta, and then reached 300 million after he caused a big disturbance in Enice lobby. Since the bounty order was the latest to be announced, Char calculated that he was at the time when Luffy and his gang had just defeated Crocodile but had not yet reached Sky Island. Grand Line. In his previous life, he was full of yearning for this wonderful world. Now that he was in it and was infected by the atmosphere of this world, he was even more yearning for Grand Line, and even New World and One Piece. Unfortunately, Char looked at his thin body. Why was he so unlucky? Why did he cross over to someone else, but to a kid who made a living by picking up garbage? He could only hang out at the uncertain terminal outside the city every day, that is, picking up garbage and selling it in the garbage dump. If it weren't for old Pete taking care of him and buying his garbage at a price slightly higher than the market price every time, I'm afraid Char wouldn't even have been able to eat. Hey, when can I set sail to conquer the Grand Line? Char sighed. Hey, kid, call out the money you have. A sarcastic voice interrupted Char's thoughts. He looked up and found that the road ahead was blocked by a ruffian tall young man, who was holding a pen dagger and looking at him contemptuously. I don't have money. Stop talking nonsense. I just saw you coming out of Old Man Pete's store, call out the money obediently, otherwise your life will be in danger. A trace of anger flashed in Char's eyes. He knew that those who were mixed in the border town, a lawless area, were not good people. They would do what they said. But this did not mean that Char was afraid. He knew that in this world, if you are weak, you will never be able to stand out in your life. So if you are fierce, then I can only be more fierce than you. Xia pretended to take out money, but in fact he secretly took out a small dagger picked up at the garbage station from his arms and hid it under the money. Then, while handing over the money, when the gangster was not alert, Xia suddenly thrust the dagger into the gangster's stomach along with the momentum of handing over the money. Ah! You little beast! The gangster screamed. Seeing that Xia wanted to run, he immediately kicked him out and hit Xia's vest as he turned to run away. Xia groaned, and his thin body fell heavily to the ground and rolled several times before stopping. Although the gangster kicked Xia, he had no strength to continue chasing him. After shaking a few times, he fell to the ground and looked dead. Xia, who was knocked unconscious, took a long time to stand up. This body is really too weak. If I had strong power, I would beat you like dogs. Char said with a wry smile. However, Char immediately realized his situation and ran to the dead gangster to search. Great! So much money! Char happily searched out a money bag. Char estimated that there were at least more than 10,000 Baileys in the bag, which was a huge sum of money for him now. You know, he could only earn 500 or 600 Baileys by rummaging through boxes and cabinets in the garbage station all day, and even only 300 or 400 when he was unlucky. Ding! Just when Char was excited about the money, a sweet female voice sounded in his mind. The system binding conditions have been met. Do you want to use 10,000 Baileys to bind the Haki system? Who? Who is talking? Char was startled by the sudden voice. Binding system? What is that? Char was stunned. Wait. What did she say just now? Haki system? Could it be? Excuse me, would you like to use 10,000 Baileys to bind the Haki system? The sweet female voice sounded again. How could Char let go of such an opportunity? Yes. Char answered without hesitation. What kind of international joke is this? If it is really as Char imagined, then he would be rich. So Char waited expectantly. System binding, please wait. A string of percentage numbers suddenly appeared in Char's mind, 50%, 80%, 100%. System binding is complete. Welcome to use the Haki system. The first level of permissions has been opened for you, please use it freely. That's it. It seems that there is nothing to feel. Wait. This is... Char suddenly showed a surprised expression, because he saw a translucent luminous body in his mind. 002 Armament Haki. Please add it to your collection. The luminous body quietly floated in Char's mind, emitting a soft white light. Just as Char was carefully observing the luminous body, the sweet female voice sounded again. The Haki system has opened the first level of permissions for you, you can use it at will. What is the first level of permissions? Char was a little confused. After the first level of permissions are opened, you can obtain 3 types of Haki from the system: Armament Haki, Observation Haki, and Conquerors, as well as some auxiliary supplies. You only need to pay enough points to the system to exchange for the corresponding items. You can get points by defeating other creatures. Since you just killed an enemy, your current point balance is 10 points. Killing that kind of gangster just now can also reward points. Char felt that his blood was about to boil. Because he seemed to see the hope of becoming stronger, as long as he kept defeating these gangsters, he could get enough points and exchange them for Haki. What is Haki? That is the symbol of the strong in this world, and the system just said that Conquerors Haki can be exchanged. Conquerors Haki is not like Observation Haki and Armament Haki. It is innate and cannot be acquired or inherited from generation to generation. It can only be determined by fate. Those who possess this Haki are all born with the talent of an emperor. Red-haired Shanks, Whitebeard, Garp, Dragon, and so on and so forth. Everyone who possesses Conqueror's Haki is an extremely powerful person. Char, who was full of enthusiasm, had only one idea in his mind, that is, to become a strong person. In his previous life, he was full of yearning for this world full of strong people, and now he finally has the opportunity to try it out. What about Shishibukai, Marine Admiral, 4 Emperors, etc.? One day he will have to fight them one by one. If he doesn't, wouldn't it be a waste of his life in this world? What's more, in his previous life, he didn't wait until the end of One Piece, and didn't know what secrets existed at the end of the unknown new world. Now that he has come to this world, of course he has to personally unlock the One Piece that everyone yearns for. Ding! When Char's thoughts were wandering, the system sounded again, and then a translucent menu-like list appeared in Char's mind. It listed all kinds of things. Haki category. Armament Haki 10,000 points. Observation Haki 20,000 points. Conquerors Haki 100,000 points. Auxiliary category. Physical Potion 500 points. Healing Potion 1000 points. More Haki level auxiliary supplies can only be exchanged for use after higher system permissions are opened. FK. Although Haki can be exchanged, the points are too much. Char just used tricks to kill the weakest gangster and got 10 points. If you want to exchange for the cheapest armament Haki, don't you have to kill 100 gangsters? It's fatal. It's fatal for Char to defeat 100 hooligans with his weak body. Just as Char was wailing in his heart, the sweet voice sounded in Char's ears again. As a reward for the first binding system, the system will give you 10,000 points, please check. What? Is there such a good thing? Char quickly checked his points through the menu. Sure enough, the original balance of 10 points has become 10,010. Wow, ha ha ha, it's really a series of surprises. When you have good luck, you can't stop it. Since you have enough points, why don't you exchange one to experience it? So Char decisively chose to exchange Armament Haki in the system menu. The item you are currently exchanging is Armament Haki. Do you confirm the exchange? Confirm. Char answered firmly. Ding, the exchange has been successful. After the system issued such a prompt, Char suddenly felt a warm current descending from the top of his head, and then gradually spread to his whole body, making his whole body warm. This feeling lasted for a minute and slowly dissipated. At this time, although Char's appearance has not changed, he always feels that he is different. Hey, kid, what are you doing there? A voice came from the alley. It was a gangster. Ha, kid, you dare to kill someone? Come with me to Marine and surrender. The gangster sneered and said, of course, if you hand over all the money on you, I can pretend that I didn't see anything. The gangster then showed a sinister expression, obviously preparing to use this matter to blackmail Char. I'm not going to Marine. Char said calmly. You are smart, so hurry up and call out all the money. The gangster looked like he had succeeded in his evil plan. Of course, I won't give you a dime. Char laughed. What? How dare you play tricks on me, little BD? Don't blame me for being cruel, I can get the money even if I kill you. After saying that, the gangster took out a dagger and stabbed Char. If it was before, I'm afraid I would still be afraid of you, but now, I can use you to try my Haki. Char's mind moved, and the forearm of his right hand suddenly turned light black, and then he raised his arm forward. Ding! The dagger hit Char's arm and made a metallic collision sound, but Char's arm was unscathed. Ha 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 ha, Armament Haki is really amazing. He is so strong just after learning how to use hardening. Char laughed wildly in his heart. The gangster looked at Char with horror, because he found that his dagger was knocked out with a gap, but the other party was fine. He felt like he had seen a ghost. At the moment when he was confused, Char's attack had already arrived. Fists like raindrops fell on the gangster with crackling sounds. Hardened fists are not something that this gangster can bear. In just a dozen seconds, the gangster was silent. Defeat an enemy and get 10 points. The current balance of points is 20 points. The system sounded a prompt at the first time. Ha 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 ha. Char looked at his fists with a light black metal glow in surprise and laughed wildly. An unprecedented self-confidence suddenly surged in his heart. He knew that his road to becoming a strong man had begun. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 003 Armament Haki is complete. Please collect it. This is the real armament Haki. You know, according to the timeline, even Luffy will need more than 2 years to learn this ability. Then wouldn't I be ahead of Luffy? Ha 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 ha, wait, what the hell is this? The proud Char suddenly found something unusual. In the Haki exchange menu in his mind, the names of Observation Haki and Conquerors were grey, which should mean that they have not been successfully exchanged. And a string of numbers appeared after the words Armament Haki, which were lit up, indicating that they have been learned. Proficiency, 4/20,000. What is this? Proficiency represents your mastery of this skill. When the proficiency is perfect, it means that you have perfect mastery of this skill and can exert 100% of its power. The considerate system came out again to answer questions and solve doubts. Is that so? It seems that I have to practice the proficiency as soon as possible. Char decided secretly. Char glanced at the two bodies lying on the ground, looked around to make sure no one noticed, and then quietly left. Although the border town was originally a place where villains gathered and full of crimes, fights and deaths on the streets happened every day. However, Char thought that it would be better not to attract attention before he became really strong. With the remaining money, Zyman found a small shop to fill his stomach and returned to his home. Speaking of his home, it was actually a bridge hole under a bridge. In the memory inherited by Char, he had lived here for many years. Now I have found a way to become strong. I want to leave here early and go to the Grand Line. That is my stage. Char clenched his fists. But if you want to go out to sea, you must at least learn all 3 types of Haki and practice them to the full proficiency. How many gangsters do you have to defeat? Let's start with the gangsters in the garbage dump. Over the years, Char has been picking up garbage there for a living, and he has been bullied by those gangsters. Now that Char has become strong, it's time to take revenge. The next morning, Char went out to the garbage dump. As soon as I walked into the dirty garbage dump, a discordant voice appeared. Little brat, it's time to pay the protection fee this month. Hurry up and pay the money, otherwise get out. Xiaoyu raised his eyebrows and said, you guys only know how to bully the weak, and you are not even as good as the garbage here. Today I am here to deal with you. Ha 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 ha. The strong man standing on the garbage dump laughed as if he heard a funny joke. Billy, Jack, come and see, there is a little brat here who wants to deal with us. The little thing drank too much rum last night and talked in his sleep. Little brat, while I'm in a good mood, get out quickly, otherwise you will suffer. Seeing that the gangsters didn't take him seriously at all, Xiaoyu was not angry, but a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then he kicked his feet and pounced on the gangsters. You dare to attack me? I have to teach you a lesson. The sturdy man in the lead saw Xia rushing over and raised his fist carelessly. Crack! When the two fists collided, there was a sound similar to a broken bone. Ah! The sturdy man screamed and dragged his injured arm back several steps. There's something wrong with this little BD. Billy, Jack, come and kill him together. The other 2 gangsters also saw that something was wrong and rushed forward to help. Char was not afraid at all and soon fought with the 3 people. 1 against 3, Char was not in the advantage in terms of numbers, but he had Haki. Although he would be hit by 3 punches and 2 kicks from time to time. But under the wrapping of armament Haki, there was no much pain at all. Instead, when his dark fists landed on the 3 people again and again, they would make several people scream. Your armament Haki proficiency has been raised to 8/20,000. Your armament Haki proficiency has been raised to 22/20,000. Your armament Haki proficiency has been raised to 38/20,000. As Char punched the gangsters one by one, his armament Haki proficiency increased rapidly. Stop fighting! We surrender! The 3 people who were beaten black and blue finally couldn't stand the beating and began to beg for mercy. Are you scared now? It's too late. When you secretly killed the orphans who were scavenging, you didn't expect this day to come. Go to hell! Xiaoyu's fists hit the three people fiercely, making them scream in despair. Xiaoyu didn't stop until the sound gradually weakened. Billy and the other three gangsters were already dead. Defeat 3 enemies and get 30 points. The current balance of points is 50 points. Your armament Haki proficiency has been raised to 128/20,000. Xiaoyu frowned after hearing the system's prompt. It took a long time to get rid of the 3 gangsters and only got 30 points. If this goes on, let alone Conquerors Haki, even observation Haki is unknown. And the armament Haki proficiency has only increased by more than 100 points, which is very far from perfection. Is there any way to quickly gain points and improve proficiency at the same time? Wait. The system seemed to say that defeating other creatures can earn points at the beginning, but it didn't say that you have to defeat humans. Maybe wild animals can also earn points. Where are there many wild animals? Of course, it's Mount Gorbo outside the city, where Luffy was sent by Garp when he was a child. As for whether this idea works, find a wild boar and try it out. Goa Kingdom, Mount Gorbo. When a fat wild boar fell to the ground with a bang and the system sounded that moving prompt, Char laughed excitedly. A wild boar actually has 30 points. Although it took a long time to beat it to death, the Haki proficiency increased by 200 points. It's really a win-win solution. Wild boars, here I come. So a strange scene appeared outside Mount Gorbo. A thin boy chased wild boars all over the mountain, and every time he killed a wild boar, he would laugh crazily and mutter something like points. Moreover, the boy hunted wild boars very quickly. He had killed at least 60 or 70 wild boars in half a day. This boy was of course Char. He waved his fists tirelessly, killing wild boars one after another. Finally, before the night fell, he heard the voice he wanted to hear most. Defeat 1 enemy and get 30 points. The current balance of points is 2,750 points. Your armament Haki proficiency has been raised to 20,000/20,000, completed. Ha ha ha, my armament Haki has finally reached a perfect state. The next step is to exchange for observation Haki. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 004 Rapidly improving strength, please add to collection, flowers. Ding, congratulations on your perfect armament Haki proficiency. You will receive a physical potion and a healing potion as system rewards. As soon as the system sound fell, Char found a picture with many grids in his mind. In the first 2 grids, there appeared something like a medicine bottle. Char hurried to check it out. Physical potion, quickly restore physical strength and restore the body to the best condition. Healing potion, repair injuries at the fastest speed, the recovery speed depends on the degree of injury. Physical potion? Just right, I have consumed a lot of physical strength after hunting so many wild boars. I will try the effect after eating it. Char chose to use it directly in the inventory. The medicine bottle icon disappeared instantly, and with it came a warm current rising from the lower abdomen, which quickly spread throughout the body. In an instant, Char's fatigue and soreness disappeared, and he felt energetic and full of strength. It is really a heaven-defying artifact. A small bottle of potion has such an effect, no wonder it takes 500 points to redeem it. It's really worth the money. If armament Haki brings Char powerful attack power, then the physical potion provides strong logistical support. You should know that in the contest between masters, the physical consumption is very terrible. Even a top master like Admiral Aokiji can't release a killer move like Ice Age at will. Because the consumption is too terrible. But Char is different. If he has a lot of physical potions, he will become a tireless fighting machine. He dares to use any trick that consumes a lot of energy at will. The picture is so beautiful that Char dare not think about it. But 500 points can only be exchanged for 1 bottle. Without a strong family background, it really can't stand the toss. When he thought that his entire family was only more than 2,000 points, and he just used up a bottle of potion worth 500 points, Char felt distressed. It doesn't matter. I'll earn points slowly if I lose them. Keep beating the beasts. Char began to shuttle through the forest again. Armament Haki has been completed, and Char no longer takes wild boars seriously. So Char went deeper into the mountains. Galbo Mountain is not short of all kinds of ferocious beasts. After a while, Char ran into a long-legged python. Needless to say, Char pounced on it and beat it up. The python wanted to resist, but it was still drowned by the rain of fists. It screamed and was beaten to death. Congratulations on killing the enemy and getting 120 points. The current balance is 3,870 points. What? A snake actually has 120 points. Doesn't it mean that you only need to deal with more than 100 beasts of this level to exchange for observation Haki? This news made Char instantly excited. Tremble, little monsters, ha ha ha. Char, who was excited, began to look for beasts all over the mountain. Congratulations on killing the enemy, you get 120 points. Congratulations on killing the enemy, you get 180 points. Congratulations on killing the enemy, you get 150 points. Every time the sweet system sound sounded, it was like injecting a dose of stimulant into Char, allowing him to tirelessly hunt one beast after another, and the beasts he hunted became stronger and stronger. A ferocious dinosaur as tall as 2 people fell to the ground under Char's beating. Congratulations on killing the enemy, you get 350 points, and the current balance of points is 21,520 points. Unknowingly, the points have reached 20,000. Char entered the system without thinking and chose to exchange observation Haki. The item you are currently exchanging is observation Haki. Do you confirm the exchange? Confirm. Char answered excitedly. Ding, the exchange is successful. After the system prompts that it is successful, the grey words observation Haki suddenly light up, and the number 0/30,000 appears behind it. You need 30,000 observation Haki proficiency to complete it. But how do I practice this? Do I have to keep dodging enemy attacks? It's getting late now, so I can only try it tomorrow. Char, confused, decided to go back to the town first, and come back tomorrow to earn points and practice proficiency. Ouch! Char, who was about to get up and go back, suddenly felt sore all over, and couldn't help but groan. No wonder, in the past half-day, in order to earn 20,000 points, Char had hunted no less than 200 big and small beasts, which consumed a lot of energy. It's just that Char, who was always in an excited state, didn't realize it. After he was free, the strong fatigue surged up all of a sudden, making Char feel pain all over his body. Ouch, it hurts so much, I'm afraid I won't even be able to get out of bed tomorrow. It seems that I can only bear the pain in exchange for a bottle of physical potion to recover. So Char used the remaining points to exchange for 3 physical potions, and then used one immediately. A few seconds later, Char's fatigue and soreness were swept away. This physical potion is simply a magical tool. Char waved his fist and found that his body had indeed returned to its best condition. Hey? Why do I feel much stronger? Hee. Char punched the tree next to him twice in confusion. With a click, the tree was broken in the middle by him. My strength has really become stronger. And it's not just a little bit stronger. Char was very excited. He found that in addition to restoring physical strength, physical potions can also be used for rapid cultivation. Cultivation requires a lot of physical strength, right? What should I do if I have no physical strength? Use physical potions. If you keep consuming and replenishing like this, Char can become a tireless cultivation machine. Practice non-stop. Who else can do this kind of pervert except him? Luffy has been training hard in the Land of Daughters for 2 years and has become so strong that he can instantly defeat Vice Admiral. If I am given 2 years of crazy training, I believe I will not be worse than him. Then I can fight against Kizaru Akainu and the like. As long as he has enough points, how terrifying will Char's strength improvement speed be? It seems that the schedule for entering the Grand Line should be advanced as soon as possible. Only there can you meet stronger opponents and get greater improvement. We will set off after training all 3 types of Haki. In the night, a young man carried a fat wild boar on the street of the border town. It was Char. Uncle Pete's shop should not be closed. We have to send the wild boar over quickly. Char has been making a living by picking up garbage for so many years, and Uncle Pete has taken good care of him. Now that he is capable, of course he has to repay him well. Great, the shop door is still open. Hey? What happened? When Char came to the door of old Pete's shop, he heard a noisy sound coming from inside. It seemed that someone was smashing things. Char threw the wild boar at the door of the store and ran in quickly. Old man, I think you are tired of living. You dare to disobey Lord Barry's order. A rough voice shouted. Yes. I'm sorry, I really can't afford so much money. Old Pete begged. Char, who had just entered the door, saw that someone was bullying Uncle Pete, and his anger rose. He shouted, "Stop it! Reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 005 a lot of points, please add to collection, flowers." Char's angry shout attracted everyone's attention. The leader was a big man over 2 meters tall, almost as big as Luffy's friend Frankie. At this time, he was threatening old Pete with 1 foot on the counter in the store. Tisk, you're just a brat, what? You want to be a hero, go home and get your milk. Ha ha ha. A bunch of bullies laughed. Little Char, go back. This is none of your business. Old Pete saw that it was Char who came, and immediately showed a nervous look, motioning him to leave quickly. It doesn't matter, Uncle Pete, as long as I'm here today, no one can bully you. Ha ha ha. The bullies laughed so hard that tears were about to flow out. One of the gangsters gestured to Char with a dagger in his hand and said, "Kid, if you want to live, get out as soon as possible, otherwise, ah." Before the gangster finished speaking, he was kicked hard in the stomach by Char. He flew several meters backwards and fell heavily to the ground, then curled up on the ground and groaned in pain. The pupils of a group of bullies shrank when they saw this, knowing that the kid in front of them was not simple. So several of them took out their weapons and approached fiercely. Not only was Char not afraid, but he took the initiative to rush over. After a mixed sound of fists and kicks and screams, several hooligans lay on the floor of the small shop. Just kidding, how can such a little BD compete with Char with Haki? Char knocked them all down before he even had time to test observation Haki. The kid turned out to be quite capable, no wonder he dared to stand up for this old guy, but the game is over. The 2-meter-tall man who had been watching spoke, and after snapping his neck twice, he slowly walked towards Char. "Little Char, hurry up. He's Terry the bear who has a reward of 30,000 berries." Little Pete behind the counter reminded him in fear. 30,000 berries. Char immediately became alert. You have to know that anyone who is rewarded by Marine is a vicious person, definitely not a small gangster in the back street. Old man, you have some vision, but your reminder is too late. After all, Terry the bear is an experienced old ruffian. He saw that Char was nervous for a moment. So he seized this opportunity and launched a sneak attack. Go to hell! Terry's fist that was flying towards Char flashed a cold light, and it turned out that there was a hidden weapon. Char didn't move. Because he felt like he had entered a strange state. The fist that was originally coming with great momentum suddenly slowed down in his eyes, and he vaguely felt the next trajectory. It made him feel vaguely that everything was under control. Observation Haki. Anticipate the enemy's moves. Isn't this the role of Observation Haki? It turns out that it is like this. Char was immediately overjoyed. I have seen through your attacks, let's see how you play with me. So what if you offer a bounty of 30,000 berries, I will still abuse you. Char moved his body slightly based on his intuition just now, and narrowly avoided the fatal punch. Then he used all his strength to move Armament Haki to his fist, and punched Terry in the lower abdomen. There was a dull thud. Terry's eyes bulged like copper bells, and his eyeballs rolled up. He opened his mouth and made a few ho-ho sounds, then fell to the ground and did not move. The bully with a bounty of 30,000 berries was killed in one punch. Congratulations on killing the enemy and getting 1,000 points. Oh my! The sudden sweet voice surprised Char. The gangster leader with a bounty of 30,000 berries actually got 1,000 points. And this is just the stuff he killed in one punch. Then the reward for the villains of 300,000 or 3 million is not. This reward is not for Bailey, it is simply countless points. Char's eyes have begun to shine. Oh, little Char, you are in big trouble. What should I do? Old Pete's worried voice interrupted Char's thoughts. What's wrong, Uncle Pete? These bullies bully you like this, shouldn't they be punished? Their backer is the big villain Scarberry in Border Town. What should I do? Quickly pack up and run away with me. If you offend Barry, you will definitely not be able to stay in Border Town. Is Barry very powerful? Of course. He is one of the few big villains in Border Town, and the world government offers a reward of 300,000 Baileys for him. A reward of 300,000 Baileys. Char's eyes suddenly lit up. If he is killed, how many points can he get? My Conquerors Haki is found. Char said excitedly. What? Oh. Nothing, Uncle Pete, do you know where Barry is? What are you going to do? I'm going to kill them all. Are you crazy? Old Pete screamed. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 006 single-handedly challenge Barry and his gang. Please add to your collection and give me flowers. At first, Old Pete refused because he didn't want Char to die. It took Char a lot of effort to appease Old Pete's worries and tell him where Barry was. But Char wasn't arrogant enough to be conceited. To be on the safe side, Old Pete should find a place to hide first, and come back to speak after he has completely dealt with Barry and his gang. The little guy has really grown up. Looking at Char's leaving figure, Old Pete sighed. Char didn't go to the door to cause trouble immediately, but returned to his shelter first. At this time, he had sobered up from being overwhelmed by the points. The villain with a bounty of 300,000 Baileys is definitely not comparable to a character like Giant Bear Terry. To be on the safe side, let's practice Observation Haki proficiency first. In the next 3 days, Char got up early and went to bed late to wander in the Gorbo Mountains. He had only one goal, which was to practice Observation Haki proficiency as quickly as possible. He hunted beasts faster and faster, and the beasts he killed were more ferocious than the last. When he felt tired, he used a bottle of physical potion and his status was full instantly. After a few days, not only did he reach perfection in Observation Haki, but even the speed and strength of his punches increased 5-fold. Now Char can throw more than 10 punches per second, and with the blessing of Haki, he can easily smash a boulder weighing several tons. More importantly, after a few days of hunting, his points have reached more than 70,000. I still need more than 20,000 points to exchange for Conquerors Haki. Should I wait until I exchange it before I go to Troubleberry? But I heard that several groups of people have smashed Uncle Pete's store recently, and they have sent people to look for Uncle Pete everywhere. Let's solve this problem first. Goa Kingdom, Border Town. This is the most chaotic lawless area in the entire Goa kingdom. Drinking and making trouble, fighting and brawling are almost as common as eating here. And the most famous is the bar street in the border town. Not only the most notorious villains of the kingdom of Goa gather here, but also some wanted criminals with extremely high value appear from time to time. At this time, a thin figure appeared on the street. Is this the most chaotic place in the border town? Sure enough, there are all kinds of messy people. This person is Char, who came to make trouble for Barry. After passing through a noisy block, Char stopped in front of a bar. Lock bar, this is it. After determining the location, Char walked straight in. As soon as he entered the door, Char felt a crazy and noisy atmosphere. All kinds of pirates with strange looks gathered here to drink and eat meat, comparing each other's great achievements at sea. It was so lively. There were even 2 pirates who drew their swords to duel in the hall. But the others seemed to have seen nothing, and drank and had fun on their own. Barry, get out! Char took a breath and shouted loudly. In an instant, the noisy bar became quiet. After everyone present took a look at Char, their eyes turned to the corner of the bar. There sat a red-haired man, holding a charming woman in each hand. Kill him! The red-haired man said calmly. All the pirates drew their knives and rushed towards Char. Good. I don't have to deal with them one by one. Char's fists swung as fast as a machine gun. Bang, bang, bang. Pirates were blown away by heavy punches one after another, and none of those who were hit and fell to the ground could stand up. Soon, half of the dozens of minions in the hall were dealt with by Char. Barry in the corner finally couldn't sit still. You ignorant guy, I will make you regret coming to this world. The angry Barry drew out his long sword and rushed over. The long sword flashed a few cold lights as he swung it and rushed straight towards Char. Char, who had been prepared, sensed the moment the cold light exploded, and moved his feet to avoid the knife light. The momentum of the knife passed through Char and chopped directly onto the bar counter, and the entire bar counter exploded into pieces. Armed color hardening. 2 black fists hit Barry's chest heavily. Boom! With a loud bang, Barry's body smashed through a wall of the bar like a cannonball. Little BD, I'm going to kill you and feed your head to the dogs. When has Barry ever suffered such a loss? Furious, he roared and killed again. Oh? 1 punch is not enough, right? Then 10 punches, 100 punches, 1,000 punches. Rubber. No, armed hardening machine gun. The hardened fists kept hitting Barry's chest like heavy artillery. Boom boom boom. The muffled sound of punches hitting flesh kept ringing, scaring the remaining Paris men in the bar. Until the sound stopped, Barry knelt on the ground with lifeless eyes. The minions finally realized that something was wrong. Barry is dead. The boss is dead, run. I don't know who shouted this first. The petty thief who had long lost his fighting spirit was finally scared out of his wits, dropped his weapon and fled in panic. The only person left in the bar was Char standing tall in the middle of the hall, and a pile of corpses. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 007 Conquerors Haki shows off his power. Please add to your collection and give me flowers. Congratulations on getting 25,000 points. The current balance is 100,530. The heavenly voice finally sounded in Char's mind. The reward for killing the villain with a bounty of 300,000 is really high. Char said in surprise. Originally, his points were more than 70,000. With the rewards for killing those minions just now, his total points reached 100,000. You can exchange for Conquerors Haki. But now is not the time. Let's get out of here first. Because the fight in Lock Bar was very loud. It won't be long before the news of Barry's death spreads throughout the streets of the border town. By then, whether it is to seize the opportunity to occupy the territory or to seek revenge for Barry, they will definitely flock to it. Char didn't want to face these troubles for the time being, so he chose to retreat first. But Barry's head can't be wasted. That's 300,000 Baileys. How much garbage must be reduced to sell for so much money? Char took Barry's long knife and cut off his head with a knife. Then he took a tablecloth to wrap the head, and quickly left the bar and disappeared into the night. The next morning, a figure with a hood covering half of his face walked out of the bounty collection point on the central street. Then he quickly ran into the alley next to him and disappeared. This person was Char, who had collected the bounty. Weighing the heavy 30 gold coins in his hand, Char smiled. 300,000. But I heard that it costs at least $1 million to build a good ship, and this money is still not enough. It seems that if I want to save enough money quickly, I have to start from the wanted criminals in the border town. Having tasted the sweetness, Char has already regarded them all as his own gold coins. Of course he has this confidence now. After getting rid of Barry and getting a lot of points, he has successfully obtained Conquerors Haki. Conquerors Haki, representing the Chosen One. When Luffy roared Haki in the Battle of the Top, all Marines below the Vice Admiral within a few hundred meters lost consciousness instantly. This is still an undeveloped ability. If it can be used perfectly, how powerful would it be? Char seemed to have seen the scene of himself standing shoulder to shoulder with the Marine Admiral and the 4 Emperors in the near future. But before that, let's make enough money to build a ship and go out to sea. Wanted criminals, your doomsday has come. Border Town, Bar Street. The turmoil of Barry's killing has obviously not subsided. Almost all the gangsters in the border town are talking about this matter. I heard that Barry's head has moved. It seems that he was taken to collect the reward. Could it be done by a bounty hunter? Tisk, what are you guessing? I witnessed the whole process with my own eyes that day. Really? Tell me about it. Char, who happened to be at the door of a casino, heard these conversations and grinned. Wait, you'll have more to talk about in 2 days. After saying that, Char kicked open the door of the casino. Bang! The gangsters who were talking about the Barry incident were startled by the noise. When the leader saw Char's face, his face suddenly changed. It's him. Oh no, something big is going to happen. Inside the casino, a group of pirates who were gathered together and shouting loudly stopped and looked at the door. You little brat, do you know where this is? How dare you come here to cause trouble? A one-eyed pirate said angrily. Oh? Isn't this the Lion Majesty pirates? You're really tired of living if you still dare to cause trouble when you know this. I don't have time to waste with you little minions. Hurry up and call your boss out. I'll go to the next one after I deal with him. You're too arrogant, kid. Seeing Char's arrogant attitude, not only the one-eyed man, but all the other pirates were angry and began to draw their swords and guns. The little character is so annoying. Conquerors Haki. Buzz. Time in the tavern seemed to be still for a moment. With Char as the center, an invisible ripple spread to the entire hall in an instant. And the pupils of these aggressive pirates all dilated, and they fell down with a dull look on their faces. In a breath, there was no one standing in the entire casino except Char. Conquerors Haki is so powerful. As if hearing the movement downstairs, a tall and thin man walked down from the second floor. This man had thin eyebrows and eyes. When he saw all his men being knocked down, a cold light flashed in the corner of his eyes like Lion Majesty. He should be the boss of Lion Majesty Pirates. Boy, I don't think we have any grudges. Lion Majesty seemed to have seen that Xia was not easy to mess with, and said with a bit of compromise. We really don't have any grudges, but your head is valuable. What a big tone. You are too young to want my head. Lion Majesty's eyes flashed coldly. Then he swung his hands, and 2 chains with spikes rushed straight to Char's head like lightning. Conquerors Haki. The invisible Haki ripples made Lion Majesty dazed for a moment. The bright chain lost control and fell softly to the ground. When Lion Majesty came to his senses, Char was already close. Armament color, hardened. Armed machine gun. Char didn't give Lion Majesty any time to react, and a flurry of black punches fell on Lion Majesty. Lion Majesty's eyes bulged out, blood and saliva flew everywhere. Armament color heavy artillery. Char put his fists together and hit with all his strength. Boom! Lion Majesty's body smashed through the floor and continued to fly up, hitting the roof hard before falling down. The deeply sunken chest and unfocused eyes all indicate that Lion Majesty is dead. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. 008 Bloodbath on Bar Street, please add to collection and give flowers. The Bar Street was in an uproar. In broad daylight, he single-handedly rushed into the lair of the Lion Majesty pirate group and wiped out the entire pirate group. This kind of thing was considered an explosive event in the Bar Street. You have to know that Lion Majesty is a tough guy with a bounty of 800,000 Baileys. And the leader of the Snow Fox Pirates, who has the highest bounty in the entire Bar Street, is only 1.2 million Baileys. Char cut off Lion Majesty's head neatly and put it in a big bag prepared in advance. Then he walked out of the casino with a swagger and headed straight for the next target. Before the news spreads, quickly deal with these guys one by one. Otherwise, it will be a pity if they all run away when they react. That's a lot of Baileys. Thinking of this, Char couldn't help but speed up his pace. In this way, a horrifying scene appeared in the most chaotic bar street in the border town. Several pirate dens that no one dared to mess with were uprooted one after another by a teenager. 7-headed snake pirates, leader offers a bounty of 400,000 belly. Immortal Asuka pirates, leader offers a bounty of 700,000 belly. Crimson Skull pirates, leader offers a bounty of 900,000 belly. Lilac pirates, leader offers a bounty of 700,000 belly. Under the horrified eyes of the onlookers, one notorious pirate group after another was annihilated by Char. And there was no intention of stopping at all. No one cares? Are you kidding? This is the most chaotic no man's land in the Kingdom of Goa. The government doesn't care about the lives of these hooligans. Maybe they even wish a few more villains would die every day. So is Char tired of fighting one after another? Of course he is tired. But he has physical potions. Not 998, not 668. With just 500 points, Char can be resurrected immediately with full status and rush to the next hideout. The number of heads in Char's backpack kept increasing. In the end, he threw them on the ground and dragged them away. The frightened vendors had already closed their doors and were hiding in the house, peeking through the windows. This is it, the last target, the Snow Fox Pirates. Char glanced at the door, confirmed that the place was right, and kicked the door in without hesitation. As soon as he entered the door, Char found himself being aimed at by dozens of muskets. It seemed that the Snow Fox Pirates knew he was coming, and had been waiting for him in their lair. "Boy, I didn't expect you to dare to come," the silver-haired man surrounded in the middle said. "Why don't you dare to come? You are the only family left on the street. How lonely it must be. It would be great if I could send you to hell to reunite with each other. Hey! You are so stubborn. Do you really think that I, Fox the Snow Fox, am the kind of person with a bounty of hundreds of thousands?" Fox the Snow Fox seemed quite dissatisfied with Char's contempt, and said cruelly, "Guys, beat him into a sieve." Char laughed. It seems that the Snow Fox gang doesn't understand his methods at all. Char ignored the minions around him, and his feet exploded with amazing power. He rushed towards Fox the Snow Fox like a cannonball. Conquerors Haki. The amazing momentum burst out from Char, and instantly impacted everyone present. Those minions holding guns and preparing to shoot lost consciousness with their eyes rolled back. Even Fox the Snow Fox was confused for a moment. However, pirates with a bounty of more than 1 million are always more than one level stronger than Barry and his ilk. In just a moment, Fox regained consciousness. He also took a defensive posture in a very short time. Bang! There was a loud noise when the two touched each other, and Fox flew back more than 10 meters with his hands folded before he stabilized his body. At this time, his face was full of horror. Haki! This is Haki! Fox's voice was trembling. He knew he was in big trouble. If he hadn't boarded a big pirate's ship by chance and went to the Grand Line for a while, he would not have known that such a thing existed. It was also because he saw too many strong people on the Grand Line. He was afraid of death and tried his best to get on the marine ship, escaped from the Grand Line, and came to East Blue to become a small leader. I didn't expect you to have some vision. Haki was recognized, and Char was a little surprised. But this can't change your fate of death, die. Armed machine gun. Char rushed forward again, waving his fists until only after images were left. Fox's face was even more horrified, and he actually wanted to turn around and run away. How could he miss this opportunity to beat the drowning dog? Without thinking, Char chased after him. Armament Haki, battle axe chop. Char, who was obviously faster, jumped high, raised his leg blessed by Haki and smashed it down hard. Boom! A loud noise was heard, and dust flew all over the sky. Even the whole bar street was shaken by the noise. It was not until half a while later that the dust dispersed and the scene of the explosion was revealed. At this moment, the Snow Fox pirate's lair had become a ruin. In the center of the ruins, a large pit with a diameter of more than 3 meters appeared. In the pit lay a motionless body, with the head deeply sunk into the ground, leaving only the body below the neck exposed. It was Fox who was killed by Char in one blow. At the edge of the pit stood a tall figure, like a god of war. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 009 Departure, Windmill Village, please collect flowers. Char dragged a bag of bloody heads to the bounty announcement place. Hello, how can I help you? The lady behind the counter said enthusiastically. Please help me calculate how much these heads are worth in total. After that, Char put the sack on the counter and opened the bag to reveal the contents. Ah! Even though the counter lady had seen many bloody and annoying heads, she was frightened by the contents in the pocket and screamed. This is the blood skeleton Jason, the undead Rom, and the Snow Fox Fox. My God! Excuse me, did you kill them all? The counter lady was shocked. Is there any problem? Can you please settle the account quickly? I still have things to do. Char frowned. Oh. Okay, wait a moment. The total is 5.6 million Baileys. 5.6 million. Char was also surprised to hear this number. You know, a good sea ship only costs about 1 million Baileys. The remaining money is enough to buy supplies and go out to sea. Grand Line, I'm finally here. Okay, then please calculate the commission quickly and give it to me. Char suppressed his ecstasy and said lightly. Soon, a bag with more than 500 gold coins was sent out from the backstage. After taking the purse and checking the amount, Char left immediately. At this time, the counter lady suddenly woke up from her shock and quickly picked up the Den Mushi and dialed a number. The biggest evil forces in the border town were uprooted by a mysterious boy. The news spread quickly from the central street to Jeokeng and even to the Goa Palace. The whole country was shocked. Because in the past hundreds of years, the royal government had no way to deal with the pirate gangs in the border town. They could only let them develop at will. Now suddenly heard that the cancer of this country was eradicated, of course the whole country celebrated. The king sent the kingdom guard to the border town as soon as he received the news. The purpose, in addition to cleaning up the remaining scattered gangsters, is naturally to plunder the illegal property of various pirate gangs. Moreover, he personally sent people to find this national hero and even invited him to the palace for a banquet. So the people of the whole country are looking forward to the appearance of this hero. But Char, as the protagonist, didn't know it all, and didn't care about it. Because he had left the main city of Goa Kingdom and entered the Gorbo Mountains. Since he had made enough money, of course he had to start going to sea. Could he stay in the border town to continue picking up garbage? He had heard before that Casillas in Windmill Village was the best shipbuilder in Goa Kingdom. So Char decided to go to Windmill Village to find this awesome man to build a good sea ship. Then set off directly from there. But then again, Char not only earned a lot of gold coins by bloodbathing the entire bar street this time, but also got a lot of points. His current points have reached an astonishing 300,000. God, 300,000 points can be exchanged for 3 copies of Conquerors Haki. It's strange. I've already exchanged all the Haki in the system. Now I can only exchange for some physical potions and healing potions. Is this the only function the system has? It shouldn't be possible. I remember that the system mentioned that only the first level permissions were opened. It seems that if you want new functions, you can only open higher permissions. But how can I open it? As Char walked through the Gorbo Mountains, he was thinking about this big problem that was closely related to his own strength. After thinking it over, Char felt that there were only 2 possibilities for opening higher permissions. Either the system automatically opens higher permissions after a certain number of points are reached, or the system opens new exchange functions after the 3 types of Haki proficiency are perfected. A large number of points cannot be obtained in a short time. Then we can only start with Haki proficiency and try to practice Conquerors Haki first. In order to practice Conquerors Haki, along the way, whenever Char met a beast, he would directly greet him with Haki. Anyway, when he was tired, he had physical potions, so he didn't need to worry about consumption at all. After a whole day like this, I actually raised my proficiency to more than 10,000 points. Although it is still far from the perfect 100,000 points, at least I see hope. Unconsciously, Char has crossed the entire Gorbo Mountain and arrived at the entrance of Windmill Village. Seeing the familiar town scenery, Char's heart was surging. Shanks has been here, and Luffy also started his sailing journey from here. Now it's my turn to start writing legends from here. In Windmill Village, Party's Bar. A boy gently pushed open the door of the bar and walked in. "Welcome, what can I order?" Seeing someone push the door in, the beautiful woman behind the bar greeted enthusiastically. The boy went straight to the bar, found a high chair and sat down, and said, "Please give me a beer." Soon the beautiful woman took a glass of beer from the refrigerator and put it in front of the boy. "Your beer, please enjoy it slowly." The boy took the beer, thanked him, and gulped down a big gulp. "It's delicious. I want to ask you something. Do you know where Casillas lives? Old shipwright Casillas? He lives in the east of the village. You can find him by walking along the street toward the sea." As soon as she finished speaking, a customer in the distance asked for a drink. The woman had to give the boy an apologetic smile and sent the drink away. The boy didn't care. He took a big sip of beer from the glass and began to look around the bar. It's exactly the same scene as in the comics. "Shanks. Luffy. I will leave from here soon. You must wait for me on the Grand Line." The boy clenched his fists. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 010 Level 2 Authority, Open. Please add to favorites, Flowers. The boy was naturally Char. Due to his love for comics in his previous life, he couldn't help but want to come to this place full of stories. After a beer was finished, Char took out a gold coin from his pocket and put it on the bar, then turned and left. "Guest, you gave too much money." A woman's voice came from behind. Char smiled slightly, without looking back, and said loudly, "It's okay, save it for me to come next time." "Thank you, Maggie." He disappeared at the door of the bar. Maggie was stunned when she heard the other party call her name, and then smiled and shook her head. "What a strange little guy. Then save it for him." After leaving the bar, Char quickly found Cassilis's residence according to the route given by Maggie. What a strange house. In fact, it was a stranded ship with doors and windows chiseled on the hull. At this time, a bearded old man was busy in the dock not far from the house. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Cassilis?" "Yes, what can I do for you?" "I want you to build me a ship." The bearded old man looked Char up and down and said, "Little guy, what are you building a ship for?" "Of course, I want to go out to sea as a pirate and explore the Grand Line." "Ha ha ha, little guy, you are so young, and you want to go out to sea as a pirate, don't joke with me." "I'm serious," Char said with a firm face. The old man seemed to feel Char's persistence and stopped joking with him. "If you want to go to the Grand Line, you must build a sturdy ship." The old man thought for a while and continued, "The materials are available, but they are not cheap. It will cost about 1.5 million Baileys." Fortunately, he prepared enough gold coins, and Char could still accept this price. So Char paid a part of the gold coins in advance, and then discussed some shipbuilding details with Cassilis in the dock and left. Cassilis said it would take 10 days to build a ship. This time is just right for practicing Conquerors Haki. So Char left the windmill village and headed straight for Mount Gorbo. For 10 consecutive days, Char practiced day and night in Mount Gorbo. When he encountered a wild boar, he attacked with Haki. When he encountered a ground dragon, he attacked with Haki. Even if he caught a rabbit, he would use Haki to bombard it without hesitation. Char was completely obsessed, and his mind was full of Haki. "Hey! I'm so tired." Char, who had just dealt with a giant python, leaned against a big tree to rest. "I'm still a little short of proficiency. If I work harder, I can reach it in half a day. Today is the 10th day, and Cassilis should have built the ship. I'm really looking forward to it." When he thought about having his own ship soon, Char immediately became full of energy. After drinking a bottle of physical potion, he continued to practice. Conquerors Haki. Conquerors Haki. Conquerors Haki. Due to constant use, Char is becoming more and more proficient in the use of Conquerors Haki. When he first mastered this ability, he needed to prepare for it a little before launching a Haki attack. Now, Char can launch an invisible attack immediately with just a thought. Not only that, he can also control Haki to attack a designated target, instead of indiscriminate attacks like at the beginning. This is already a sign that Conquerors Haki has been used to a very high level. Ding! At this time, the heavenly system prompt sound finally rang. Your Conquerors Haki proficiency has been raised to 100,000/100,000. Completed. Finally complete. Next, it's time to confirm Char's guess. Since your 3 Haki proficiency has been completed and you have met the promotion conditions, the system has automatically opened the second level permission for you. Welcome to use it. Ha ha ha, guessed it right. Sure enough, you have to practice all 3 Haki proficiency to open the second level permission. Hurry up and see what functions the second level authority has. Char couldn't wait to enter the system in his mind to check. A new function option appeared behind the list of 3 types of Haki. Haki tempering? What is this? Char was a little puzzled when he saw this unfamiliar word. Haki tempering means using Haki to temper your body. For example, armament Haki can make your body stronger, and observation Haki can make your combat instincts more sensitive. Isn't this the original function of Haki? Char was a little puzzled. But when he learned more about this function, he was shocked. The so-called Haki tempering function is to clear the proficiency gained by continuous use of Haki at one time. Exchange the system for an opportunity to strengthen the body. Armament Haki strengthens physical strength, and observation Haki strengthens combat instincts. It seems to be just a very ordinary function, but Char knows. This is simply a heaven-defying existence. In the world of One Piece, the strength is determined by three aspects: Taijutsu, Haki, fruit. In Char's opinion, Taijutsu is an important part of having strong strength. Marine Admiral Akainu and Aokiji's teacher Zephyr both said something. Logia's ability users who rely too much on fruit abilities will die quickly. They both believe that the real way for fruit ability users to become stronger is to add fruit abilities to their Taijutsu. Char clearly remembers the scene of Akainu fighting against Whitebeard in the Battle of the Top Mountain in the comics. The two have always relied on hand-to-hand combat. Is it so easy for the Lava fruit and shock fruit ability users to fight? Because both of them know that it is impossible to kill strong people of their level by spraying magma, shooting lasers, or spraying fire and releasing electricity. Only by adding fruit abilities to Taijutsu can you cause fatal damage to the opponent. For example, Luffy, if he didn't have strong Taijutsu, he would have been killed many times by others just as a stretchable rubber man. So the importance of Taijutsu can be seen. Madara. That's why Char was so shocked. Because he can strengthen his body infinitely. He just needs to keep using Haki to improve his proficiency, and then exchange for strengthening opportunities. His body can become stronger again and again, until it reaches an incredible level. As for how strong it can be, Char himself dare not imagine. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 011 set sale, please add to collection, flowers. Your current Haki proficiency is full. Do you want to exchange for body tempering? The sweet system voice asked Char. Exchange. Of course. The first Haki body tempering exchange is successful. As soon as the prompt sound fell, the system screen in Char's mind changed. The 3 Haki proficiency items that were originally full were immediately cleared. Then Char felt a warm current rising from his abdomen and spreading rapidly throughout his body. The warm current flowed through Char's body, making him feel comfortable all over. But the good times didn't last long. This comfortable feeling soon turned into a strong stinging pain. Ah! Char couldn't help but scream out in pain as if he was stabbed by thousands of needles. Char fell to the ground all of a sudden, and his muscles began to twitch constantly. Blue veins popped up on the surface of his skin, making him look extremely hideous and terrifying. Ah! Char's miserable cries echoed in the jungle of Mount Gorbo. 10 minutes later, the inhuman pain finally subsided. Char, who was soaked with sweat, got up from the ground. Although he was in a mess, Char was excited. Because he felt that he was different. The most direct change was that his body grew taller. His muscles became fuller, making him look no longer the image of a thin little boy, but a strong boy. More importantly, he felt as if there was a prehistoric beast in his body, which could release amazing power at any time. Char clenched his fists and walked towards a huge stone of nearly 10 meters not far away. Armament color, heavy artillery. Boom! Under the super strong impact, the boulder instantly turned into countless pieces. Char looked at his fist in disbelief. My God! This is too fierce. It's powerful. You know, this is only the first time Char has used Haki to temper his body, and it is already so terrifying. What if it is strengthened dozens or hundreds of times? Shishibukai, Marine Admiral, New World 4 Emperors, all have to stand aside. By then, punching 5 elders and stepping on Marie Joyce will not be a dream. Char couldn't wait for that day to come. Ha ha ha, it's so cool just to think about it. Just continue to practice Haki in the mountains, strengthen it 8 or 10 times before going out to sea. Anyway, armament Haki proficiency is so easy to practice, didn't Char practice it in one day? But when Char saw the proficiency points required for perfection, he immediately wilted. 200,000 points? Don't you want me to live? How can it be increased tenfold directly? What a broken system! Char's nose was almost crooked. Originally, he thought that when he practiced armament Haki to perfection before, his proficiency was only 20,000 points. Even if the points will increase this time, it won't be much different. Unexpectedly, the system did not play by the rules at all, and directly increased the required proficiency tenfold. If it is strengthened to more than 10 times, it will be worth hundreds of millions, right? My dream of eating, sleeping and beating Admiral. Char cried inwardly. It seems that the plan to improve strength at the speed of light has been officially shattered. Forget it, let's go see how my boat is built first. Let's talk about training before we go out to sea. Windmill Village, Port. Cassilis, your craftsmanship is really great. Char and Old Man Cassie stood side by side in the dock, and a sea ship was quietly parked in front of them. The ship was all white, slightly larger than the Golden Mary, and it was no problem to accommodate dozens of crew members. The keel and ribs were specially reinforced with steel plates, so that the whole ship could withstand the test of strong winds and waves. Cassilis also designed a pair of hidden wheeled oars on both sides of the belly. In this way, even if there is no wind, it can still sail. 1.5 million Baileys are really worth it. How is it, you are quite satisfied? Seeing Char's excited face, Cassilis said proudly. Very satisfied, this ship is really great. Hee, old man, I dare not say anything else, but my shipbuilding skills are quite good in East Blue. That's right, you really helped me a lot. This is the balance I owe you, please keep it. Char was of course very happy with such a great ship. He hurriedly handed the gold coins to Cassilis, which was considered to be the completion of the transaction. However, since the various supplies needed for going to sea were not ready, there was no way to set sail immediately. So Char could only leave the ship with Old Man Cassilis first, and then go to the town to buy supplies. Char worked in the windmill village for 2 days before buying all the supplies needed for going to sea. 2 days later, Char set off. No relatives or friends saw him off, and no crew members accompanied him. He set off alone. Looking at the windmill village getting farther and farther away, Char was very excited. When he thought of the exciting sea life on the Grand Line, he wished the ship could go faster. Let me see. Starting from Windmill Village, the next stop should be Shields Town. Char held the map and analyzed the next route. Originally, according to his idea, after starting from Windmill Village, sailing along several offshore islands, he could reach the entrance of the Grand Line, Upside Down Mountain within 2 months. But it must be said that Char thought too simply. He had no sailing experience and only brought a rough East Blue map and a compass, and embarked on the journey. So he soon encountered trouble. After drifting on the sea for 2 days, he felt as if he had lost his way. According to the map, Kodo Island should be nearby, but why is there no sign of an island around? Did I deviate from the route? There is endless sea water, and I can't determine the location. Char scratched his head in distress. Sailing on the sea requires a wealth of sailing knowledge. If the navigator knew that an idiot like Char dared to go to sea alone without knowing anything, he would definitely laugh his teeth off. Whoosh! Just when Char was in great distress, a shriek came into his ears from far away. Plop! A ball of water exploded on the sea surface beside Char's ship. Cannonballs! Char was startled. Looking at the source of the sound, a black ship appeared in the distance. On the mast of the ship, a black pirate flag was flying. Hey! It's pirates! I was worried that there was no one to show me the way. Since you guys came to me, don't blame me for being rude. Reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 012 Lone Wolf Pirates. On a huge black ship, a group of muscular crew members were busy running on the deck. More than a dozen cannons were pushed to one side of the deck by them, all aimed at the pure white ship in the distance. On the top of the mainmast of this black ship, a black pirate flag with a ferocious wolf head painted on it was fluttering in the wind. If someone who often walks in the waters of the Kingdom of Goa sees this flag, he will be scared to death. Lone Wolf Pirates. This is a criminal gang with a bad reputation and a bad reputation. They not only rob merchant ships at sea, but also attack some islands, engaging in burning, killing, RG and looting. Due to the seriousness of the crime, the world government launched a wanted warrant for the leader of the Lone Wolf Pirates, Lone Wolf Al, a few years ago. The reward amount reached 8 million Baileys. Lord Al, there is no sign of counterattack from the ship in front, and there should be no merchant ships with weapons. A minion reported. Very good. Stop the bombardment and chase them. Such a good ship can definitely be sold for a good price, don't damage it. The man sitting on the second deck commanded. A group of minions got the order and started to move. We are really lucky today. We just looted a merchant ship and now we have another fat fish. This ship alone should be able to sell for 1 million, not to mention the things on the ship. The man who gave the order just now said excitedly. The man had a big beard and a tattoo on his left cheek that was exactly the same as the wolf head on the pirate flag. It was the Lone Wolf Al. Congratulations, Lord Al, you just looted a group of beautiful women, and now you have met a fat sheep. It seems that you will have a double harvest of money and beauty today. The subordinate standing on the side said flatteringly. Lone Wolf was immediately delighted when he heard this, and laughed. Don't worry, guys, after we take this ship, we'll find a market town to have a good time, and you'll have gold coins and beauties. Thank you, Lord L. The busy crew on the deck were extremely excited when they heard what their boss said, and they worked even harder. The fat sheep they were eyeing was naturally Char's ship. At this time, Char saw the pirate ship in the distance speeding up and rushed over, and immediately understood the other party's intention. You actually want to rob me? Hehe, I want to see who is robbing whom. Char laughed strangely, turned the rudder quickly, and turned around and drove towards the Lone Wolf pirate's ship. The two ships got closer and closer until both sides could clearly see the scene on the deck of the other ship. Hey! It seems that there is only one person on the opposite ship. Someone on the Lone Wolf ship found something unusual. Only one person. Ha ha ha, there really is only one person. Is this guy crazy? How dare he go out to sea alone? Maybe some rich young man is just sailing out for fun. In that case, there must be a lot of valuables on the ship. A bunch of pirates are already imagining how much they can get from Char's ship. Only the leader, Lone Wolf, frowned slightly. Is he a master? But he immediately dismissed this worry. In the small place of East Blue, there is no ruthless character who is a little famous that Al doesn't know. How powerful can the young boy on the opposite ship be? He is probably just an idiot who doesn't know the dangers of the world. Little guys, get ready to take over the opposite ship. Al drew out the long sword from his waist and shouted at Char's ship. The pirates who had been waiting for a long time shouted excitedly, and one by one they grabbed the long rope hanging on the mast and swung to Char's ship. In a short while, dozens of pirates had boarded Char's deck. Then they showed their weapons and rushed towards Char. Hey! I'm bored to death after being depressed at sea for 2 days, so I'll play with you. Char didn't plan to use Conquerors Haki to get rid of these small characters, but stood up to meet them. It seems that he was ready to stretch his muscles. Armament color, machine gun. Hammer. Tomahawk split. Char rushed into the crowd, like a lion among sheep, and launched a crazy attack. How could these crooked little thieves be his opponents? Every time Char threw a punch or a kick, a pirate flew backwards. Either fell into the sea or fell heavily on the deck. In short, no one could withstand his blow. The whole battle process actually happened very quickly. In just a few breaths, the dozens of pirates who boarded the ship were beaten to pieces, and no one could stand. This scene not only scared the pirates who were preparing to continue boarding the ship, but even the lone wolf Al showed a look of horror. He knew that Char was definitely not someone they could deal with. Fire! Fire quickly! Sink him for me! Al screamed in horror. A group of frightened little thieves seemed to have just woken up from a dream, and immediately began to fill ammunition in a hurry, preparing to launch an attack on Char. But it was too late. I saw Char standing on the side of the ship, bending his legs slightly, and then kicking hard. He flew towards the lone wolf like a cannonball. After Char's body drew an arc in the air, he landed steadily on the deck of the lone wolf. All of you, come together. Kill him. Whoever cuts off his head, I will give him 1,000,000 Baileys. And I will give him 10 women in the cabin. Lone Wolf knew that things were not going well, so he wanted to use money and women to stimulate his men to fight for their lives. Sure enough, there must be brave men under a big reward. When the pirates who had already retreated heard about money and women, their eyes suddenly showed a fierce light. That's 1,000,000 Baileys. And there are 10 first-class beauties. So they went crazy and started to rush towards Char desperately. But a petty thief is a petty thief after all, so what if he doesn't want to die? Char was not afraid at all, and he punched and kicked them, and even used Haki without hesitation. Soon, these crazy pirates were all knocked down by Char, leaving only the lone wolf Al and his 2 men standing on the second-floor deck trembling. "My lord, please let me go." The lone wolf Al knelt on the ground with a thud. Reading is fun every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. 013 Target, Shields Town, please collect and give flowers. Hey! You are a notorious pirate, so have some backbone. Seeing Lone Wolf kneeling down and begging for mercy, Char was speechless. "My lord, please let me go. I am willing to offer all my money and women." "Oh." Char raised his eyebrows and said "oh" without comment. Seeing that Char did not show much interest, Lone Wolf Al hurriedly said, "The money I have plundered over the years has added up to more than 10,000,000 Baileys." More than 10,000,000. Char was a little tempted. After all, more than 10,000,000 gold coins is not a small amount for him now. Once on the Grand Line, there will be a lot of places to spend money. And these are all illegal assets robbed by pirates, so don't miss it. "Where is the money?" Char asked lightly. "I hid all the gold coins in a place that only I know. If you promise to let me go, I will tell you the location." "Okay, I promise you." After a little thought, Char agreed to Lone Wolf. Anyway, this guy is just an insignificant little character, and it doesn't make much difference whether he is killed or not. Besides, Char said he promised him, but he didn't say what he promised. Lone Wolf saw Char give in, and a sinister light flashed in his eyes. "The treasure is, go to hell." Taking advantage of Char's attention not on him, El suddenly attacked. The hand that was originally retracted in his sleeve stretched out to Char's lower abdomen like lightning, bringing a cold light. He hid a weapon in his sleeve. He succeeded. Seeing that the short sword was about to stab Char, El was ecstatic. But the next second, his ecstasy froze on his face. He didn't know that before the short sword touched Char's body, Char had already activated the armament color hardening. So the short sword made a crisp sound and broke into 2 pieces. "It seems that you have no sincerity, then, go to hell." Char raised the corner of his mouth and said sarcastically. "Wait. My lord, I was wrong. I will tell you the location of the treasure right now." "No." El knew that Char had the intention to kill, and quickly begged for mercy. But it was too late. Armament Haki, battle axe chop. Char, who had already jumped high, chopped his leg down fiercely. L, who looked ashen, only saw a sole of a shoe constantly enlarged in his eyes. Boom! The sole of the shoe hit L's forehead. In an instant, countless wood chips flew up, and L, who was hit, smashed the deck directly with his face down, and the momentum continued, and he kept crashing through 2 decks before stopping. At this time, its head had been twisted to a scary angle, and it was obvious that its neck had been broken, and it couldn't be deader. Seeing such a terrifying attack by Char, the 2 men who were originally guarding behind L had collapsed to the ground. There were faint traces of water on the deck below their buttocks, and the 2 guys were so scared that they peed. "Hey, what are you 2 doing?" Char turned his eyes to the 2 of them and asked. The 2 pirates shuddered with fear and rushed to answer. It turned out that one of the 2 men was the first mate and the other was the navigator. Great! With the navigator, we don't have to be a headless fly anymore. And the other one is the first mate of the lone wolf, so he must know the quantity and storage points of the materials on the ship, which will make it convenient for Char to plunder the property. There was almost no need for Char to interrogate him. The first mate consciously told Char all the valuable things on the ship and promised to move them all out for Char. So Char asked him to organize all the crew members who were not dead, and then go down to the cabin to move all the valuable materials to Char's ship. The navigator accompanied Char to the place where the women were imprisoned. The navigator took Char around in the belly of the ship for a long time before they came to the door of a room at the bottom of the ship. Creak! As soon as the door opened, Char smelled a strong stench of feces. This place should be used to keep livestock. A group of women were squatting in the dim room, all huddled in the corner of the room. When they saw Char and the other man open the door and come in, they all began to tremble. "Don't be afraid, I'm here to take you away from here, you can all come out." Char tried to make his tone sound calmer. The women were all stunned, and then looked at each other, seemingly not believing that this was the truth. However, when the first brave woman slowly walked out of the room, the others also plucked up the courage to follow one after another. It was not until they boarded the deck of the ship that they knew what had happened. The notorious lone wolf pirates were actually annihilated by this young man alone. They knew very well how powerful and vicious Lone Wolf Al was. Someone who could destroy the entire pirate group alone must be a powerful person. The women who felt saved cried with joy. "Okay, don't cry, where are you all from?" Char was most afraid of this kind of scene, so he quickly changed the topic. After asking, Char found out that these beautiful women were all brought from Shields Town by Lone Wolf Al. Shields Town? Isn't that where Char was going? Char quickly called the navigator to ask about their current location. After asking, Char learned that his route was completely off the track. Originally, he planned to go to Kobo Island first, then stay for a while before going to Shields Town. As a result, he had been running around these days and had actually crossed Kobo Island. It's really embarrassing. The navigator must not know about this. Char said in his heart. Well, it just so happens that I also came from Kobo Island and went to Shields Town. I'll take you back with me. Hearing what Char said, a group of women immediately became grateful. After Char settled the women, the first mate also moved all the valuable materials on the Lone Wolf to Char's ship, even the dozen cannons. After the calculation, this batch of miscellaneous things was worth millions of Baileys. Char's mouth was about to smile crookedly. Okay. First mate, you lead these guys to work on the deck, and navigator, you are responsible for guiding the course. Destination, Shields Town. How dare the pirates disobey, and they got busy after receiving the order. Char's ship slowly headed towards Shields Town. 014 AI Lee's sister, please collect and give flowers. Since he had a bunch of coolies, Char naturally didn't have to worry about sailing anymore. He just needed to be a hands-off boss. So he ordered the first mate to find a lounge chair and lie comfortably on the deck to bask in the sun. It seems that it's time to recruit some partners, otherwise I can't sail far alone. Char finally realized the problem of specialization and began to consider recruiting partners. A navigator is a must, and then a shipwright, a doctor, and 2 more thugs like Zorro would be perfect. Char counted on his fingers. Steal the coolies from the lone wolf pirates? Forget it, those guys can only be considered as petty thieves in places like East Blue, and what can you expect from them on the Grand Line? It's good not to be dragged down by them. After all, Char has seen too many teammates who are like pigs. So his idea is that the crew is more about quality, not quantity. Just like Luffy and his gang, there are only a few of them, but they have made such a big name on the Grand Line. Hey, when can I find a suitable partner? Char stretched helplessly. Big brother, hello. A timid voice sounded in Char's ears. Hey. Char sat up and looked over. The one who called him was a little girl who looked only 10 years old. The little girl was not tall, wearing a simple coarse cloth dress, and her face was a little dirty. But this could not hide her delicate features. If she was washed and changed into a beautiful dress, she would definitely be a real beauty. Hey? Little sister, are you also robbed by them in Shields Town? Why haven't I seen you? I have been hiding beside Aunt Domi. The little girl whispered. Is that so? What do you want to talk to me about? I want you to help me find my sister. Looking for my sister? What's the matter? Then the little girl explained her purpose to Char. The little girl's name was Ailey, and she was also kidnapped from Shields Town by the lone wolf pirates. However, unlike other kidnapped women, Ailey was not from the town, but followed her sister from other places. Because her sister said she had something to do, she asked her to wait alone in the hotel. Unexpectedly, she encountered the lone wolf pirates who came to rob the town, so she was separated from her sister. After hearing this, Char immediately agreed to Ailey's request. Anyway, he would need to stay in the town for a while to deal with the spoils, so he would help little Ailey find her sister. 2 days later, Shields Town. Char's ship slowly docked in the port. When the group of rescued women got off the ship, they were immediately recognized by the busy workers at the port. Look! Isn't that Domi? She's back. And Sheffield and Jasmine are here too. Oh my god, all the women kidnapped by the lone wolf are back. The port of the entire Shields Town was boiling. The news that the kidnapped women had returned safely spread quickly throughout the town. Soon, the families of these women heard the news and rushed to the port to greet them. Seeing these women hugging and crying with their families, the little Ailey beside Char showed a lost look. Maybe sister hasn't finished her business yet. Let's go to the hotel to ask about it later, okay? Char comforted. Ailey nodded obediently. Char returned all the women to their families in a grateful voice. And he also returned all the treasures that Lone Wolf had robbed from the mayor to the townspeople. Therefore, he felt the gratitude of the townspeople again. After dealing with these, Char set about dealing with the pirates on the Lone Wolf. This mob would only waste food if they continued to stay on the ship, so Char decided to send them all away. Of course, he couldn't help but warn them before leaving, so that they would not do evil again. Naturally, they nodded in agreement and then dispersed. Only then did Char take little Ailey to the hotel in the town. Unfortunately, during the time when little Ailey was robbed, his sister had not returned to the hotel. Char could only comfort little Ailey and tell her not to worry, and promised to accompany her to wait in the hotel for a while. Little Ailey, of course, listened to Char's instructions and agreed. So the two sat down in the hotel and prepared to eat something first. Have you heard? Count Baroque in the neighboring town was assassinated. Really? God has opened his eyes, and that BD has finally been punished. Alas, it's a pity that he was not killed. What happened? Char's ears moved and heard what the two students at the next table were talking about. I heard that it was a female thief who disguised herself as a servant and sneaked into Baroque's house to assassinate, but was discovered and failed. The female thief is still being hunted by Baroque's top thug. Did she catch her? I don't know. Anyway, this matter is quite a big deal. I heard that the female thief fled to our town. Aren't the Marines looking for her everywhere? What? I was wondering why there were Marines everywhere in the town. It turns out they were trying to catch people. Char was shocked. What is the identity of this Count Baroque? Even the Marines were alarmed? And this female thief seems to be no simple matter. At this moment, a group of fully armed Marine soldiers rushed into the hotel lobby and began to search the hotel. Has anyone seen this person? If someone reports and confirms that the information is true, they can get a government reward of 100,000 baileys. One of the Marine soldiers held up a wanted order and gestured to the people in the lobby. After the soldier showed the photo, Char felt that the little Ellie beside him was trembling. What's wrong, Ellie? Char asked in a low voice. Brother Char, the person in the photo, is my sister. Ellie answered in a low voice with horror on her face. Ellie's sister is the female thief? Judging from the conversation between the two people next to him just now, the Baroque Count should not be a good thing. So Ellie's sister should have a reason for doing this. Don't be nervous, Ellie, I'll help you find a way. Just as Char was thinking about how to help, a shout came from the street outside. Found it! The female thief is in the church east of the town. 11 reads books every day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 015 Duel with Marine Captain, asking for flowers, collection. Marine in the hall heard the shouting outside the door and immediately stopped searching. Then they quickly gathered together and left the hotel, probably to surround the female thief. What should I do? They are going to catch my sister. Little Ellie pulled Char's clothes in panic. After thinking for a moment, Char decided to save Ellie's sister himself. So he asked Ellie to wait for him in the hotel, and went to the east of the town alone. When Char rushed to the church, he saw a woman surrounded by dozens of Marines in the square in front of the church. There were many Marine bodies lying around the square, and it seemed that the battle was very fierce. The surrounded woman seemed to be injured and was struggling to confront the Marine. Don't shoot, Lord Sheridan has an order to catch her alive. The leading officer ordered. The soldiers who received the order slowly surrounded them. Seeing that the encirclement was getting smaller and smaller, the injured woman showed despair in her eyes and was ready to fight with this group. Hey! Stop it! A discordant voice sounded in the square. The Marine soldiers looked over immediately. A young man walked towards the Marines carelessly. It was Char who came to rescue them. Who are you? How dare you hinder the Marines from catching the wanted criminal? The leading officer asked. Char ignored the officer's question and said to the woman in the encirclement, Ailey's sister. The girl was stunned and nodded subconsciously. Fortunately, I arrived in time. I came to save you. Char said with a smile. The Marine leader felt that he was ignored and said angrily, You are too arrogant, kid. Do you think we Marines are air? What do you have to do with me whether you are air or something else? You. Very good, since you want to be with the criminal, don't blame me, Captain Yamada, you are not polite. Kill him. The Marine officer said angrily. Not distinguishing right from wrong, is this what you Marines call justice? In my opinion, it's bullshit. Char rushed up without waiting for the other side to take action. Armament color, machine gun. Char, with full firepower, was like a bowling ball rushing into a pile of pins, beating all the Marines along the way and heading straight for the Marine officer in the center. Haki. You can actually use Haki. Seeing Char's shiny black fists, the Marine officer knew what kind of power this was. In the Marine training system, physical training and Haki are very important. Every Marine general above the Vice Admiral can use Haki. As a Marine captain, he has seen pigs run even if he has not eaten pigs, so of course he knows Haki. Shocked, Yamada hurriedly raised his knife to block. Dang! Char's fist hit the saber hard, and Yamada flew backwards like a cannonball, crashing through the wall of the church and falling in. But he stood up again soon. Among the people who were hit by my Haki machine gun, you are the first one who can stand up again. You are worthy of being a Marine captain. Char said with some surprise. I was just careless just now, prepare to die. Shave. With a whoosh, Captain Yamada disappeared from the spot. Char's pupils shrank instantly. 6 styles of marine physical techniques. Yamada's move was shave from the 6 styles. This is a physical technique that uses explosive speed generated by the reaction force to move by stepping on the ground more than 10 times in an instant, and the speed can be so fast that it can't be seen by the naked eye. However, Yamada's mastery of this physical technique is obviously not as exquisite as CP9's Lucci. After he disappeared from the spot, Char still captured his trajectory with his naked eyes. Armament color, hardened. Dang! Yamada's saber chopped on Char's forearm and picked up a string of sparks. Yamada, who missed the attack, quickly retreated and continued to use shave, wandering around Char looking for opportunities. It seems that you only know this one move. Seeing that Yamada was slow to use other moves, Char smiled slightly. Observation Haki. The moment Haki was activated, the world in Char's eyes became slow. He even felt that he could see every step of Yamada. I got you. Armament Haki, heavy hammer. Char punched out with both fists, aiming at the place where Yamada would appear next. Yamada was horrified. But he couldn't stop himself. Bang! The heavy punch hit Yamada's lower abdomen. His eyes bulged and he flew out with an expression of disbelief. Yamada's body rolled on the ground for dozens of meters before stopping. He reluctantly said a few words observation Haki. And died. Marine Captain, one-hit kill. For a moment, the square fell into a state of silence. Captain Yamada is dead. Run! The remaining Marine soldiers woke up one by one as if from a dream and fled in a hurry. Char was too lazy to chase after these small soldiers and crabs. He walked straight to the girl, stretched out his hand with a smile, and said, "Hello, I'm Char." The girl suddenly recovered from her shock, took Char's hand and stood up. "Hello. Hello, my name is Freya. Reading is fun every day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 016 a reward of 30 million. Please give flowers and collect." At a close distance, Char saw the girl's appearance clearly. Even though she was injured in the battle and looked very weak, this still couldn't hide the beauty of this girl. Her three-dimensional facial features, moderately long blonde hair, and a good figure made her incredibly beautiful and sexy at a young age. In addition to Boa Hancock, there is such a beautiful woman in this world? Char was stunned and forgot to take back his hand for a moment. Freya was stared at by Char so straight that a blush spread from her face to her neck. Please let go of your hand." "Oh. Sorry, ha ha ha, so rude." Char quickly put away his pig face and apologized, but the next sentence he muttered to himself exposed his true face again. "So smooth." Shelts Town, Marine G153 branch. Captain Sind has been standing respectfully in front of the desk that originally belonged to him for more than an hour, but he dared not express any dissatisfaction. Because the person sitting at the other end of the desk was the most important person he had seen in his 10 years in the army, he knew that any inappropriate behavior of his could lead to serious consequences. Since the former head of the G153 branch, Captain Monka, was killed by 2 little pirates named Luffy and Zoro, he took over here. During this period of time, he has been conscientiously managing the affairs of the G153 branch, and dared not slack off at all. Unexpectedly, there was still a mistake. A female wanted criminal escaped to the territory under his jurisdiction. And this woman who didn't know how to live or die actually tried to assassinate Count Baroque. That was Rear Admiral Sheridan, the younger brother of the terrible man behind the desk. Hearing that someone was trying to assassinate his brother, Rear Admiral Sheridan was furious, and then he personally led his men to the town of Shirts to arrest people. Blah blah, blah blah. The telephone on the table rang. Sheridan, leaning on the chair, answered the call. "Brother, did you catch that damn woman?" An urgent voice came from the other end of the phone. "Humph. You are horny and can't wait to enjoy yourself," Rear Admiral Sheridan said dissatisfiedly. "Hee, brother, you still understand me. If you didn't want to catch her alive because she was pretty, how could you let her escape? I have sent Yamada to catch her, and she will be delivered to you soon." "Thank you, brother, thank you, brother. Nothing else, I'll hang up first." After saying that, Rear Admiral Sheridan cut off the call. What a fool who doesn't think about making progress, right? But who makes him my brother? This made Captain Sin standing aside, neither answering nor not answering. Just when he was getting nervous, a quick knock on the door saved him. "Come in." The door of the room opened, and a Marine soldier ran in a panic, then stood in front of the table and didn't know what to say, sweating profusely from nervousness. "What's the matter, tell me." Sheridan seemed a little impatient. Report to the Rear Admiral, Lord Yamada he. What happened to him?" "Lord Yamada he's dead." "What?" Sheridan stood up suddenly and smashed the table to pieces with a slap. "What's going on? Tell me." The soldier quickly reported what happened in the town to Sheridan. After listening to the report, Sheridan's face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out. "Notify the Military Affairs Department immediately, draw a portrait of this kid, and issue a bounty order." "Sir, the bounty amount?" the soldier asked cautiously. 30 million Baileys. 30 million Baileys. Not only this soldier, but even Captain Sind, who was standing aside and dared not utter a word, gasped. "You should know that except for the pirates who have entered the Grand Line, the highest bounty for the pirates still active on East Blue is only 20 million. What? Are you questioning my judgment? Can't the guy who can kill Colonel Marine be worth 30 million? Yes. I will do it right away." The soldier hurriedly fled the office. After the soldier left, Sheridan spoke again. "Sind, gather the elite and set off for Sheffield town." "Yes." Sind's heart tightened, he knew that Sheridan Rear Admiral was angry. A storm is coming. Char didn't know that he had become a wanted criminal with a bounty of 30 million Baileys. After he settled Freya, he sneaked back to the town alone to pick up little Ellie, and he had already met Freya at this time. "What are you going to do next?" Char looked at the two sisters who were immersed in the joy of reunion and asked. Floyle looked sad when she heard this, but after a moment she stared at Char. Hey, why are you looking at me like that?" Char was a little confused. As if she had made up her mind, Freya took a deep breath and said, "Please help us get revenge and kill Baroque. As long as you kill him, I will agree to whatever you want." "Ah? Wait, tell me first, what is going on?" Floya then told Char why she was so persistent in wanting to kill Baroque. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 017 Seeking Revenge, please add to favorites and send flowers. After Floyd's description, Char finally knew who Count Baroque was. This guy relied on his elder brother's position as Rear Admiral in the Marine to become a local tyrant in Sheffield. Not only did he bully the locals, he also colluded with pirates to do some illegal activities. Not only did he smuggle goods, he also provided shelter for the pirates who burned, killed, and looted, and extracted benefits from their illegal gains. Over the years, many innocent people have been killed by Baroque. And Floyd's parents are one of them. That's why Floyd hated Baroque so much and wanted to avenge his parents. Wait, what did you say just now? Your father is an excellent navigator. Char seemed to have caught something from Floyd's words. Yes, is there any problem? Then do you understand navigation technology? Char's tone was full of expectation. It would be great if Floyd was a navigator. Just such a big beauty standing on the ship is already a beautiful scenery. Adding occupations, uniforms, and all that mess. Char felt that he couldn't continue to fantasize. Of course, my sister's sailing skills are amazing. Little Ellie replied. Really? Char jumped up excitedly when he heard the answer he wanted. But he immediately wilted after seeing the smug look in little Ellie's eyes. The two sisters have lost their parents and can only depend on each other. And his goal is the Grand Line, a place full of dangers that a child like Ellie can't go to. You can't always break them up. Ah! Char sighed helplessly. If you help me kill Baroque, I can join you and go to sea with you. Floya said solemnly. Really? But Ellie. If I really take revenge, I can't bring her with me. That's too dangerous. Floya looked at little Ellie with a loving look and explained. Now she is a wanted criminal in Marine. If she kills Count Baroque again, it will be even more sinful. Marine will never let her go. It is conceivable that she will be hunted down and hunted endlessly in the rest of her life. It is almost impossible to keep little Ellie with you. The only way is to leave Ellie and hide in the endless sea alone. What about Ellie? I have already agreed with her that she will live with Aunt Domi. Floya's hand gently stroked Ellie's hair. Little Ellie had a bitter face and tried not to cry. Although he got Floya's promise to join, Char couldn't be happy. He always felt that he had broken up the sisters. You don't have to be embarrassed. As long as you help us get revenge, it will be the best thank you. Char felt better when he heard this. In this case, let's put aside the unpleasant things and kill the villain Baroque and avenge Floya and her sister. After discussing for a while, the two decided to take the initiative to kill. Even masters of this level like Marine Captain are not Char's opponents, so who else in the small town of Sheffield can stop them from taking revenge? After finalizing the action plan, the two secretly sent little Ellie to Aunt Domi's house and then set off together. However, they didn't know that one step before them, Marine Rear Admiral Sheridan had already come to Sheffield town to wait for them to fall into his trap. Char discovered an interesting thing on his way, that is, the healing potion exchanged in the system can actually be exchanged in kind. That is to say, Char can use his points to exchange healing potions for other people to use. This discovery surprised Char. It's like having a doctor. You know, fighting is inevitable when sailing on the sea. As long as there is fighting, there will be injuries. Whoever can always keep his body and combat power in the best condition will have an absolute advantage in the battle. So this discovery undoubtedly provides a powerful boost for Char's future sailing journey. After taking the healing potion given to him by Char, Freya's injuries began to recover slowly. By the time the two arrived at their destination, Freya could fight normally except for the fact that the scars on his external injuries had not completely healed. That's where Baroque lives. Freya pointed to the luxurious residence in the distance. The appearance of the entire mansion is similar to a European castle, with a semi-enclosed structure. In the center of this semi-enclosed structure, there is a large open space with a radius of several hundred meters. I feel that the atmosphere is a bit wrong. After observing it, Xia frowned and said. The structure of the castle is very suitable for defense. If someone ambushes on the three sides of the open space, we will be easily ambushed if we enter from the front. What should we do? Do we need to go around to the back? Freya said worriedly. No, since we are here to seek revenge, of course we have to show our momentum. I want to kill through the main gate and see who can stop me. Xia smiled at the mansion in the distance. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 018 Hard hit Marine, please collect and give flowers. Boom. The gate of Baroque's mansion was smashed open by Char's heavy hammer. Two twisted and deformed metal doors instantly fell off the wall and flew dozens of meters into the courtyard before falling to the ground. When the dust cleared, two figures appeared at the gate of the courtyard. They were Char and Freya, who came to trouble Baroque. Baroque, get out of here! Get out, get out! Char took a breath and shouted at the castle. However, there was still silence inside and outside the castle, without any movement. Char, something seems to be wrong. According to Baroque's vengeful character, he can't tolerate your provocation like this. And now? Freya said with some worry. Char finally showed a solemn look. He had felt that the atmosphere was wrong before, but he was confident in his own strength. He thought that no one in such a small place should be able to cause trouble to him. Now it seems that the enemy may have known that they were coming and had made some arrangements. Aya, go back to town and wait for me. I'm afraid it won't be that easy this time. No, how can I let you go alone? It will be more dangerous if you go with me. Char explained, Marine is not that stupid. Since he knows that I can kill their captain, he still dares to wait for me to come. He must have some powerful means hidden. I can't let you take risks. Freya thought it made sense. Her current strength was indeed not enough to deal with this level of battle. Staying here would only drag Char down. So she gritted her teeth unwillingly, nodded to Char and ran away. Watching Freya walk away, Char took a deep breath, turned around and walked into the yard. Come on. I want to see what you can do to me. Baroque. Get out. Char stood in the middle of the open space and shouted again. Little devil, I didn't expect you to dare to come. You are too arrogant. A deep male voice suddenly sounded. Char looked in the direction of the voice and found a tall figure standing on the top of the center of the castle. When he saw the man clearly, his pupils shrank. The man wore a pair of black metal gloves on both hands, and he was holding a cigar between his fingers and puffing smoke. Behind him, a cloak with the two big words Justice printed on it fluttered behind him. Char knew that those who were qualified to wear cloaks were officers above the Marine School level. And the aura exuded by this man was far beyond what Captain Yamada could match. Then there was only one possibility. Baroque's big brother, Sheridan Marine Rear Admiral. At present, Char can still confidently fight Commodore, but Rear Admiral is quite tricky. Although there is only one word difference, the strength between the two has increased several times. But since you are here, there is no way back, so let's fight. It seems that you are Baroque's big brother, come down and fight. Char pointed at the man on the roof and shouted. Kid, you are not qualified to fight me. Fire 100 cannons and kill him. At Sheridan's command, the whole castle made a rumbling sound, and then hundreds of black holes appeared on the main body of the building, and thick cannon barrels stretched out from them, aiming at Char in the center of the open space from all directions. You! Is this Marine's method? Despicable! Char was angry. For a prisoner like you, there is no need to be moral. Eliminating evil by any means is my justice. Fire! Boom boom boom! In an instant, the whole castle was filled with smoke and flames. Hundreds of shells rushed straight to Char with a whistling sound. Char didn't dare to take it head-on, and kept moving around in the open space to avoid the shells. But the number of shells was too many and too concentrated, and it was impossible to dodge them all. Armament color hardening. Armament, hardening. Although the part that was hit by the shells had been hardened in advance, the powerful impact of the shells still made Char's chest feel stuffy. A hole. Take my shells. Char, who used observation Haki, raised his hands in the air, grabbed 2 shells, and then drew an arc with his hands and threw the shells back. Armament Haki, entangled. Whoosh! Whoosh! After the shells he threw back were blessed with black Haki, they were faster and louder. After 2 loud bangs, a tower of the castle was directly blown down by Char. However, Char did not mean to stop. He was so angry that he dodged while taking the shells and throwing them back with double the power. For a while, he actually formed a scene of bombardment with Marines' hundreds of cannons. Char was a commander without troops. Whether the shells could hit him or not, he would not suffer any loss. At most, he would spend some physical strength to use armament Haki to resist. But Marine was different. After several rounds of bombardment, people and horses were already thrown to the ground. The huge castle was almost turned into ruins by Char. Sheridu, with a grim look on his face, Rear Admiral finally couldn't sit still. He took off his cape and threw it away, then jumped down from the top of the castle. Instantly, Marine stopped the bombardment. Only Char and Sheridu were left standing face to face in the shattered open space. I admit that you are indeed stronger than I thought, but that's all, just surrender. Why are you talking so much nonsense? If you want to fight, then fight. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 019 The Powerful One, Sheridu. Please collect and send flowers. Although Char was very strong in words, he was not careless in his heart. Just when he was confronting Sheridu, he had quietly exchanged for a bottle of potion, and his physical strength was gradually recovering. He only needed to wait a little longer for his body to recover to its best condition. But Sheridu obviously didn't give him such a chance, and rushed over with a sneer. So fast! Even with the observation Haki, Char could only barely catch Sheridu's figure. This is the strength of Rear Admiral? Oops! Char suddenly felt a sense of crisis, subconsciously hardened his chest with Haki, and retreated at the same time. With a bang, Sheridu's black boxing gloves still hit Char's chest steadily. Char groaned and retreated 7 or 8 steps before he stood firm. In the first fight between the two, Sheridu obviously had the upper hand. Come again! Char rubbed his aching chest, shouted angrily and attacked. Armament Haki, machine gun. I fight, fight, fight! Char swung his arms with all his strength, and his 2 fists were swung so hard that only afterimages were left. Sheridu used both his hands and feet, and every punch and kick hit Char's fist. Every time their fists and feet collided, a slight ripple would be created, making a muffled bang. In a blink of an eye, they exchanged hundreds of punches. Boom! Char's armament Haki hammer hit Sheridu's whip kick hard, and the powerful impact instantly separated the two. Sheridu only took 2 steps back, and Char stepped back a long way. Rear Admiral's strength is so terrifying. You know, up to now, Sheridu has only used physical skills to fight Char. If he knew how to use Haki, Char would probably have been finished long ago. At this time, Char's chest was slightly heaving. The fight just now was not easy for him, so he secretly used a bottle of physical potion and began to slowly recover his physical strength. I didn't expect that you would be so skilled in using Haki at such a young age. What an amazing talent! If you join Marine, you will be able to become a general within 5 years. It's a pity that you chose to be with the most annoying people, so you can't stay in the world. Sheridu said lightly, his tone was calm as if everything was under his control. Humph, you guys who are making trouble under the slogan of justice, I don't even bother to join. Char said disdainfully. Really? I wonder how long you can keep your mouth shut. Sheridu bullied again, faster than before. The two fought again. But Char soon felt something was wrong. In the fight just now, Sheridu won because of his strong physical skills. And he was not strong in physical skills, but he had the blessing of Haki. Although he was at a disadvantage, he could still barely compete with Sheridu. But now it's different. Char had already used all his strength, but Sheridu's fist seemed to have become stronger. What was even more bizarre was that he occasionally got past Sheridu's defense and hit Sheridu's body, which sounded like hitting a steel plate, making a clanging sound. He was sure that it was definitely not Haki. Could it be? Just when Char was distracted, Sheridu suddenly jumped up, clasped his hands together like a hammer and smashed down hard. Steel, 10 tons of hammering. Damn it! Char couldn't dodge in time, and could only use Haki to harden his arms to withstand the blow. Boom! There was a strong vibration at Char's location, and a figure shot out backwards and fell on the ground more than 10 meters away. It was Char who was knocked out. Char, who fell to the ground, felt that his bones were about to break, so he spent 1,500 points to exchange for a bottle of physical medicine machine and healing potion without thinking, and took them quickly, which made him feel much better. You can still stand up after being hit by my 10-ton hammer. Sheridu was shocked when he saw Char getting up from the ground. You are a fruit ability user. Char stared at Sheridu. Yes, I am a steel fruit ability user. Not only can I control any part of my body to become extremely hard steel, but I can also control my body weight to attack. You have no chance of winning. Char's face turned a little ugly. Sheridu's physical skills were originally strong enough to pervert, and with this ability of both offense and defense, it was a perfect match. But it's not his character to give up easily. So what if he is a power user? I will still fight you to the end. Char, whose physical strength has been restored to almost nothing, attacked again. You are overestimating yourself. Sheridu sneered and went up to meet him. The two fought back and forth. From the open space to the castle, after breaking through layers of buildings, they hit the roof. During this period, Char was hit by Sheridu's pervert heavy blows many times, and he almost couldn't bear it every time. But he always replenished his stamina potion and healing potion in time, and soon recovered some combat power, and then rushed towards Sheridu frantically. I just have a lot of points, come on. Let's hurt each other. Now it was Sheridu's turn to panic. Although Char's attack caused limited damage to him, he couldn't stand the endless attacks. His stamina had been lost seriously, but Char was still a cockroach with immune to death. How could he not panic? As Char counterattacked again and again, he finally felt that Sheridu was getting weaker. Now. Conquerors Haki. Under the close-range impact, Sheridu was momentarily absent-minded. Opportunity. Armament color, battle axe split. Conquerors. At this time, Sheridu had woken up from his absent-mindedness with a horrified face, but what was waiting for him was Char's solace. Boom! Sheridu's body flew out like a cannonball, knocking down half of the castle, and was buried in the ruins. Marine Rear Admiral, kill. Happy reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 020 simulation, steal fruit. Please collect and give flowers. 1. I won. Although he was covered in wounds and in a state of disgrace. But Char still shouted excitedly. You know, the one he defeated was not some random person, but a genuine Marine Rear Admiral. How many days has he been practicing Haki? How long has he been out to sea? If he continues to improve at this speed, will it be long before his strength surpasses that of Vice Admiral or even Admiral? Just thinking about it made Char's blood boil. No, let's confirm whether I really killed him. Char still felt it was a bit unreal. So he dug in the ruins for a long time before digging out Sheridu. Really dead? Char touched Sheridu's neck and found that he had no pulse. Ding! The system detected devil fruit energy. Do you want to use the simulation function? Simulation function? What is that? Char was a little confused when he heard the system mention this function for the first time. The simulation function is to collect power fluctuations from the dead ability users and simulate and restore the devil fruit. The points required are determined by the strength of the fruit. What? Char screamed in shock. The system means that he can extract the devil fruit that he once ate from the dead Sharadu? Char felt his heart start to beat fast. If that's the case, wouldn't he get this fruit every time he defeats a demon fruit power? Wouldn't that make him a heaven-defying existence like Blackbeard and Teach? But if you think about it carefully, there are some differences. Blackbeard absorbs the fruit power after killing the ability user, while Char simulates and restores the fruit that has been eaten. So according to the rules of this world, Char can only eat one fruit. What a pity, it would be great if I could eat unlimited fruits. But even so, it is enough for heaven-defying. Just imagine, if one day he can defeat the natural fruit power users like Aokiji and Kizaru, how much will his strength be improved? Wow, then wouldn't it mean that the likes of the martial four emperors will be beaten up by me? Char couldn't help but imagine the arrival of that day. Do you want to use the simulation function? The system reminded again. Use. It takes 500,000 points to simulate this fruit. Are you sure? So expensive? Char quickly checked his points balance. Including the 300,000 points he had before, plus defeating Captain Yamada and Rear Admiral Sharadu, Char's points have reached 1 million. Just for killing Sharadu, the system rewarded a full 500,000. Hey! Fortunately, the points are enough. Confirm the exchange. At the moment when Char's voice fell, many glowing lines appeared in front of him. These lines formed a sphere and kept interweaving with each other. The light emitted by this sphere became brighter and brighter, and finally forced Char to close his eyes. After a while, the strong light finally dissipated. Char opened his eyes and looked at the place where the light just came from. A purple cantaloupe-shaped fruit was quietly placed there, covered with arabesque spiral patterns. Is this the steel fruit? Char carefully held it in his hand and examined it carefully. It's nothing special. Forget it, I'll study it slowly when I get back. I have to catch that BD Baroque as soon as possible. Char looked around for a long time but couldn't find anything to put the fruit in. So he had to take off Sharadu's clothes, wrap the fruit tightly, and then leave. Only Sharadu's naked body was left. In a hotel in Chafur town. Char slowly unwrapped the cloth on the table, revealing Baroque's head. It turned out that after leaving Sharadu's body, Char caught Baroque, who was trying to escape somewhere in the castle without much effort. So he killed the villain without saying a word and brought the head back. Char, thank you. Why are you being polite to me? We are companions from now on, so of course we have to help each other. Floya nodded slightly and stopped being polite. You have caused such a big incident this time, we must leave quickly before Marine takes any action. I think so too, let's go back to Shields Town and sail out to sea. So the two of them took little Ellie to Shields Town without resting. Then they sent Ellie to Aunt Domi's house. The two sisters hugged each other for a long time before reluctantly saying goodbye. As expected by the two. The news that Rear Admiral Sharadu was killed was immediately passed to Marine. Especially the vicious act of throwing the body naked was simply outrageous. The whole army was furious. Even the headquarters Marine Ford personally sent an order to hunt down the murderer at all costs. The reward amount was directly increased to 100 million Baileys. For a time, the name of Char spread throughout the Marine system. However, the protagonist of this incident did not know all this. At this time, he and Freya were already sailing slowly towards their next destination. Orange Town. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 021 Level 2 Armament Haki, please collect. East Blue, Char's white ship was sailing on the sea. After he and Freya said goodbye to little Ellie in Shields Town, they boarded the ship and went out to sea without stopping. After 2 days of full-speed sailing, they finally left Shields Town. At this time, the two were sitting opposite each other in the cabin, their eyes looking at the purple fruit on the table. Really not eating it? This is a devil fruit. Char asked again. I said, I won't eat it. Freya shook her head firmly. Why? After eating it, the body becomes hard and strong, so ugly. Who would want to eat it? Are you crazy? Char's mind was full of black lines. Women's minds are really hard to understand. Okay, if that's the case, put it away first, and see if you can sell it or what to do later. After that, Char put the fruit into a box and kept it. When Char first got this steel fruit, he was still very excited, thinking that this was the biggest gain of this trip. But he didn't expect that no one would want to eat this thing. Of course, Char didn't eat it because he wanted to leave the opportunity for better fruits, and Freya didn't eat it because she thought it was too ugly. Well, luckily devil fruit has no shelf life, otherwise if it goes bad, Char will definitely wail for the huge amount of points he spent. 500,000 points, how many pirates and marines do you have to kill to get it? Hey? Wait. Char then remembered that when he killed Sheridu, the system prompted a lot of information. Because of the shock and simulation function, he didn't pay much attention to the content of these information. So he quickly entered the system to check. Wahahaha! Rich, rich! Char suddenly jumped up from his chair in excitement. What rich? Freya looked at Char inexplicably. This. Nothing, I'll go back to the room for a while. The direction of the course is up to you. Char said and ran away in a hurry. The reason why he was so excited was that he found that the proficiency of armament Haki, which was originally far away, was full. Why is the proficiency improving so fast? Char asked in confusion. The speed of proficiency improvement depends on your intensity and frequency of use. The system answered attentively at the first time. So that's it. When Char was fighting with Sheridu, he kept using armament Haki throughout the whole process, whether attacking or defending, which made his proficiency improve rapidly. It seems that if you want to improve quickly, you have to fight against stronger opponents. Can I exchange for body tempering now? Yes, do you confirm to exchange for Haki body tempering? Okay. Char gritted his teeth. Although he had to experience that inhuman pain again, it was worth it to become stronger. Soon, that familiar feeling appeared. Even though Char was prepared, he couldn't help but groan in pain. But strangely, Char felt that the pain this time didn't seem to be as severe as the first time. After more than 10 minutes, the pain gradually subsided. Char looked at his hands and felt that his strength had at least doubled. That feeling was simply wonderful. Congratulations, your armament Haki has reached level 2. Level 2? What's the difference? The upper limit of each type of Haki is level 10. Within this range, the higher the level, the stronger the Haki. Char understood it all at once. In fact, this is the same as other people practicing Haki. The harder you practice, the stronger your Haki will be. It's just that the system quantified his process. But the advantage of such heaven-defying is that there is no bottleneck. You can rely on continuous use of Haki to increase the strength of Haki. You should know that many people cannot practice Haki to a very high level even if they spend their entire lives, and many people have not developed the ability of Haki until they die. And what's more terrifying is that every time Char's Haki is improved, his body will be strengthened once. This is equivalent to the continuous improvement of both physical skills and Haki. If it is strengthened 7 or 8 times like this, Char dare not imagine how powerful he will become. Don't say that those who only know physical skills and Haki but don't have the ability of the fruit are weak chickens. Look at Garp, with his powerful physical skills and pure Haki, he dared to say Sengoku, stop me, or I'm afraid I'll kill Akainu. This kind of words shows how strong Garp is. Moreover, there is no end to training, and even Garp, who is strong, dare not say that his Haki has reached the peak. If all 3 of my Haki are upgraded to level 10, wahahaha. Just as Char was in a fantasy, his boat began to shake violently. What happened? At this time, Freya pushed open the door and rushed in, shouting, "We are in a storm. Hurry up and lower the sails." Storm? Here I come. Char hurriedly followed Freya to the deck. At this time, the originally bright sky was covered with dark clouds, and lightning was raging on the sea. The violent storm raised huge waves and rushed straight to the ship. Their ship was shaking in the wind and waves, and it felt like it would be overturned at any time. Char didn't dare to delay and hurried to collect the sails. Floyd nervously steered the boat and kept adjusting the direction of the boat. The 2 of them fought against the sea in the storm. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 022 The Boy at the Seaside, please add it to your collection. The storm lasted for a long time. At the cost of a mast, Char and his men finally passed through the storm belt. However, they also deviated far from their course. Where are we now? According to my estimation, we should be near this location. Freya pointed her slender finger on the map. Are there any towns or islands nearby? I don't know either. You're a navigator and you don't know. Char was surprised. A navigator is omniscient? Who let you, an idiot, go out to sea with such a rough map with only a few place names? Char was scared when he heard this. He bought a simple East Blue map in the village and set off excitedly. Now it seems that it was indeed a foolish act without consideration. What should we do then? What else can we do? Of course we can only... There seems to be land ahead. Freya suddenly said in surprise. Char looked in the direction, and indeed a large island appeared faintly in the distance. The 2 excited people immediately got busy, adjusted the direction and slowly sailed towards the island. The white ship docked steadily at the dock. 2 figures walked out of the ship onto the dock. They were Char and Freya. I didn't expect there would be such a prosperous town here. Looking at the port with people coming and going, Char sighed. The world is so big, there are many places you can't think of. Let's find a shipbuilder to repair the mast first. Freya curled her lips and said. So the 2 asked at the dock. After some inquiries, Char and the others learned that there was a dock to the east of the town, and almost all the shipbuilders in the town gathered there. After Char and the others asked for the route, they set off to the east of the town. What they didn't know was that from the time they got off the boat to inquire and then left, the whole process was seen by a figure hiding in the corner of the dock. This man had a sly look and a long scar on his face, and he was not a good person at first glance. At this time, he was looking at the ship of Char and the others, with a greedy look in his eyes. It's obvious that this ship is not an ordinary ship. It's probably worth millions of Baileys. The 2 little devils must be fat sheep. And that girl, wow, she's a top-grade ship. I'll report to Lord Lewin quickly. Maybe I can get a big reward. The man quietly left the port after saying that. Char and the others soon came to the east of the town. It was a golden beach, with more than a dozen docks built in a row along the beach, forming a shipbuilding center here. All kinds of ships were quietly parked in the docks, which looked very spectacular. But the strange thing is that far away from this dock, there is a lonely workshop, which looks very shabby, but it seems to be a place for shipbuilding. At this time, a group of guys with knives were confronting a teenager in front of the workshop. Let's go and take a look. Char felt curious, so he called Freya to go over together. You little brat, Lord Lewin has given you a grace period of several months, but you still don't pay taxes. It seems that you are going to die. They all ganged up to suppress me. No one comes here to repair ships, and I can't make any money at all. The young man pointed at the dock in the distance and said angrily. That's your business. Since you can't pay the money, there is no need for this broken place to exist. Smash it for me. A sturdy man who looked like a leader waved his hand, and the group of men behind him rushed up to smash the boy's dock. Assholes! How dare you! The young man roared and rushed up with his fists clenched. Unexpectedly, the young man's strength was quite powerful. In a moment, he knocked down several men with his bare hands. Boy, you are looking for death! The leading sturdy man shouted angrily and rushed up with a knife. The young man was immediately in danger. The leader with a knife swung his big knife with a cold light, and almost chopped off the boy's head several times. The boy knew that he was no match for this man, so he dodged most of the time. Xia, who was rushing over, saw this scene. He knew that this gangster leader with a knife was at least a villain of the level of Lone Wolf Owl. Stop it! Xia shouted and finally rushed to the dock. You blind thing, dare you interfere in Lord Luan's affairs? Get out of here if you want to live. The gangster leader glanced at Xia and said viciously. I don't care whether he is Lai Wan or Chu Wan, I want to interfere when I meet him, no matter who he is. Xia said indifferently. Very good. You don't know how to live or die, then go to hell. The strong man left the boy and ran straight to Xia. It's a good time to come, just in time for me to experiment how powerful my strengthened body is. Xia's mouth corners raised an arc, and after avoiding the strong man's knife, he punched him hard in the face. Boom! A human-shaped pit appeared on the beach, and the aggressive man was already deeply trapped in the pit, his eyes rolled back. He was obviously dead. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 023 new partner, please add to collection. The arrogant minions wanted to escape immediately after seeing their boss being killed. But Char had no intention of letting them go. He caught up with them and killed them all in a few steps. Thank you. The boy thanked Char and the others, but his expression was full of loneliness. After the fight just now, the already dilapidated house became even more shabby, and many things were smashed to pieces. It seemed that the dock was destroyed. Only then did Char carefully observe the boy who looked no older than him by 2 years. The boy was very tall and his muscular body was very eye-catching. What was even more peculiar was that he had some strange features, which seemed to be the features of fish people. But the most eye-catching was a small mark on his forehead. The center of the mark was a regular circle, with 3 upward-pointing triangles above the circle and only one below. The hoof print of the 9 sky-flying dragon. Char recognized it. It was the slave mark of celestial dragons. How could someone with such a mark appear in East Blue? This was the first thought that came to Char's mind. You should know that this mark only exists on the slaves of celestial dragons, and the only slaves who can escape from celestial dragons are the ones rescued by the fishman hero Fisher Tiger 13 years ago. Sure enough, you also recognize this mark. Seeing that Char and the others looked wrong, the boy said a little sadly. Ah! We are just a little surprised, nothing else. Why did those people attack you just now? Hearing what Char said, the sadness on the boy's face faded a little, and he began to explain. It turned out that the boy's name was Kid, a hybrid of human and fishman, and he was marked with the slave mark when he was born. Because his parents were slaves of celestial dragons, he was naturally not immune. However, when he was 5 years old, a fishman climbed up the red line with his bare hands, made a big fuss in the Holy Land Marijois, and rescued all the slaves including their family of 3. After that, he drifted to East Blue with his parents, and came to this island to make a living by helping people build boats. Because of their slave status, Kid's family was ostracized by others and lived a very difficult life. Finally, a few years ago, his parents passed away one after another, leaving him only this dilapidated dock and a shipbuilding skill. As for why they had a big fight with the group of people just now, it was because Lord Luan, who controlled the island, would collect taxes from all vendors every month. Kid had no business here on weekdays and had not paid taxes for a long time, so the scene just now happened. "So you are a shipbuilder?" Char asked excitedly. "Yes, is there any problem?" Kid was a little confused by Char. "Great, then are you willing to join us?" "Join you? Who are you?" We are a pirate group." "Ha ha ha, although there is no name yet, but this is not the point. The point is whether you are willing to go to the Grand Line with us." "You don't care about my identity?" Kid asked cautiously. "You have to know that being a celestial dragon slave will bring a lot of trouble no matter where you go, especially on the Grand Line." But Char's answer almost made him burst into tears. "As long as you agree, we will be partners. I don't care if we are celestial dragons or not." "Right." Char looked at Freya and said, and got a nod from Freya with a smile. "Okay. I'll join. Anyway, the dock has been destroyed and Levin's people have been killed. It's impossible to stay here. Why not go with you?" It seems that Kid was affected by Char, and his emotions became excited. He didn't care whether Char and his gang were pirates or something else. As long as they were willing to accept and trust him, he was worth joining. "Great. In this case, let's set off quickly. We can go out to sea after we repair the ship." When the three of them came to the port excitedly, they found a group of people moving things back and forth on Char's ship. If Char hadn't been sure that it was his ship, he would have thought he had gone to the wrong place. Obviously, Char and his men were robbed. "Hey! What are you bastards doing? Stop it!" Char shouted at the group of people. At this time, a big man with a one-eyed patch walked out from the deck and laughed at Char and his men. "Hey, the little fat sheep is back? This ship has been confiscated by Lord Lewin. If you know what's good for you, get out of here." "Oh, I almost forgot, Lord Lewin specifically told me that the chick must stay, he he he." The one-eyed man laughed obscenely. Char was immediately angry. Not only did he want to rob my ship, but he also wanted to rob my woman? Oh no, rob my companion? He's just looking for death. Char, be careful, this one-eyed dragon is a tough guy under Lewin, and it is said that the bounty has reached 10 million. Kid saw that Char seemed to be about to explode, and quickly pulled Char. "It's okay. I don't care about a small character with 10 million Baileys. If he dares to steal my things, I will teach him a lesson about dominance." After saying that, Char rushed out, and Freya followed closely. Kid gritted his teeth and still felt that he should fight with his companions, and followed him with an angry shout. Kid, you two deal with those minions, and let me take care of the one-eyed blind man." Freya and the base nodded slightly and acted separately, while Char went straight to the one-eyed man alone. "You overestimated your own abilities, Kid. I will make you regret coming to this world. The last person who said that to me has 3 feet of grass on his grave." Char jumped onto the deck in a few jumps and confronted the one-eyed man. 024 Take the initiative, please add to collection. In Char's eyes now, there is no difference between the 10 million bounty and the minions below, but in order to vent his anger, Char decided not to let the one-eyed man die too easily. Armament color, machine gun. Char's fist focused on the one-eyed man's stomach like lightning, but he deliberately controlled the strength so that the one-eyed man would not be killed instantly. The one-eyed man was beaten up and fell to the distance. However, before he landed, he was hit by Char again. Back and forth, the one-eyed man was hit by Char like a ball. Every time he was hit, the one-eyed man felt that his bones were about to be broken, and the intense pain made him wail. But he had no way at all, because the enemy was too strong. "Stop, stop! Kill me!" The one-eyed man finally collapsed. "It would be better to die than to be tortured like this. Since you sincerely want to die, I will satisfy your request." Char punched him and sent him flying, then he kicked hard with his feet and instantly jumped to a place higher than the one-eyed man. Armament Haki, tomahawk chop. Char kicked the one-eyed man hard in the waist with all his strength. There was only a muffled sound mixed with broken bones, and the one-eyed man flew down at a high speed like a bullet. Finally, he hit the sea with a bang and did not float up again until half a day. But he was floating softly on the sea with his face down, obviously dead. At this time, Freya and Kid also solved the battle neatly, and all the guys who tried to steal Char's goods were killed by the two of them. What should we do next? Kid asked after looking at the corpses scattered around. Hey! How dare you rob me? If you don't fight back, you'll be unworthy of the name of a pirate. Char said with a grin, Kid, do you know where this Levin's lair is? I'm going to rob him. What? Kid was shocked by Char's decision. Who is Levan? He is the actual controller of this island. He has countless villains under his command. There are 4 bandits with a bounty of tens of millions by marine. Wouldn't it be courting death to go and kill him directly? Seemingly seeing Kid's worry, Freya chuckled and said, Don't worry, this guy's strength is far more terrifying than you think. You know, he just defeated a Marine Rear Admiral a few days ago. Marine Rear Admiral. Kid felt sick. What a powerful existence the Marine Rear Admiral is. Looking at the entire East Blue, there are probably no 2 people who can compete with him. How could he be defeated by the leader who is 2 years younger than him? What on earth is wrong with this world? Don't worry, follow me in the future, you can do it in no time. Char patted Kid who was in a daze. In a castle somewhere on the island. Why has One Eye not come back for so long? Lewin asked lazily lying on a chair. In front of him stood 3 men who were not good people just by looking at their momentum. They were the 3 thugs with the highest bounty under Lewin. Don't worry, Lord Lewin, One Eye will definitely handle the matter you asked. Maybe he is on his way with the woman. When Lewin heard his subordinates say this, his eyes were full of eagerness to try, and he obviously couldn't wait any longer. Hee. I heard that this woman is extraordinary. Today I can finally see her with my own eyes. Don't let me down. Just then, a soldier ran in hurriedly. Lord Lewin. It's bad, Lord One Eye was killed at the dock. What? Not only Lewin, but also the 3 thugs in front of him were all surprised. What a good-for-nothing. He couldn't even catch 2 little brats, and he offered a reward of 10 million Baileys for a pirate. I think 1,000 Baileys is too much. The 3 thugs couldn't help but frowned when they heard this, and they obviously felt that this was a derogatory word to them. 1 hour, I limit you to catch these 2 stinky brats for me within 1 hour, otherwise you will all be in trouble, understand? Lewin roared with a red face. Yes. The 3 responded and left Lewin's room. At this time, Char and the other 2 were on their way to Lewin's residence. Along the way, Kid also introduced Lewin's information to Char and the others. Anyway, he is a BD who controls this island by force and collects a lot of money from the people every year to satisfy his selfish desires. Such scum should be killed to rid the people of harm. Because of Baroque's experience, Freya completely hates such people. This view was quickly agreed by Kid. Because of Lewandowski's tyranny over the years, Kid has suffered a lot. Now that he has the opportunity to vent his anger, of course he agreed with both hands. You guys, stop. Just then, a discordant voice sounded in front. When the 3 looked over in the direction of the voice, Kid's face suddenly changed. It's Lewandowski's 3 thugs. Why are they all here at once? Kid whispered. But Char didn't take it to heart at all, and smiled. 3 is 3, just in time, so I don't have to find them one by one. After that, he took a step forward and pointed at the 3 people in front of him and said, Hey, you 3, do you want to fight alone or together? 025 kill them all, please add to favorites. Boy, don't be too arrogant, that will only make you die more miserably. Blake, one of the three thugs, sneered, "Don't think you can walk sideways after killing the one-eyed man. In front of the three of us, he is not even a scum. Don't argue with me, let me crush his bones bit by bit." Foley, a strong man with a body comparable to Jinbei, said fiercely. As he said that, he clenched his fists tightly, and his fingers were cracking. "Don't talk nonsense, both of you, hurry up and get rid of these little ghosts, Lord Lewin is still waiting for us to go back and report." Jefferson, who spoke last, had an impatient look on his face and urged. Blake and Foley quickly put away their joking attitudes when they heard it. It seems that Jefferson is the leader among the three. Xiaya saw that these three people completely regarded themselves as fish on the chopping board, and couldn't help laughing. "You still say I am arrogant? I think you are more arrogant than me. Come on, there is no point in talking more, who of you will die first?" He hooked his fingers at several people. The hot-tempered Fulai couldn't stand Char's provocation and rushed over first. Although this guy is huge, he is not bulky at all when rushing. On the contrary, he is very fast. Just after Fulai got close to Char, he shouted loudly and grabbed Char's two arms with his huge palms. "I said, I will crush all your bones." Char's face showed no tension when his arms were captured, and even a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Fulai was furious when he saw that he was despised. He squeezed his hands hard. And his face changed in the next second. Because the expected sound of bone breaking did not sound, Char's arm was as motionless as the hardest sea stone. "Impossible. Break it for me." Fulai exerted force on his hands again, this time he used all his strength. However, how could he hurt Char, who had already used the hardening of armed color? Until Fulai broke out in sweat and his palms began to tremble due to exhaustion, Char still looked at him with a mocking look. A chill suddenly rose in his heart, and he knew that he had met a tough guy. "Have you pinched enough? If you have no strength, then it's my turn." Char grinned, revealing a weird smile. Fulai's heart jumped, knowing that something was wrong, and immediately let go of his hands and tried to escape. But Char had no intention of letting him go. He sneered and pounced on him, attacking like lightning. Armed color, machine gun. Armed color, whip kick. With a few muffled bangs, Char's attacks all hit Foley's limbs. Foley screamed several times, and his huge body fell down as if it had lost its support. He kept screaming on the ground, and his limbs were shaking non-stop. Char broke his limbs in an instant. "You keep saying you want to break my bones, so I'll let you taste the feeling of having your hands and feet broken first." As he said that, Char kicked Fulai in the buttocks, which immediately caused him to scream like a pig being slaughtered. Blake and the other man in the distance couldn't help but tremble when they heard this. You know, they are the top 3 fighters under Lewandowski, so they know each other's strength very well. Although Foley is a little stupid, he is still quite strong. They didn't expect that he would be crippled by this kid in just a few moves. How could they not be surprised? Next. Who will go up? Char hooked his finger again. This time, Blake and Jefferson put away their contempt. They knew that the strength of this kid was far more powerful than they imagined. Show your true skills, go together. After seeing how powerful Char was, the two decided to join forces. Blake nodded, then shouted angrily. His figure suddenly swelled up, and he was pulled up a lot, and fine hair began to emerge on his limbs. A moment later, he turned into a beast with a human lower body and a lion-like upper body. Demon fruit power? Or Zoan? This time it was Char's turn to be surprised. He didn't expect to meet another fruit power user so easily, and it was still the less common Zoan. You have some foresight, but it's too late. You must die. After saying that, Blake rushed over with all his limbs, and Jefferson followed closely behind. The two attacked Char at the same time. The fighting styles of these two people are completely different from Foley. Blake's claws and Jefferson's fists and feet are very fast. But Char reacted faster. He had already seen through the attacks of the two and twisted his body to avoid them. When the claws and fists of the two were about to fall, a strange smile appeared on Jefferson's mouth. Clang clang. Jefferson's hands instantly turned into two sharp blades and went straight to Char's stomach. Careless. Char secretly exclaimed that it was bad. It was impossible to dodge at this time. Char could only transport armament Haki as quickly as possible. But this time Char was still one step ahead. When his abdomen was hardened by Haki, the tips of the two sharp blades had already pierced into his lower abdomen and cut along with it. Two bloody knife wounds appeared on Char's abdomen immediately. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and the wound was not deep. Another fruit ability user? Is the devil fruit so worthless? Char covered his stomach and took a few steps back, surprised. Jefferson snorted, and instantly turned his two sharp blades into iron claws like Wolverine, and killed him again with Blake. But Char was not panicked, but laughed. Hee hee. There are also strong and weak ability users. You are too weak. You are basically giving me fruits. After Char quickly used a healing potion, he exerted force on his feet instantly. Run! Char's figure blurred, and then he turned into a blurred figure and rushed towards Jefferson and the others like lightning. The two were shocked and had no time to do anything, and saw a dark fist with a metallic luster enlarged in front of them. Boom! The two fierce blows turned Jefferson and the others' faces into a ball of mud. After the two flew back dozens of meters, they rolled to the ground and did not move. All three thugs under Lewandowski were solved. Reading books every day is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. 026 killing towards Lewandowski's lair, please collect. Char ignored the two unlucky guys who were beaten so badly that their mothers couldn't recognize them. Instead, he turned his head to look at the distance he had just moved and shook his head. Ah, my physical skills are still a little weak. My speed is not as fast as the Marine 6 Styles shave. It turned out that Char's move just now was to imitate the shave in the 6 Styles. In fact, the principle of shaving is not complicated. It is to step on the ground more than 10 times in an instant, and use the explosive reaction force to reach a speed that is invisible to the naked eye. Char had seen this move when he played against Captain Yamada and Rear Admiral Sheridan in Sheffield Town. This made him envious. Although he tried many times in private, this move required too high physical skills. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't reach the speed of Pervert. Later, after 2 Haki body temperings, he could barely imitate it, but the speed was still not comparable to Shave. However, Char believed that as long as he tempered his body again, he would be able to use it proficiently. Ding! The system has detected the energy of the devil fruit. Do you want to use the simulation function? Yes. Char chose to simulate without hesitation. Sorry, your points are not enough to simulate 2 devil fruits. Please select the simulation object separately. Ah. Not enough points. Char checked carefully and found that the system gave 2 simulation options. One of them is Zoan Lion Fruit, 300,000 points. The other is Jefferson's Weapon Fruit, which requires 500,000 points. Char had already simulated a steel fruit before, and the points for killing these enemies were only 700,000, which was not enough to simulate 2 fruits. It's really a penny that can kill a hero. Isn't this going to waste a fruit in vain? Char wailed. After weighing the pros and cons, Char chose the weapon fruit of 500,000. The reason is simple, because his point of view is that expensive is good. After a flash of light, a dark red fruit in the shape of a banana appeared in Char's hand. It's done. I say. Why are you looking at me like that? Char then realized that Freya and Kid were looking at the things in their hands as if they had seen a ghost. This is devil fruit. Kid said weakly. Yeah, what's the problem? You actually extracted it from them. Froya said in disbelief. Devil fruit is unique. This is a rule known to the whole world. Only after the original fruit ability user dies, this fruit will appear somewhere in this world. They have never heard of extracting devil fruit from a private person. Oh, ha ha ha, this is my special racial talent. Well, you will slowly see it in the future. Char laughed. Froya and the others let Char go doubtfully and focused their attention on the dark red fruit. On a path not far from Char and his companions. Hurry up! Hurry up, Laozi! You bunch of rubbish, if you go too late and Lord Luan blames you, you will all be in trouble. An officer who looked like a small leader was running on the island with dozens of soldiers. Boss, Lord Luan has already sent Lord Jefferson and his men to catch those little devils, why are we still going to join in the fun? A soldier running beside the leader asked curiously. You deserve to be a soldier for life. Even if we didn't catch those guys. Isn't it a show of loyalty to Lord Luan that we come out for a walk? Besides, what if we catch those little devils before Lord Jefferson and his men? We will definitely get a big reward. The leader was proudly teaching his little brother around him. When he was about to say a few more words, he suddenly saw a few guys gathered together in the distance and didn't know what they were doing. Aren't they Xiaya and his men? Hey! It's really worth the effort. So the leader drew his sword and shouted, Little devils, don't move. Let's catch them. Before he finished speaking, the little leader suddenly found a few people lying next to Char and his men. Isn't that Lord Foley? The two unrecognizable people next to him seemed to be Lord Blake and Lord Jefferson. The three most vicious big men under Lord Luan were actually annihilated. Cold sweat broke out on the back of the little leader. Retreat! Retreat! Retreat immediately! The little leader screamed. Boss, those little devils are right there, why don't we catch them and get the reward? A soldier asked weakly. Catch you big head ghost! The leader slapped him in the face, and then turned around and ran without saying a word. Are you kidding me? What kind of people are the three thugs? They are all ruthless characters with a reward of more than 10 million yuan from Marine. They are all dead on the street, and you are still stupid enough to catch them. Isn't this asking for trouble? A group of soldiers were confused and could only follow the leader to retreat. The sound of swoosh sounded in the ears of a group of people, and a man suddenly appeared in front of the leader. It was Xiaoyi. Why, you want to leave just after you came here? Aren't you going to catch me? I'm here. Xiaoyi grinned. When the leader heard this, his legs softened and he knelt down. Sir! We are just minions who follow orders. We don't know anything. Please let us go. A group of soldiers behind saw the boss like this, and immediately understood what was going on, and hurriedly followed the leader to beg. I can spare you, but, take me to Luan's lair. Xiaoyi said after thinking for a while. Ah! This. The leader hesitated and couldn't speak, obviously a little embarrassed. What? Don't go? Then I'll do it. Xiaoyi pretended to move his body. A group of soldiers were immediately scared and cried, and hurriedly nodded in agreement. Go. We'll take you there right away. So the soldiers could only follow Char and the others with bitter faces, walking in the direction of Lewandowski's residence. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 027 Plunder. Please add to collection. Luan's Mansion. Why haven't Jefferson and the others come back yet? Can't they even deal with a few little devils? Luan half lying on the luxurious sofa, frowning. Don't worry, Lord Luan. With the strength of Lord Jefferson and the others, they will definitely be able to catch them easily. The butler-like man who had been bowing beside him immediately said, besides, on this island, Everyone knows Lord Lewin. No one dares to go against you. Maybe the girl will throw herself into your arms when she hears your reputation." When Lewin heard this, the unhappiness on his face disappeared immediately, replaced by a smug expression. "Although it's the truth, I like to hear it. In the next 2 years, you will be responsible for collecting taxes on the docks in the east of the town." "Thank you, Lord Lewin. I will manage those boatmen well and collect more taxes from you." The man's face was happy, and he quickly nodded and bowed to thank him. Collecting taxes is a lucrative job, especially the dock in the east of the town, which is the most profitable area in the town. If you are responsible for the taxation of that area, you can make millions from it in a year. Lewin certainly knows the tricks in the middle, but he knows that he eats meat and his subordinates also have to drink soup, so he has always turned a blind eye. At this time, a soldier came in from outside. "Lord Lewin, those little ghosts have been brought back." "Really? I'll go and see, ha 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 ha, little beauty, here I come." Outside the mansion, Xiaya and the other two came to the front of the gate with a group of soldiers. The private mansion is built so magnificently, Lewin must have collected a lot of money. Freya said to the castle in front of him. "Hey, his free days are over today, I will rob all his property in a while." Xiaya smiled. In fact, he had already made this idea, and he didn't kill the group of soldiers behind him because he wanted them to be porters. At this moment, the door that was originally tightly closed creaked open, and an ugly fat man walked out, followed by a man who looked like a butler. The fat man was Lewin, and he was obviously stunned when he saw that it was not Jefferson and his 3 companions who came. "Captain Dobby? You actually caught them back. Those useless Jeffersons, I will punish them. Deduct their commission for a year," Lewin said hatefully. However, after seeing Floyd, he immediately showed greedy eyes. "Lord Lewin, The leader of the soldiers called Dobby wanted to say something, but when he thought of Xia's methods, he quickly closed his mouth. At this time, Lewin's attention had been attracted by Floyd's beauty, and he didn't notice the abnormality of Dobby's expression at all, and waved his hand. "I know. This is a great job, so you will get a reward. You guys go down first. I'm going to treat my beauty well, ha 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 ha." "Hey? Why don't you leave? Don't you want to live?" Lewin shouted at Dobby and the others. Hey, you idiot, is there shit in your head? You can't even see such an obvious atmosphere." Char picked his nose and said casually. "How dare you, a prisoner, scold me?" Lewin still didn't react. "You are so stupid. Let me tell you, your 3 big thugs are just weaklings. I have killed them all. Now I am here to kill you." Lewin's face changed, and he said. "They are all big pirates with a bounty of tens of millions. How can you do that?" But the confidence in his words was obviously insufficient. "Kid, this idiot has been exploiting you for many years. Now I hand him over to you. You can do whatever you want with him." Cheria didn't bother to pay attention to Lewin and said to Kid beside him. Kid just grinned, clenched his fist and walked over. Not only has he been discriminated against and excluded by the townspeople because of his identity as a descendant of slaves, but Lewin has also been exempted from all kinds of messy taxes and fees. If it weren't for this cruel exploitation, Kid's parents wouldn't have died so early. From this, we can see how much Kid hates Lewin. "Stand away from me, you pariah. Dobby, hurry up and catch them," Lewin shouted. The word pariah seemed to stimulate Kid. He shouted and punched. Knife. Fist. Shoulder throw. Spinning kick. Kid actually used the karate moves of the fishman. At this time, he was already red-eyed. No matter how Lewin begged for mercy, he was unmoved. He punched and kicked Lewin, making him scream like a pig being slaughtered. Char. Floyd saw Kid's emotions were a little out of control, and warned him. Char waved his hand and said, "Let him fight. The hatred has accumulated for too long and needs to be vented." Finally, Kid stopped after a last side kick that knocked Levan into the wall. Seeing Levan's miserable state, everyone except Char and Floyd was as quiet as a cicada, standing there in a cold sweat. "Okay, this idiot has been dealt with, and then let's plunder his property." Char walked up and patted Kid on the shoulder, and then said to the guy who looked like a butler, "Hey, you! Tell me where Levan's treasure is hidden." The butler was frightened and dared not hide it. He immediately nodded and bowed to lead the way for Char. "Gold coins, here I come. Read books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. 028 the first pot of gold, please collect." Maybe it's because he was afraid of poverty since he was a child. When thinking of gold coins, Char got excited. But since he became a pirate, how could he not love gold coins? Isn't the life of a pirate all about wealth, fighting and adventure? Ever since Goel D. Rogers said the famous saying, "Want my treasure? If you want it, go to the sea to find it, I have it all there." I don't know how many people became pirates for wealth. So a pirate's life without gold coins is incomplete. Lewin's butler led Char and others through the castle tremblingly all the way. Finally, he opened a very inconspicuous small door and came to a dim basement. The basement was not large, probably only as big as a cabin on Char's ship. There were layers of display shelves around the room, on which were placed many gold and silver utensils and dusty scrolls. "Is this Lewin's treasure house?" Char glanced at the butler, obviously not satisfied with the result. This is all the treasure of Lord Lewin." The butler trembled, his eyes were a little vague. "There is a problem." Xia's first reaction was that the butler was lying. "I'm afraid he still has a little fluke mentality. If Xia and his team don't kill him, they can take Lewin's treasure alone. It seems that you are not going to tell the truth unless you give you some color to see, kid. This butler's bones are a little itchy, you loosen them for him." Xia smiled. Kid understood, and immediately put on a cruel smile, and squeezed his hands so hard that they made a sound. After seeing the scene of Kid beating Lewin just now, the butler was so scared that his legs went weak. He quickly said, "Ah! I suddenly remembered that Lewin has a secret room, which is entered from this room. Wait for me to find the mechanism." His face changed very quickly. Xia snorted coldly, and the butler was so scared that he quickly accelerated his movements and groped on the wall. After a while, the butler seemed to twist some mechanism. A wall in the basement made a rumbling sound, and slowly opened a small door that could only accommodate 2 people. Xia looked into the doorway and found that it was a spiral staircase winding deep into the ground, and it was unknown how far it was. At this time, the butler consciously lit a torch and went down first. This winding passage was very long, at least 40 or 50 meters underground, and a few people came to a sealed steel door. "This is Lewandowski's treasure house, but I can't open this door. Not to mention me, even Marine's cannons can't break through it for a while." "Hey! Marine cannons are nothing. I want to see if this door can stop me." Xia shouted softly, and a fist hit the door. When the muffled sound like a bell echoed throughout the underground space, but the door in front of Xia did not move. "Hey! It's really interesting. You guys step back a little." Froya knew that Xia was going to use a big move, so he quickly pulled Kid back. "Armament Haki, heavy hammer." Char put his fists together, and the fists with metallic light slammed into the door. The place hit by Char suddenly sank into a pit. Many cracks appeared around the door. "Not enough? Come again." Char took a deep breath after retreating more than 10 meters. "Run. Armament Haki, heavy hammer." After a high-speed run, Char used a heavy blow again. Boom! The 3-person high steel door was knocked down by Char. The 4 people outside the door took a breath at the same time. The butler was shocked by Char's terrifying destructive power, while Char and the other two were shocked by the scene behind the door. All kinds of gold and silver utensils, gold coins, jewelry and colorful gems were scattered throughout the room. It was like a small gold mountain. My God, this is probably at least several 100 million Baileys. Not only Char, but even Freya and Kid couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Move. Move all. This is the first pot of gold for this captain as a pirate, not a penny can be left behind. Char jumped up excitedly. How much money can be earned by burning, killing, looting and fighting? It's more fun to collect the savings of other pirates directly. Char immediately assigned the supervisor to call the soldiers in and ordered them to move all the treasures to the dock. The soldiers had never seen so many gold coins before, and their eyes were suddenly straight. If they were not afraid of Char's force, they would have gone crazy long ago. All of Lewin's savings were packed into dozens of large bags. Char carried the largest bag on his shoulders and walked in front. Behind him was a huge army of movers, which was spectacular. When the group passed through the town, the residents learned that it was Lewin and his minions who were pushed down, and they all cheered and sent Char and his men off all the way. It can be seen how unpopular Lewin is usually. It took Char and his team half a day to move all the treasures onto the ship, and then with the help of Kid, they prepared the materials to repair the mast and set sail. Wow, haha! We're rich! So many gold coins! Char poured several large bags of gold coins onto the floor, and rolled around in the pile of gold coins. With so many gold coins, we can buy the best shipbuilding tools and wood. We can completely strengthen our ship from the inside out. Kid is indeed a very technical man. The first thing he did when he got the money was to transform the ship. You two are not allowed to spend money recklessly. I have a great use for this money. Floya took the gold coins on the ground into her arms and said to Char and his team fiercely. What are you going to do? Char and his team said in unison. I heard that the fashion brand Prisoner Brand from the Fishman Island has opened a branch in Logue Town. There are many new bags and clothes recently, I'm going to go shopping. Reading books every day on the 11th is fun. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 029 A quick way to practice. Please add to your collection. Due to the previous storm, Char's ship deviated seriously from the course. After leaving the island, Freya had to replan the route. It happened that when they raided Lewin's house, they found a detailed East Blue map. After studying it, they unanimously decided to go past Orange Town and go directly to the next town. In a blink of an eye, Char's ship sailed on the sea for 3 days. In the past few days, Freya has been obsessed with the East Blue map, and kept gesturing on it as if possessed by a demon. Char locked himself in the room all day long, and it was unknown whether he was counting gold coins or studying something else. Only Kid was left on the deck, hammering and repairing the mast. After a few days, the damaged mast was really repaired by Kid, and even a few undamaged masts were reinforced. In the room, Char has been sitting cross-legged for a long time without moving. Since the last time he narrowly defeated Marine Rear Admiral Sheridan, Char realized that his strength was still not enough. There are many experts on the Grand Line, and there are many people whose strength is above the Rear Admiral of the branch. He is the strongest fighter on the ship now. If their strength does not increase significantly after arriving at the Grand Line or even the New World, they will only be bullied by others. So the top priority is to do everything possible to improve their strength. After thinking about it, Char only has one way, which is to practice Haki and temper the body repeatedly. Hey, this method looks simple, but where can I find so many experts to fight with me to practice proficiency? Char scratched his head in distress. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Char, I'm Kid. Oh, please come in. Kid pushed the door open and walked straight over to sit opposite Char. Seeing Kid sitting down and not talking, with a slight struggle on his face, Char said, "What do you want to say? Just say it. We are partners now. What's so hard about it?" Kid seemed to have let go of a burden when he heard this, and said, "I heard from Freya that you still have a devil fruit, right? Are you talking about the steel fruit?" Char thought of the fruit that was simulated after defeating Sheradu. "Yes, if possible, can you give me that fruit?" Kid's tone revealed a kind of determination. "Of course, we are partners. But are you sure you want to eat it? You know, after eating the devil fruit, you lose the ability to swim. You are half a fishman. Underwater combat is the strong point of fishmen, and eating the devil fruit will make Kid lose this advantage. I've decided. I've figured it out these past few days. We're going to the new world. My current strength won't help you much. I need to get stronger. And I'm a craftsman, and I major in physical training. I think this fruit is very suitable for me." Seeing Kid so determined, Char stopped trying to dissuade him and took out the purple fruit. "Then I'll eat it." Kid stared at the fruit and swallowed. "Eat it." Char didn't tell Kid that it was very unpalatable. So Kid picked up the fruit and took a big bite. Just after chewing it twice, Kid's face suddenly became very interesting, obviously because the fruit tasted too strong. But he still resisted the urge to vomit and finished the fruit. "How is it? Do you feel anything?" Char asked quickly. This was the first time he saw someone eating a devil fruit, so he was very curious. Kid spread his hands and looked at his whole body, saying, "It doesn't seem to be any different." "Let me try," Char said, without giving Kid any preparation, and punched him. Kid was startled and subconsciously raised his hand to block. Dang! Char's fist collided with Kid's arm, making a metallic sound. "Hey!" Kid, who blocked Char's punch, looked at his arm with joy, and then said to Char, "Come again. I feel my defense is very strong now." Char suddenly had an idea, and after a little thought, he punched again. This time, he attached armament Haki to his fist, but the Haki strength and punching power left a lot of room. Bang! Kid's hands on his chest were hit steadily, and the whole person staggered back 10 meters. "Ha ha ha, although it hurts a little, but it didn't hurt me," Kid said excitedly. But he didn't know that Char was more excited than him. Because it was just that punch just now, his armament Haki proficiency increased by more than 10 points. Although more than 10 points seem insignificant in front of the total proficiency of hundreds of thousands, nothing can withstand the large number. If one punch is too little, wouldn't it be enough to punch 1,000 or 10,000 times? As long as he keeps fighting with Kid, his proficiency will continue to soar, and Kid can also improve his physical skills and fruit usage ability through this method. Char felt that he had found a perfect training method. "Ha ha ha! Kid, do you want to become stronger?" Char said excitedly. "Of course," Kid replied without hesitation. Char explained his plan and immediately got Kid's consent. So the two of them didn't want to delay for a moment, and ran to the deck excitedly to start the experiment. "Tired of fighting? It doesn't matter, Char has physical potion." "Injured? It doesn't matter, there is also healing potion." The two of them were immersed in the fanatical pursuit of strength, selflessly hurting each other. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 0:30 Blood Yasha Pirates. For 10 consecutive days, except for the necessary eating and sleeping, Char and Kid practiced tirelessly on the deck. Bottles of physical potions and healing potions were constantly drunk by the two, and Char's points were consumed rapidly. On the 10th day, the original more than 200,000 points were reduced to less than 20,000. Only then did the two stop their crazy practice. Although the consumption was very high, the improvement was also quite amazing. The person who benefited the most was Kid. After 10 days of practice, he had initially mastered the characteristics of the iron fruit and was able to steal body parts and change weight at will in battle. It was just that there was still some gap in strength compared to the previous fruit owner Sheridu. But this was only one point. The most terrifying thing was his physical skills, which had doubled compared to 10 days ago. Of course, his desperate training method was one reason, but more importantly, the person practicing with him was Char. In order to improve his Haki proficiency, Char tried his best to not hold back in the battle. So Kid was beaten up a lot these days. But he didn't care. In order to improve his strength, he fought hard. Anyway, there was a healing potion. He would be a brave man again after taking it. It was because of this desperate training attitude that Kid's physical skills improved rapidly. After all, the saying "the fastest way to improve strength is always to fight against opponents stronger than yourself" is not without reason. At this time, Kid was fully confident that he could easily defeat Jefferson and the other two with his physical skills and fruit ability. In other words, he is now at least a dangerous person with a reward of 20 to 30 million from Marine. Another person who has improved a lot is Char. In these 10 days, he can't remember how many punches and kicks he has thrown. Every time he attacks wildly, he will add armament Haki, and as Kid becomes stronger, the strength of his Haki becomes stronger and stronger. The benefit of this is that his armament Haki has been upgraded to the 3rd level. Observation Haki has also successfully broken through the 2nd level. Char exchanged the Haki body quenching function without hesitation, strengthening his body and combat reaction to a new height. This has made a qualitative change in his strength. If he were to fight the Marine Division Rear Admiral again, the result would probably not be as difficult as the battle with Sheridu. Aya, how long will it take us to reach the next town? I'm so bored. Char rolled on the deck and basked in the sun lazily. Since their points were at the bottom and they could no longer exchange potions for sparring, the two of them had nothing to do. Char was idle all day, either sleeping in the cabin or basking in the sun on the deck. He left all the affairs on the ship to Freya and Kid. Freya was doing the work of a navigator, making a logbook, drawing a nautical chart, and adjusting the direction of the ship at any time to ensure the correct course. But Kid was jumping around and hammering on the ship all day, saying that he was improving the structure of the ship. I'm so bored anyway, so why not come up with a resounding name for the pirate group and design a pirate flag? Char suddenly thought of this. They've been out to sea for so long and have always claimed to be pirates. But until now, their small group doesn't even have a name or a pirate flag, and even their ship doesn't have a decent name. Char immediately started to think about it. Well, the group name must be Haki, it has characteristics. Luffy and the others are called the Straw Hat Pirates because they have a straw hat given by Shanks. I don't have anything iconic, so what should I call it? Haki Pirates? No, this name is too stupid, and I'll be laughed at if I tell others. Iron Fist Pirates? It seems a bit vulgar, no. What should I call it? I must have been a poor student in my previous life if I can't even think of a name. Char held his head and said madly. Sya, Char, what are you doing? Char's movement attracted Kid's attention. I'm thinking about the name of our pirate group. Oh. I don't know what to call it. Char sighed. Kid's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he said excitedly, how about calling it the Fishman Pirates? No, it's not special. Karate Pirates? No. It's too ugly. Then let's call it the Kid Pirates. A hole. Are you the captain or am I the captain? Even if we name it by a name, it should be the Char Pirates. Char and the other person argued fiercely and wrestled into a ball. Shut up, both of you. Look at your stupidity, just call it the Idiot Pirates. Floya couldn't stand the two people who were making noises, and yelled. Char and Kid immediately became honest. Finally, after the three of them discussed, they finally came up with a name for their small group. Blood Yaksha Pirates. It means coming and going without a trace and being extremely fierce. After taking this name, Freya also found a piece of black cloth, painted a skull with an evil face as the group flag, and hung it on the top of the mast. And their current ship also naturally got a name, Yasha. In this way, the Yasha pirates, which would scare all the pirates on the Grand Line for many years to come, were established. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. 031 Papalia Island. The pirate group finally had a name, and the three of them were very happy. Char was even more ambitious and promised that he would let the name Blood Yaksha resound throughout the Grand Line in the future. And Kid, at Char's suggestion, had the pirate group's logo tattooed on his forehead, just in time to use the devil logo to cover the mark representing the celestial dragon's slaves. Everything was developing in a good direction. The 15th day after departure. We have arrived at Papalia Island. Freya shouted from the high watchtower. Char and Kid, who were lying on the deck basking in the sun, shuddered and immediately jumped up from the deck, screaming and running to the bow to watch. Since Char's points were used up and he could no longer exchange for physical strength and healing potions, the two stopped their crazy training. Char, the hands-off boss, spent his boring days eating, sleeping, and basking in the sun. Kid was diligent in maintaining the Yaksha at first, but after a few days, he was led astray by the captain and joined the lazy team. He wasted his life lying on the deck all day. So the two of them were bored to the extreme these days. When they heard that they had arrived at a new place to stay, they were of course very excited. A vague outline appeared in the distance where the sea and the sky met. It was obviously the Papalia Island that Freya mentioned. Is this Papalia Island? It looks so big! Char exclaimed, because even from a long distance, he could feel that the island was very wide. Of course, this is one of the few prosperous islands in East Blue. At this time, Freya had climbed down from the watchtower and stood behind the two of them and said, "Since we chose a faster route, this is the last stop before arriving at Logue Town. You must buy supplies for me after docking." Freya said viciously, as if he was dissatisfied with the laziness of Char and the others these days. Char and the others were so scared that they quickly patted their chests and promised to arrange everything properly. Soon, the Yasha approached Papalia Island and slowly sailed into the prosperous dock. As soon as Char and his two friends got off the boat, they felt the extraordinariness of this island. This busy dock alone can accommodate hundreds of ships of the Yasha class. You know, the port of the Kingdom of Goa can only berth more than 100 ships. What surprised Char and his friends even more was that the hundreds of berths at the dock were almost full at this time, but there were still ships waiting to enter the port. At this rate, the port will be full in less than half a day. What's going on? It seems a bit unusually lively here. Kid looked around and said, "Yes, look at those ships waiting to enter the port. You can tell at a glance that they are foreign ships, and most of them are pirate ships. Something must have happened here." Freya whispered. "It's really strange. So many pirates gathered together and didn't fight or make a fuss. Instead, they seemed to be attending some kind of gathering." Char frowned. After that, he grabbed a busy dock worker and asked. The worker was stunned by Char's question and said, "You don't know this? Aren't you here to attend the auction?" "Auction?" Char and the other two looked at each other. "It seems that you are just passing by. Let me tell you. These pirates and merchants are here to attend the auction held every 3 years on Papalia Island," the worker said with a proud tone. It turns out that the reason why this Papalia Island is so prosperous is not only because of its superior geographical location and vast territory. Another reason is that a large-scale auction event is held here every 3 years. In this 3-day event, rare treasures from all over the world and even from the Grand Line will be auctioned, which will attract countless merchants and pirates to participate here. At this time, the island is overcrowded, and the business of bars, hotels, and other industries is extremely hot. Over time, the popularity here has become very prosperous, and it has become a place where merchants and pirates like to stay on East Blue. However, Char still has a puzzled point, that is, so many people of all kinds will not cause trouble when they gather together? Hearing Char's question, the worker laughed and said, "The Ralph family is in charge of Papalia Island. As long as they stay on this island for one day, no one will dare to make trouble here." After that, the worker said goodbye to the three people and went to work elsewhere. It seems that this island is not simple. Who is this Ralph family? Kid pondered. No matter what their background is, it has nothing to do with us. We are just here to purchase some supplies. If possible, we can also visit the auction. Our goal is Grand Line, not such a small place. Char laughed. So the three left the dock and went to Papalia town. As soon as they entered the town, the three felt the atmosphere of carnival. The whole town was decorated with lights and full of carnival feeling. The streets were full of pirates holding beer and making a lot of noise, and the auction leaflets were flying everywhere. Char picked up a leaflet from the ground out of curiosity, and his face was shocked when he saw it. "What's wrong?" Seeing that Char looked strange, Freya and the others couldn't help asking. "Hey! This auction is really interesting. There's actually a devil fruit auction." Char laughed. "Devil fruit?" Freya and Kid looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. 032 The auction begins. In this pirate world, devil fruit is known as the secret treasure of the sea, and each one is very precious. Although eating it will turn people into landlubbers who can't swim, this has not affected people's pursuit of the fruit at all. Because each fruit may bring super strength and incredible abilities. But because devil fruit is extremely rare, the market price of each one has been hyped up to hundreds of millions of Baileys, and there is still no market for it. So when Char saw the leaflet saying that there was a fruit auction, he was so shocked. "What fruit is it?" Kid and Floyd looked at Char eagerly and asked. "It doesn't say on the leaflet, and I think the person who is bidding doesn't know what fruit it is. Unless you have read the Devil Fruit illustrated book, you can only know it after eating it." Char groaned, "But I decided to attend this auction to see if I can buy this fruit. If it is a Logia fruit, wouldn't it be a big profit?" Kid and the other two thought it made sense, so they agreed to Char's suggestion. Anyway, they now have hundreds of millions of Baileys of property, so they are naturally qualified to bid for this fruit. So several people first found a hotel to settle down, ready to wait for the auction to start in 2 days. For 2 days, Char and his group were completely immersed in the carnival of the town. During the day, they wandered around the town to buy some necessities, and at night they drank and enjoyed life in the tavern. This is the free and easy life of pirates. During this period, Char also kept a note, that is, when he came into contact with other pirate groups, he always asked about the Ralph family intentionally or unintentionally. However, these pirates seemed to be very secretive about the Ralph family and seemed unwilling to mention it more. In this way, Char became more curious about the background of the Ralph family. 2 days passed in a flash, and the number of pirates and merchants gathered on the island exceeded 20,000. And the town of Papalia finally ushered in the triennial grand event, the auction. A mansion somewhere on Papalia Island. Sir Ralph, the venue, and all the auction items are in place, and the auction can start at any time. A tall and thin man with black glasses said respectfully. In front of him, a man with green curly hair was half lying on the sofa with his back to him, shaking the red wine glass in his hand. It was J. Ralph, the controller of Papalia. "Got it. This time you take everyone with you, deal with it cleanly, and don't leave any traces." The man with glasses was shocked when he heard it, and said, "Sir, it's enough to let C take 2 people at most." Isn't it a bit too much to send the whole team out? Ralph snorted coldly, interrupted the man with glasses, and said, "Are you questioning my judgment?" "I dare not." The man with glasses showed a look of horror and bent his waist even lower. "Humph, attracted by the devil fruit, many famous pirates came this time, and even South Blue came with a few tough guys, whose strength is totally incomparable to those in previous auctions. And there are so many good things in this auction, the transaction amount will definitely exceed any auction event. So it must be done perfectly. All the valuable things, no matter who they fall into, give them to me." As he said this, Ralph stretched out his fingers on his neck and made a singing gesture. The man with glasses looked stern and hesitated. What if these pirates also have strong backers? Will it be troublesome if they die here? Ralph smiled coldly. There are so many pirates on the island, and it's normal for pirates to rob each other. As long as there is no evidence, who dares to blame me? Besides, what if there is a backer? No matter how strong the backer is, can it compare to me? The man with glasses relaxed his expression when he heard this, and said respectfully, "Of course." When he thought of the man behind Ralph, he was relieved immediately. Yes, in this small East Blue, who can afford to offend such a big shot? The man with glasses listened to Ralph's instructions respectfully and then backed out of the room, apparently to carry out Ralph's vicious plan. Until the door was closed, Ralph picked up the den mushi at hand. At this time, Char and his group were mixed in the crowd, pushed forward by the crowded crowd. The tens of thousands of pirates gathered in the town all went out and swarmed to the main auction venue in the center of the town. The venue is a huge oval building. Just from the appearance, you can tell that it can accommodate tens of thousands of people. There are several entrances in the four directions of the ground floor of the building for people to enter the auction. I don't know if Ralph is too famous, these swarming, unruly thugs and hooligans are queuing up to enter the venue. This scene made Char and his friends smack their lips. The admission fee is 1,000 Baileys per person, and the premium box is 50,000 per person. The guard guarding the entrance of the venue said expressionlessly, "So expensive?" Char was surprised. "You know, there are at least 30 or 20,000 people who came to participate in the auction. Even if the admission fee is 1,000 per person, it is tens of millions of Baileys. The auction hasn't even started yet, and they have made such a big profit. This Ralph family is too good at making money. Hurry up or not, there are still many people waiting behind." The guard's tone was full of impatience. Xiaya pondered for a moment, and in order not to attract attention, he chose to pay 15 gold coins and chose a high-end box. After entering the main venue, a beautiful lady came forward enthusiastically and led the three to a separate small room. At the front of the room was a one-way visible glass, through which the main auction venue outside the glass could be seen. After Xiaya and the other two sat on the sofa and waited for about an hour, the tens of thousands of seats in the hall outside the window were finally filled. At this time, the lights in the hall went out and the whole place fell into darkness. But just a moment later, a beam of light shone directly on the stage in the center of the hall. A hot blonde woman appeared on the stage. The woman held a conch in her hand and said in a sweet accent, "Welcome to Papalia Island. Now, let's start the triennial carnival." Suddenly, all kinds of strange screams, whistles, and shouts rang out from all directions. The whole audience fell into madness. Reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 033 The Missing Pirate Leader. Since the auction lasts for 3 days, it is easy to guess that the devil fruit will be auctioned on the last day. But in order to prevent the auction from being too boring, the store will still bring out some good things as the finale of the first 2 days. Since Char and the other two had nothing to do, they stayed in the box to see if there was anything worth buying. The first item to be auctioned today is a saber. Its previous owner was the notorious one-eyed Beria on the Bounty Grand Line. The bounty amount reached 70 million baileys. This sword. The host in the middle of the venue had brought the goods up and began to introduce them in a torrent of words. These things are rare for the little pirates outside, but for people like Char, they are no different from street goods. The bidding for this saber soon began in the hall. 30,000 belly. 35,000 belly. 50,000 belly. Soon the saber was bought by a small pirate leader with only a dozen subordinates. The following auction was a bit boring, with all the items being auctioned off being some strange and bizarre gadgets. Although the bidding in the hall was very lively. But no one in the high-end boxes said a word, presumably because they didn't like these things. It wasn't until a worn-out notebook was brought up in the center of the venue that it attracted the attention of Char and the others. Everyone, next we will auction the third to last item of today, a notebook of a shipbuilder. The blonde beauty smiled and looked around, and continued, "You must be curious why a notebook can be auctioned as one of the finale items. Because this notebook records the shipbuilding experience of the shipbuilder Acebagu in his early years. He is also the president of the Seven-Water City Carrera Shipbuilding Company in the Grand Line." Wow! As soon as this name came out, there was a commotion in the venue. The most famous shipbuilder on the Grand Line, he is a person that people look up to. This kind of experience notes of a great man must be a rare good thing. Char. I want this notebook. Kid was excited, staring at the worn notebook in the middle of the field. Okay, then buy it. Char smiled. He would not be stingy with the things his companions needed, and this would be of great help to their future voyages. Start bidding now, the starting price is 500,000 baileys. The blonde beauty announced the starting price of this item, which made the little pirates around take a breath. You know, the transaction price of the most expensive opinion item in the first half was only more than 600,000, and it was the result of fierce competition. This little notebook actually has a starting price of 500,000 baileys. 550,000 baileys. Before Char spoke, a faint voice came from a box opposite them. Oh? Someone is competing with me for it. Char raised his eyebrows and said calmly, 600,000 baileys. 700,000. 800,000. 1 million. The voice on the other side was obviously angry. However, Char didn't buy it and continued to bid 1.5 million. As soon as this was said, not only the pirates in the hall were in an uproar, but even the people who had been competing with Char on the other side fell silent. The guest in box 23 bid 1.5 million. Is there a higher price? Then 1.5 million once, twice, 3 times. This notebook belongs to the guest in box 23. Soon the notebook was sent to Char's box. After paying 150 gold coins, the notebook belonged to Char completely. Here you go. Char threw the notebook to Kid next to him. Thank you, Char. Kid said excitedly. We are companions, no need to be polite. Char smiled. Kid nodded and began to flip through the books impatiently, with an expression of surprise on his face from time to time. The next 2 items were rare, but they were useless to Char and his friends, so they did not participate in the bidding. In the end, the 2 items were sold for 5 million and 8 million respectively. The first day of the auction ended like this. Late at night, the lobby on the first floor of the hotel was still noisy, and the pirates from various gangs occupied a place to play. Char and his 3 friends occupied a wooden table by the side and sat together drinking. Have you heard that the leader of the Fox Pirates who bought the final item today has disappeared, and his crew has been looking for him since the afternoon? I know this, not only him, but also the leader of the Jackal Pirates who bought the second to last item is missing. The 2 pirates discussed in a low voice. Char at the next table immediately pricked up his ears to listen. It turns out that the 2 leaders of the pirate groups who bought the last 2 auction items today disappeared after the auction ended in the afternoon. Char and the other 2 looked at each other. It can't be such a coincidence. They disappeared just after buying the items. Could it be that someone is cheating on their fellow pirates? Kid whispered. Hey, we are all pirates, and it's normal for them to cheat on their fellow pirates. But what I'm curious about is that the guys who bought these 2 items are not weak among these pirates. Who has the ability to deal with them quietly? Char smiled and showed an unfathomable expression. You mean? Froya and Kid both showed surprised expressions. The only one who has this ability is the Ralph family that they are all afraid of. Char paused, but this is just my guess. Whether it is true or not, we will know tomorrow. 034 The Ralph Family Conspiracy. The second day of the auction. The passion of the previous day seemed to be continuing. There was still a long time before the first item was auctioned, but the huge venue was already full of people. Char and the other 2 naturally came to box 23. After all, 150,000 Baileys were the box fee for 3 days, not a one-time fee. The auction on this day was obviously much more exciting than the previous day, and the overall level of the auction items was greatly improved. Even Char couldn't help but spend millions of Baileys to buy several items. As for the last few auction items, although they were rare, they were of no use to Char, so he didn't participate in the competition. It was just that after these items were auctioned off, Char secretly wrote down the box numbers of these buyers. When the auction was over, Char asked Froya and Kid to go back to the hotel first. He picked a pirate leader who spent a lot of money to buy the Asian auction items and quietly followed him. Maybe the news of the buyer's disappearance the day before had spread among the pirates, so Char was very cautious in following the pirate leader. Not only did he bring several subordinates with him, but he also chose some remote routes to leave the venue as soon as he left. But this trick didn't work for Char at all. So Char just followed from a distance. Sure enough, after the pirate leader left the venue for a long time, 3 figures blocked their way. All 3 of them were wearing strange clothes and black glasses that covered half of their faces. Who are you? The pirate leader said in surprise. You don't need to know. A man with glasses in the middle said coldly and rushed up, and the other 2 moved almost at the same time. Very fast. Very strong. This was the first impression in Char's mind in the dark. Judging from the strength shown by these 3 people at this moment, they have at least the strength of a bounty of more than 10 million Baileys. After all, the pirate leader was a ruthless character who had been wanted for a long time. Knowing that he could not let it go peacefully, he shouted angrily and took his 2 men to meet him. After a burst of weapons and fists and feet, the 2 men of the pirate leader were killed. The chest of the leader holding the scimitar was also stained with blood. 1 encounter, 2 dead and 1 injured. At this time, the pirate leader was finally afraid, and trembled. You don't kill me, I am willing to hand over the things, I don't want anything. I will leave Papalia Island immediately. However, what responded to him was a cold light as fast as lightning. After the cold light passed, a thin red line appeared on his neck, and then blood gushed out. He fell down with a look of unwillingness. After searching the corpse, the 3 weird men with glasses found the things that were taken away by the pirate leader. You 2 take the things back to the mansion, I'll go meet up with the others. The other 2 nodded and prepared to leave. This was a voice coming from the roof above them. Hey! It's the Ralph family who is doing this. They sold the things at a high price and killed people to get them back. They are really good at business. The 3 were shocked and looked up at the place where the voice came from. I saw a young man sitting on the edge of the roof, swinging his legs leisurely. It was Char who had been peeking in the dark. You, die. The man with glasses spit out 2 words coldly, winked at the other 2 and moved together. The 3 moved quickly, and jumped onto the roof in a few jumps between the high and low houses. Then they carefully surrounded Char in the middle. Xiaya stood up calmly, patted the dust off his buttocks, and said to himself, why didn't I think of this kind of business that makes money without doing anything, it's a sure win. Oh, it turns out that I don't have enough economic sense. As soon as he finished speaking, the lazy Xiaoya's eyes suddenly changed. Run! Whoosh! At the first sound, Xiaoya disappeared instantly. The pupils of the three men with glasses shrank together. Before they could react, they heard a muffled sound. One of the men with glasses was hit in the waist by a black shadow, and his whole body bent to a terrifying degree, then suddenly bounced out, crashed through the outer wall of a house not far away and fell into the house. The other two were horrified when they saw this. But it was too late to escape. Xiaoya did the same thing, and in a flash, there were two more muffled sounds, knocking the two men out. Xiaoya looked at the three bodies lying side by side in front of him. The corpse had been searched thoroughly by Char, and there was nothing extra except for the clothes. The three of them had the same outfit, the same glasses, the same powerful strength, and the same cold and taciturn style. The only difference was that the three of them had a different letter printed on their necks, H, I and J. Although he didn't know the meaning of these letters, it made Char believe that they must belong to a disciplined organization, and from the words they just mentioned about sending it back to the adults' mansion, it was not difficult to infer the object of their service. Who in the entire Papalia Island is qualified to have a mansion on the island? Of course, only the Ralph family. It seems that things are getting more and more interesting. This Ralph family is actually doing such a sinister thing. But so what? I will still take the devil fruit at the auction tomorrow. If you dare to rob it afterwards, hee. Char's mouth had a weird smile. Reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 035 Fight for Devil Fruit. New week, please collect it. In the Ralph family mansion, in J. Ralph's room. Sir, the three HIJs were killed. The bespectacled man called A bent over and said nervously. Oh? What happened? Ralph, who was half lying, stopped shaking the red wine glass in his hand. When our people arrived, they had been killed. It was clean and neat, and one hit was fatal. I'm afraid it was done by a master. How does it compare to you? Ralph asked casually, as if the death of the three subordinates was nothing to him. This. I can't compare, but if I attack three people, I am confident that I can do it like this. It seems that we really met a master. You will lead the team in person when we act tomorrow. Don't make any more mistakes. It doesn't matter. Whoever buys the devil fruit must spit it out. Ralph said coldly. Then this master. A hesitated. Don't worry about him. How powerful a master can there be in this remote village of East Blue? It's fine if he took this item. Our main goal is tomorrow. If he doesn't know what's good for him and comes to make trouble, I will make him regret coming to this world. Understood. A bowed and replied. At the same time, in the hotel where Char and his group stayed, Char had already told Kid and Floyd what happened just now. I didn't expect the Ralph family to dare to do this. Aren't they afraid that the pirates will unite to deal with them? Kid was a little puzzled. It's not that simple. There are at least hundreds of pirates on Papalia Island during this period. The disappearance of a few people can be explained by gangsters eating gangsters. As long as they are not exposed on the spot, the Ralph family will not be suspected at all. If I hadn't heard their conversation, others would never have led these guys to the Ralph family. Char explained slowly. What should we do? If we take pictures of devil fruit tomorrow, they will definitely be targeted by them. Floyd said a little worriedly. Hee. I won't offend anyone if they don't offend me. If they let me go, I won't bother to cause trouble for them. If they really want to provoke me, then it's no wonder that I stripped their family of everything like I did with Lewandowski. Char had an evil smile on his face. On the third day, the main venue of the auction. The enthusiasm of the pirates participating in the auction has reached an unprecedented height. There is still a long time before the auction, and the hall is already noisy. Because today is the last day of the auction, not only can you see all kinds of rare things, you can also see the devil fruit lineup with your own eyes. That is a very precious thing on the Grand Line. If possible, they are willing to buy this devil fruit even if they spend all their property. Because with the fruit, it is equivalent to having strong strength. You have the capital to venture into the Grand Line. This is a pirate in the world. Who doesn't want to make a name for himself in the Grand Line and New World? Who doesn't want to own the lifelong treasure left by Gold Roger? So a devil fruit is enough to drive these pirates crazy. Perhaps everyone is looking forward to the appearance of the devil fruit, or wants to save their strength for the devil fruit. Fruit shopping. Although there were many good things in the auction that day, the transaction prices were not too high. This made the Ralph family, who hosted the auction, look unhappy. The person in charge behind the scenes had more than once instigated the shills hidden in the crowd to maliciously drive up the price. This made the transaction price look a little better. After half a day of calm bidding, it was finally time for the final treasure of this auction to appear. In order to whet the appetite of the audience, the host stirred up the atmosphere for a long time before slowly bringing out an exquisite wooden box. Dear guests, I believe you have guessed what is in this box. Yes, this can be said to be the most precious commodity in all previous auctions. Let us witness it together. The blonde beauty said as she slowly opened the wooden box. Tens of thousands of people in the audience held their breath and waited, and the entire venue suddenly became quiet. Until the box was completely opened, everyone could see the appearance of this finale treasure. It was an oval fruit, dark green in color, covered with spiral patterns that looked like arabesque. It was undoubtedly a devil fruit. We don't know what kind of ability fruit this fruit belongs to, but I believe that everyone here will not miss even a 1% chance to become stronger. Okay, now start the bidding for this devil fruit. The reserve price: 100 million Baileys. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. The reserve price of 100 million Baileys immediately excluded at least 90% of the people in the audience. Although everyone knew that devil fruit was a priceless treasure, it was still beyond many people's expectations that so many people were killed before the auction even started. You should know that the total transaction price of all goods in the past 3 days is probably less than 100 million Baileys. A small pirate group may not be able to get this much even if they plundered the property day and night for 10 years. Just when everyone was in shock, a calm voice sounded in a box. 110 million Baileys. 120 million Baileys. 150 million Baileys. In a short while, many people have joined the auction, but the bids are very small. After all, 100 million Baileys is already an astronomical figure, and every additional Bailey may be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. The price of the fruit is slowly increasing. Char is not in a hurry to bid. He knows that the previous bids are just small fights, and the real decisive moment is still to come. So he decided to wait until the right time to make a move. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 036. The dagger appears at the end of the road. New week, please collect. Before long, the price of this fruit reached 150 million Baileys in the ups and downs of the price. At this time, there were only 3 people still participating in the bidding. Every time they shouted a new price, they would hesitate for a short time. Obviously, there were not many chips in hand. And tens of thousands of people in the audience held their breath and watched the 3 people's game quietly. It's almost time to make a move. 160 million Baileys. Xiaya said lightly. Wow! As soon as Xiaya's price came out, the whole audience suddenly became noisy. Because he raised the price by a full 10 million. Who is that box? He actually raised the price by 10 million at once. I haven't seen him bid before. It seems that he is waiting for the end of the auction. I remember number 23, the guy who bought the shipbuilding experience notes. For a while, the hall was full of speculation about Xiaoya's box. Quiet, please. The guest in box 23 bid 160 million Baileys. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? The blonde beauty knocked the hammer in her hand in time, and the whole hall returned to order. 165 million Baileys. One of the competitors spoke up, but there seemed to be a hint of viciousness in his tone. 170 million Baileys. Char raised the price by 5 million without thinking, as if the 5 million was nothing in his eyes. He really has the capital. After plundering all of Lewandowski's property, Char already has nearly 300 million Baileys in his hands. It is almost a sure thing to bid for this devil fruit. Sure enough, when this price was announced, the only remaining competitor hesitated. After a while, a cold voice came from the box opposite. 171 million Baileys. This fruit is what our dragon pirates have set their eyes on. I hope you will consider it carefully when bidding. Char couldn't tell that there was a threat in his words. At this time, the venue was in uproar again. Because everyone was scared by the name of the dragon pirates. The dragon pirates. The strongest pirate group in South Blue. It is said that they have been to Grand Line. Really? Why would a big guy who has been to Grand Line come to a small place like East Blue to join in the fun? It's true. Their leader, Earth Dragon DK, is said to have a bounty of 80 million on Marine. 80 million. My god. I think the guy in box 23 is going to be finished. Who knows? Seeing how rich he is, maybe his background is not weak either. Char listened to the noisy discussions in the venue, but he didn't care. So what if a pirate with a bounty of 80 million is stronger than Marine Rear Admiral? So he didn't take the other party's threat seriously at all and continued to raise the price nonchalantly. 172 million Baileys. The whole audience gasped. Oh my god, he actually ignored the threat of the dragon pirates. My brother is awesome, maybe he's a tough guy too. Now we're going to have a good show. Char's actions obviously angered the dragon pirates who had been bidding on the other side. A sneer came from the other side. Good. Very good. I'll give this fruit to you, but I hope you'll live to enjoy it. Since the relationship has been torn, the other side began to threaten nakedly. Don't worry about that, I will certainly taste the devil fruit. Char replied indifferently, and the other side immediately silenced him. He must have been extremely angry, but he was afraid of the Ralph family who was holding the auction, so he didn't get angry on the spot. At this time, the blonde beauty who presided over the auction, under the protection of several sturdy men, delivered the box containing the devil fruit to the box. Char also took out a large bag of gold coins that he had prepared in advance. After both parties counted the items correctly, they exchanged the money and the fruit. Congratulations to this guest for winning this devil fruit. When you test the fruit's ability, don't forget to tell us. The blonde beauty said to Char in a very charming voice. While approaching Char, she stuffed a note into Char's hand, then left with a wink. Char, who was holding the note, was startled, thinking that the woman was conveying some secret to him. But when he opened the note and saw the content, he was immediately amused. It said number 12, Belt Street, West Town, waiting for you. There was also a big lip print at the end. It seems that she wants to make a date with me. Sure enough, Haki, a handsome and rich young man, is the most popular with women. He. But Char knew that now was not the time to mess around with men and women. After leaving this venue, he might be targeted by all the elites of the Ralph family. So he put this matter aside for the time being. After whispering a few words with Kid Froya, the three of them left the auction venue. As soon as they left the venue, Char and the other two headed straight for the place they had agreed on in advance. Not long after they walked out, Char felt that there were two groups of people hanging far behind them. It seems that in addition to the people from Ralph's family, the guys from the Dragon Pirates are also unwilling to give up. But it's good that you came, I'll deal with them all at once. Char's smile was murderous. A remote corner of Papalia town. In front of an abandoned clock tower, there was a large open space, and Char and the other two were standing in the middle of the open space. We've followed far enough, it's almost time to get out. Char turned around and said to the ruins behind. He, I didn't expect that the one who took the fruit was just a little kid. So, is this the place you chose for your own burial? Not bad, it's quite quiet. A sturdy man with a dragon head tattooed on his left cheek walked out of the ruins with 4 or 5 big men. This man should be the leader of the Dragon Pirates, DK, who was bidding against Char for the fruit. Char completely ignored DK and said in another direction. Come out, Ralph's lackeys, I can smell the stench on you. As soon as the voice fell, a group of cold-faced men in uniform walked out from the direction Char was facing. There were 7 of them. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 037 Counterattack. The leader of the 7 was the man called A. DK. The dragon was stunned when he saw the appearance of several people, obviously he didn't know the existence of the other party. But he immediately understood the intention of these people, and couldn't help but laugh. Kid, it seems that there are many people who want you dead. After that, he turned to A and his group and said, Hey, I don't care what grudges you have with this kid, but he is the target of my dragon pirates. If you know what's good for you, get out of here quickly, otherwise don't blame me for not reminding you. A flashed a cold light in the corner of A's eyes, and said coldly, You will die too. As soon as the voice fell, A and the 2 cold-faced men behind him ran towards DK the dragon like lightning. The other 4 rushed towards Char and others. Aya, kid, you deal with the 2 on the flanks, and leave the middle to me. Char whispered, and took the 2 to meet them, and for a while the 3 gangs were in a melee. As soon as Char fought with the other party, he felt that the 2 cold-faced men in front of him were obviously stronger than the 3 people he had dealt with yesterday. At least the bounty was over 40 million or 50 million. How could there be so many powerful guys hidden on Papalia Island? And they looked like they were just other people's men. Such a thought flashed through Char's mind. He quickly glanced at Froya and the other 2 with the corner of his eye. Fortunately, the other 2 people fighting with them were relatively weaker, and Kid's strength was enough to deal with them. Char didn't want to waste time, and he attacked the 2 cold-faced men fiercely with armament Haki. The characters with a bounty of 40 million or 50 million Baileys are indeed terrifying enough in East Blue, but in Char's eyes, they are no different from ordinary pirates. This is absolute strength suppression. Bang, bang. Char's heavy blow hit the chests of the 2 cold-faced men hard, and their chests collapsed immediately. The 2 men drew an arc in the air like a kite with a broken string and fell to the ground, without any movement. At this time, the 2 enemies that Kid Aya was facing were also knocked down. All 4 enemies were killed. At this time, in another battle group, the number of people on the side of the evil dragon DK had been reduced from 6 to 3, while A's side was unharmed. DK was always a villain with a bounty of 80 million. He withstood the attacks of A and another man by himself, but it seemed more difficult. However, the 2 groups who were fighting were surprised when they noticed that Char had ended the battle. The 2 groups stopped immediately, retreated far away from each other, and then looked at Char's group cautiously. So it was you who did it. A glanced at the 2 people whose chests were broken by Char and said, and there was an emotional fluctuation in his cold tone for the first time. It was anger. Oh, you mean those 3 guys who were sneaking around to kill people and steal treasures? They are all weak chickens. They will die after being hit once. There is no point at all. Char spread his hands and made a helpless expression. You. A was obviously angered by Char, and left DK's group and rushed straight to Char. Char raised his lips and said, "Keep your lives for now. I'll come back to ask you questions after I kill the guy over there." Conquerors Haki. The invisible wave instantly covered the 4 people including A, causing their pupils to lose focus. Bang, bang, bang. Char kicked out 4 times in a row, each of which hit one person in the chest. Except for the kick that hit A, which was not fatal, the other kicks were used with full force, and they turned into corpses in an instant. Char kept moving, and suddenly stepped out a few times, leaving only a shadow of his body and disappearing on the spot. DK and the other 2 who saw this scene from a distance had their eyes wide open and showed a look of horror on their faces. He knew that he had run into a tough guy. The opponent that his side had to use all their strength to barely deal with was solved by this kid in one encounter. And the momentum that made the opponent lose consciousness instantly just now was very similar to a legend he heard on the Grand Line. An ability that only 1 in a million people possess, Conquerors Haki. Run. This was the only thought in his mind. However, just as this thought came up, the disappeared Char had reappeared in front of him. Wait. Before he could finish his words, a heavy fist had hit his lower abdomen. DK only felt that his internal organs were smashed to pieces in an instant, and then he lost consciousness forever. As for the 2 minions around DK, they were naturally kicked one by Char, and they were solved neatly. It was not until then that A fell from the air to the ground and regained consciousness, but as soon as he sat up, he covered his chest and spit out a mouthful of blood. When he saw the situation in front of him clearly, the poker face that never had any expression was full of horror. You actually know how to use Haki. And it's Conquerors. A said tremblingly. Hey? I didn't expect you to know all this. It seems that your background is not simple. Char was slightly startled. He didn't expect to be recognized as Haki. Tell me, who do you work for? Don't tell me about the Ralph family. I don't believe that this small East Blue family can have such a force as yours. A was shocked when he heard this, but he quickly put away his shock and remained silent. It seems that you don't want to talk. Char raised his eyebrows. A remained silent with a blank expression. Very good, in that case, there is no need to keep you. Char stepped heavily on A's chest, and A spit out a large mouthful of blood with a painful expression, and then fell straight down. After killing A, Char turned over the bodies of their group. Except for their clothes and the letters on their necks, they had nothing extra. A, B, C, H, I, J. Isn't this the alphabet? It seems that the closer the letters are, the stronger the strength is. Char compared these cold-faced men he killed and came to this conclusion. What should we do now? They will never say who they work for. Kid frowned. Hey! What else can we do? We'll find out if we go to Ralph's house. Char smiled. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 038 The Weird Ralph Family. As the controller of Papalia Island, the Ralph family is naturally well known to everyone. It didn't take much effort for Char and his group to find the settlement of the Ralph family. It was a manor built in a valley far away from the market town. From a distance, the entire Ralph family manor seemed to be shrouded in a dark cloud and looked very dark. This formed a strong contrast with the bright places around it, which looked very strange and gloomy. When Char and his group approached the manor within a few hundred meters, thick fog began to fill the air around them, and they couldn't see anything at all 10 meters away. Not only that, as the few people went deeper, the surrounding environment began to become as if it was shrouded in the night, very dark. This place is wrong, it's obviously broad daylight, but it feels like night, so gloomy. Kid took a breath and looked around carefully. Froyo was even more nervous, holding his hands and getting between Kid and Char. It's a bit strange indeed. Let's get closer and pay attention to the surroundings. Char frowned and reminded. The three of them walked along the road for a long time and finally came to a closed iron gate. The words Ralph were hung on the top of the iron gate, and on both sides were iron fences that were endless and gradually disappeared in the fog. Just when several people were thinking about whether to enter from the front. With a creak, the iron gate opened by itself. Kid and Froya immediately looked at Char, as if asking for his opinion. Since the door opened by itself, it means that the people inside know we are here, so there is no need to hide and dodge, just go in. I want to see what tricks the Ralph family can come up with. After saying that, Char walked in the lead of Kid and the others and stepped into the gate first. After entering the gate, the fog seemed to become thicker. Except for the land behind the door that leads straight to the front palace, only some dark things can be vaguely seen on the grass on both sides, like pieces of stones scattered randomly on the open space. What are those black things? They are so scary. Froya pulled Xia's clothes with one hand and pointed at the black things on both sides of the road with the other hand. I don't know. Be careful. Xia suddenly felt a sense of alarm and pushed Freya away. I saw a cold light flashing quickly between the two of them, leaving a very deep groove on the ground. At this time, the sound of clacking wooden clogs came from the front of the three people. Not long after, a figure appeared in front. Wano Kuni warrior? How is it possible? Xia screamed in surprise after seeing the outfit of the person coming. The man in front of him was wearing a simple kimono with a samurai sword on his waist. At this time, he was holding the scabbard in one hand and the handle in the other hand, maintaining a posture of drawing the sword. If this outfit is not a Wano Kuni warrior, what is it? But what surprised Char even more was that there was no sign of life on the face of this Wano Kuni warrior, just like a zombie. Wait, a zombie? Could it be? Char seemed to know something. Before Char could think about it, another cold light exploded from the warrior's hand and rushed straight towards Char. But Char had been prepared, and with the help of observation Haki, he easily dodged the knife light. This guy is very strong. I will deal with him. Char quickly said to Kid and the others, and rushed up. He opened fire at full power as soon as he came up, using the third-level armament Haki to ultimate. Armament Haki, machine gun. Whip kick. Heavy attack. A series of clanging sounds of fighting rang out, and Char couldn't take down the warrior for a while. Just when Char and the Wano Kuni warrior were fighting fiercely, Remember and Freya heard a rustling sound around them. One by one, human figures crawled out from under those black things, and there were as many as 100 of them. After these figures crawled out from the ground, they made a ho-ho-ho sound and surrounded Char and the other two. Damn, there is such a thing here. Kid cursed and took a fighting posture. Freya immediately drew out the short sword and stood back to back with Kid. With the first hoarse roar, all the figures around surrounded them. Kid and Freya quickly fought with the group of figures. And Char seemed to be in trouble. This Wano Kuni warrior's physical skills and swordsmanship are quite superb, especially the sword light that can cut through the air. The power is almost as powerful as the Tempest kick in the 6 styles. Even if Char had the hardened body of armament color to protect his body, he didn't dare to take it head-on. So for a while, he couldn't find a good way to get close to this warrior. At this time, not far from where Char and the others were fighting, a green-haired man half lying on the sofa saw the whole scene. I didn't expect such a difficult character to come this time. I'm afraid A and the others have all been killed. Humph. But you dare to break into the door, that's courting death. When the time comes, not only will you spit out the fruit, but you will also be skinned and pulled out. The green-haired man said coldly, and he took a big sip of red wine. This man is J. Ralph. Finally, with the help of observation Haki, Char finally figured out the Wano Kuni warrior's attack method. At the moment when a knife light was launched from the warrior's hand. Run! Char burst out with all his strength, and his speed instantly reached its peak. In just a flash, Char appeared diagonally above the warrior. Armament Haki, battle axe split. Boom! Char's full-strength kick hit the warrior's waist. With a click, the warrior's body was broken in the middle. Not only was Char surprised, but even Ralph, who had been watching from the dark, had a fierce expression on his face. Bang! The red wine glass in his hand fell to the ground and broke into pieces. The blood-red wine spilled all over the floor. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 039 Ralph's backer. How is it possible? How is it possible? Even the powerful zombie generals are no match for them. Ralph's face was full of disbelief, and he was stunned on the spot. But after a moment, he immediately recovered from the horror, hurriedly took out the den mushi and dialed a number. At this time, Char was half squatting on the ground, checking the body of the Wano Kuni warrior who was killed by him. In order to confirm his guess, Char directly opened the collar of the warrior. Sure enough, on the right base of the warrior's neck, there was a number tattooed. 868. Sure enough, I didn't expect the zombie army to appear here. It seems that Moria is behind the Ralph family. The current Shishibukai, Gecko Moria. This crazy guy with the ability of the shadow fruit, with the help of his subordinate Hogback, collected corpses everywhere for transformation, and then used the fruit ability to steal other people's shadows and injected them into the corpses to make them obey his orders. He even tried to create a zombie army to dominate the world. However, after the Battle of Marineford, he was wiped out by the world government. Doflamingo claimed that he had been killed, but in fact he mysteriously disappeared. But why would he support such a small family in such a small place? Is there something he needs here? Char couldn't figure it out for a while, so he could only put aside this doubt temporarily and go to support Freya and Kid first. At this time, I remember that the two were fighting fiercely with a group of zombies, and nearly half of the zombies had been killed by them. After Char joined the battle, their killing speed suddenly accelerated, and they quickly eliminated all the zombie soldiers. Then they went straight to the castle. Boom! There was a sound. The castle gate was kicked far away by Char, and the three of them rushed into the castle decisively. Although this mansion is very large, Char and his team went in and searched for a long time and couldn't see a single living person. The whole castle was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. Finally, in a large room on the 3rd floor, he found the culprit Ralph. Haha, I didn't expect that East Blue would have such a powerful guy like you. It's really unexpected. Ralph smiled calmly at Char and the other two. However, he was just trying to be strong and calm, because the sweat on his forehead had betrayed him. Hey! I didn't expect that the Shishibukai would command their minions to do such murder and robbery in East Blue. Char sneered. Ralph was shocked when he heard this, and suddenly stood up from the sofa and said, You actually knew it. Do you think I'm the kind of idiot you killed? How could a small East Blue family have the courage to do such a thing if there is no support behind it? Your purpose here is nothing more than collecting money and corpses for Moria to support his zombie army plan. Char looked like he had everything under control. You, who are you? Ralph was so shocked that he couldn't speak clearly. His face was constantly changing with shock, fear, and other expressions, and finally returned to a calm expression. Since you already know who I work for, I'll tell you clearly. I've just reported what you did to Lord Moria. Lord Moria still admires your strength. If you join us, Lord Moria can forgive you for what you did. When Char heard this, he raised his eyebrows and said, What if you don't join? Don't join? Hehe, the power and status of Shishibukai are far beyond your imagination, and no one dares to provoke them on the Grand Line. The consequences of disobeying Lord Moria. Hehe. At this point, Ralph had a smug smile on his face. In his impression, as long as the name of Shishibukai comes out, there is no one who dares to obey. He is even thinking about how powerful his family will be after these guys join him. Oh, I hate anyone threatening me the most. Shishibukai is nothing. Let him die. Char sneered. You're crazy. The smugness on Ralph's face instantly faded, replaced by an expression of disbelief. Stop talking nonsense and hand over the treasures you have looted, otherwise don't blame me for not reminding you. Char said coldly with a threatening tone. Ralph broke out in a cold sweat. He knew he had fallen into a trap. He actually encountered such a few ruthless characters who didn't care about their lives, and even the famous head of Shishibukai was not afraid. I don't have any treasures. All the treasures and corpses obtained from auctions and murders were transported away as soon as possible. Ralph said in a trembling voice. I'm just a puppet here. There's no point in killing me. Let me go. Char frowned deeply when he heard this. What a big loss. He thought that he could not only take back the more than 100 million Baileys he had taken the fruit of by killing, but also make a lot of money. Unexpectedly, not only did he not get a penny, but even his capital was transferred. That's a full 170 million Baileys. Char felt that his nose was about to be crooked with anger. How could he not be angry when he lost more than half of the wealth he had collected with great difficulty? However, Freya, who was even more angry than Char, rushed forward with fire in her eyes and beat Ralph up. My prisoner card. My bag. My new clothes. Give it back to me. Char and Kid were dumbfounded, watching the furious Freya beat Ralph to death. Have fun reading books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 040 Logue Town. After beating and kicking Ralph for a long time, Freya finally stopped. What are you doing? Why are you looking at me with such a strange look? Doesn't this guy deserve to die? Freya asked in a bad tone, still angry. Char and Kid hurriedly shook their heads like rattles. Nothing, damn it. This guy deserves to die. Beating him to death like this is totally a bargain for him. He should be chopped up and fed to the sea kings. Char said indignantly. As he said that, he also glanced at Ralph, whose face was deformed by the beating, and shuddered. Women really can't be messed with, especially Freya. Only then did Kid sigh and say, not only did I not get anything back this time, but I offended Shishibukai. Is Shishibukai so great? Dare to mess with me, chop them all up and feed them to the fish. Freya glared at Kid and said viciously, frightening Kid to shrink his neck and shut up. Aya is right. I won't offend anyone unless they offend me. Since they have set their sights on our bloody nightshade pirates, even if they are Shishibukai, we will kill them one by one when we reach the Grand Line. Char echoed. In fact, what he said was not wrong, although it might be a bit difficult for them to fight Moria with their current strength. But they are still far away from the Grand Line Devil's Triangle. According to Char's strength improvement speed, it is still unknown who will beat whom. What's more, Moria still has a big problem to solve. According to Char's memory, it will take a long time for the Straw Hat crew to reach the Devil's Triangle and fight Moria's zombie army, which will seriously injure him. No, I must speed up and catch up, otherwise I won't get any benefits. Char thought secretly. Now that Ralph has been eliminated and the devil fruit has been obtained, Char and his party should leave Papalia. However, Char and his gang, who had lost a large sum of money, were unwilling to give up. They searched Ralph's mansion from top to bottom, hoping to recover some of their losses. But to their disappointment, Ralph, who looked glamorous on the surface, was actually a complete pauper. The money found in his mansion was only a few million, which was a far cry from 170 million. Floyd, who was unwilling to give up, even took Char and his gang to raid the auction house. Damn, Ralph is just a puppet, there is no money at all. I am so angry. Floyd was furious and ordered Char and Kid to burn down the Ralph family's mansion and auction house. Grand Line, a thriller bark shrouded in fog. He he he. Very good, these bugs dared to ignore me and destroy my industry. Although Moria had a smile on his face, he gave people an extremely cold feeling. Spread the word among the pirates. Whoever captures these guys will get 100 million berries each. Remember, as long as they are alive, I will let them see their shadows being taken away with their own eyes, and then I will transform them into the most loyal dogs. Let them all kneel down in front of me and call me master. Moria's expression was so gloomy that it was about to drip with water. At this time, Char and the other two had no idea that in addition to the 100 million bounty on Char's head by Marine, each of them had a worth of hundreds of millions in the pirate circle. But even if they knew, they would not care. Because in Char's view, the Shishibukai 8 warlords of the sea were just stepping stones on his way to the new world. And he would definitely knock them all down one by one. Char sat cross-legged at the bow, looking at the sea level in the distance, as if expecting something to appear. They had been away from Papalia Island for 3 days. According to the expected route, they should be only 1 or 2 days away from Logue Town. Logue Town. The place where the legendary pirate king Goel D. Roger was born and executed. Although Char did not witness these legends in person, it did not affect his expectations for this place at all. It is not that he admires these legends. But this will be the last stop for him to set foot on the Grand Line, and for him, it is also the place where his legend will begin in the future. After all, Char is determined to defeat all the masters of the Grand Line, find Raftel, and become the king of pirates. So even though he knew the approximate distance, Char would still ask from time to time. Aya, how far are we from Logue Town? You have asked me this question 800 times. There are still 2 days. There are still 2 days. There are still 2 days. Floyd shouted impatiently. She has been driven crazy by Char's question these days. Hee hee. You learned to say important things 3 times so quickly. After getting the answer, Char couldn't help but tease, in return for a big eye roll from Floyd. 2 days later. Char. Come out and see. We're at Logue Town. Kid stood on the deck and shouted as he looked into the distance. All he heard was a chaotic sound of footsteps. Char, disheveled and with hair as messy as weeds, ran out of the cabin with excitement. He jumped onto the side of the ship and looked into the distance. Ha ha ha. We're really at Logue Town. Aya, full power. Get to the shore in the shortest possible time. Char commanded excitedly, then ran back to the cabin with a bang. Freya rolled her eyes, but still controlled the rudder, allowing the Yasha to head straight for the dock of Logue Town. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 041 Celestial Dragons arrive. Logue Town is the birthplace of the previous pirate king Goel D. Roger, and it is also the place where he was executed after returning from the Grand Line. Therefore, Logue Town is also called the Town of Beginning and End. Because it is located near the entrance of the East Blue Grand Line, it has an excellent geographical location. Almost all pirates will use this place as the last stop before entering the Grand Line from the East Blue. Therefore, the flow of people in this town is very large. Coupled with the legendary story of the birth and death place of the first generation of Pirate King, over time, Logue Town has become a very prosperous town. At this time, Char and his party were driving the Yasha slowly approaching Logue Town. Kid, climb up and take down the pirate flag. Char suddenly shouted to Kid, who was preparing to dock. Kid listened and didn't ask the reason. He climbed up the mainmast in a few seconds and took down the pirate flag with the devil's head printed on it. The purpose of doing this is very simple. Although pirates often settle in Logue Town, it does not mean that pirates have the final say here. On the contrary, this is a place that Marine attaches great importance to. This can be seen from the highest officer stationed in Logue Town, Smoker. However, due to the pursuit of Straw Hat Crew, Smoker has left Logue Town and chased to the Grand Line. After the Alabasta incident, he was promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral. Although it is unknown who the Marine officer stationed in Logue Town is and what his rank is. But in order not to cause unnecessary trouble, Char chose to enter the town in a low profile. After all, they were just passing by here to buy some necessary supplies. If they attracted the attention of the Marine, and then there was a mess, it would definitely delay Char's voyage. This is not what Char wants to see, because his current goal is to rush to Sabayati Archipelago as soon as possible. In this way, no one noticed that there was a white ship without markings and flags in the busy Logue Town port. Okay, now that we have docked, let's divide the work next. Floya sat on the railing on the second floor of the deck with her legs crossed and gave orders. Char, go ask around and see if there's any news worth noting at sea recently. By the way, buy some food while you're at it, but remember not to buy dry bread. It's so unpalatable. Kid, go to town and buy some wood tools and other things to ensure that our ship can be repaired in time when it is damaged. This trip to Grand Line. Froya arranged a lot of work for the two. What are you doing? Char and the others asked together. Me? Of course I'm going shopping. There are so many fashion brands in Logue Town. If I don't buy a lot, I don't know when I'll be able to go next time. Char and the others were speechless, but due to Freya's fierceness, they didn't dare to complain. So the three of them split up and went about their own business. Just as Char's ship docked, a warship with the Marine logo printed on its sails was slowly sailing on the sea not far from Logue Town. The size of this warship is at least 7 or 8 times that of the Yasha, and the dark blue hull is covered with shooting holes that can be opened at any time. Coupled with the 3 sturdy cannons at the bow, the warship looks full of deterrence. Report to Benny Rear Admiral. An island has appeared ahead. Judging from the map, it should be Logue Town. The sentry who had been observing the situation on the sea surface gave a reminder. Logue Town? Pass the order down, bypass this island and continue to sail east. The man said with a hint of irritation. The man called Benny was wearing a marine uniform and a cloak with the word Justice printed on it. He was unusually tall, with a neatly combed blonde hair behind his head and a long scar on his cheek, which made his originally handsome face look a little hideous. Benny Rear Admiral, I am very interested in this island, drive the ship over. Just as the sentry received the order and was about to execute it, a casual voice came from behind, as if he was instructing a subordinate. Benny paused after hearing the words and turned around quickly. As you order, St. Chalmers. Benny bowed his head slightly and said respectfully. But in the eyes that outsiders could not see, there was a flash of disgust. A fat man was seen walking slowly in front of him. The man was wearing a white robe that covered the ground. The edge of the robe was inlaid with gorgeous golden patterns. In addition, he wore various medals on his left chest, which made his clothes look very luxurious. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was the transparent bubble hood on his scallion-shaped head, which seemed to create a purer air for him. This man was a celestial dragon. Celestial dragons are world nobles living in the holy land of Marie Joyce. Legend has it that they are descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government 800 years ago, so they always regard themselves as descendants of the Creator. And use this as capital to do all kinds of arrogant and domineering things. This group of self-proclaimed great things regard other races as lowly people and capture them as slaves for fun at will. They are called the world's biggest garbage by the world, which shows how much they are hated and disgusted. But everyone is just angry but dare not speak out, because this group of people who are worse than scum hold the greatest power in the world. Not only can they do whatever they want, but they are also protected by the government. Once they are offended, the naval headquarters must send the maximum military force to protect them. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. 042 Crisis. This bunch of scum, they only know how to act according to their own mood and preferences all day long. Even this time when they came to East Blue, it was because St. Chamos wanted to leave Marie-Joyce and have some fun. So Marine mobilized the warships equipped with sea stone on the bottom of the ship, and assigned Benny Rear Admiral to escort them all the way, and then they crossed the Com Belt to travel to East Blue. Spending a lot of manpower and material resources, just to satisfy his temporary interest. So Benny Rear Admiral acted very respectful, but in fact he hated St. Chamos very much in his heart. In his eyes, these celestial dragons are garbage that wastes food, even worse than garbage. But because of the identity of Marine Rear Admiral, he had to obey St. Chamos. Because of this, he showed a look of disgust. Especially when he saw what St. Chamos was holding in his hand, the disgust in his eyes was even worse. The celestial dragon's fat man was holding 2 thick iron chains in his hands, and the other end of the iron chains was connected to 2 steel collars, which were now on the necks of 2 human women who were kneeling and crawling on the ground. The clothes of the 2 women who were trapped were torn and tattered, and their skin was exposed in many places. They had no expression on their faces and looked numb. They were probably tortured and abused. More importantly, these 2 women were civilians who were plundered from the islands along the way at the request of St. Chalmers and Benny Rear Admiral himself. When he thought of this, Benny secretly clenched his fists. It just so happens that I am tired of playing with these 2 dogs. They are lifeless all day long and boring. Throw them into the sea to feed the fish. St. Chalmers kicked one of the women twice and said dissatisfiedly. After that, he threw the iron chain to the ground and walked to Benny's side. Yes, yes. The Marine soldiers hurriedly picked up the ground and dragged the 2 slaves away without wasting a second. The other soldiers stood around trembling, not daring to make a sound, as if they were afraid that this moody, distorted trash boss would also be thrown into the sea to feed the sea kings. Logtown? Then let's go here to have some fun. Chalmers Saint stood beside Ben and looked at Logtown and said, "The town looks quite prosperous, so why not catch more slaves to hold a beast fighting competition? I haven't played like this for a long time, and I suddenly feel a little itchy." The Marine soldiers around couldn't help but feel cold on their backs when they heard this. Treating humans as beasts and watching them fight for fun is simply a crazy act. Even Benny Rear Admiral's pupil shrank, and his clenched fists suddenly made a crackling sound. Obviously, he was already angry in his heart. But he only dared to hide this anger in his heart and dared not disobey. Because the other party was celestial dragons, damn celestial dragons that even Marine admirals could call to order. Inside Logue Town, Kid, who had parted ways with Char, wandered the streets alone. Logue Town is indeed a big town, with all the materials and tools. Kid, who had just come out of a shop selling shipbuilding materials, said to himself with some joy. After just a short while of shopping, he had already bought most of the materials he wanted to purchase. And he only needed to wait for the shop owner to prepare the materials and send them to the dock. It's still early for the meeting time with Char, so hurry up and buy everything, and you can go around in the remaining time. Hey? What happened? Kid, who was thinking about where to hang out after finishing his business, suddenly heard a commotion at the corner of the street. A large number of passers-by and vendors were running from that direction in a panic. The shop owners along the way began to close their doors when they saw this. Kid walked towards the direction of the commotion, and stopped a running passerby along the way to ask what was going on. Marine is arresting people. They have already fought with several gangs of thieves. The passerby left this sentence in panic and ran away. Marine arrests people? Arrest pirates. Kid frowned and thought for a moment, then turned around and left. Although he was the only one in the pirate group who was not wanted by a bounty, his fishman hybrid appearance was quite eye-catching, and with the hideous tattoo on his forehead, it was hard not to associate him with a pirate. So he thought it would be better to avoid this trouble. But just as he was about to leave, a group of Marines appeared at the other end of the street, following the two men and walking towards Kid. When Kid saw the two leading men, his face suddenly changed. One of them was a tall scarred Marine Rear Admiral Benny. And the other one was the celestial dragons named Chamos. Celestial dragons. Kid felt that his eyes were about to spit out flames of hatred, and his whole body began to tremble. It was these damned rubbish that marked him and his parents with a lifelong mark of shame and tortured them. Even if he escaped from Marie Joyce, his parents died in the cold eyes and exclusion of the world. He had no doubt that he would rush up and kill the damn celestial dragons in the next second. But he still suppressed the burning anger in his body. Because he knew that the marine generals around celestial dragons were not simple, at least general officers, and he could not be their opponents. Another point is that he is no longer alone now, he has two companions, Char and Freya, and he can't act rashly. Even if there is a 1 in 10,000 chance that he succeeds in assassination, he will be hunted down by the Admiral. He doesn't want to drag Char and the others into the fire pit. So he chose to endure. Damn celestial dragons, you wait, when I become stronger, I will definitely kill Marie Joyce and exterminate you. Kid clenched his fists and turned to walk to the corner in the opposite direction. But what he didn't expect was that the celestial dragons in the distance had already stared at him in the crowd. Interesting, there is a fishman here. Catch him for me. Saint Chamos pointed at Kid in the crowd. After receiving a nod of approval from Benny's Rear Admiral, a group of Marine soldiers immediately chased after him. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 043 Kid was captured. Kid saw a Marine soldier chasing him from the corner of his eye, and his heart skipped a beat, and his steps could not help but speed up. Stop, the fishman in front. Or I'll shoot. The Marine soldier chasing behind saw Kid was about to run, and hurriedly shouted. How could Kid dare to stop? He could guess with his toes what would happen if he was caught by celestial dragons. Since he was already being targeted, he should run. Kid no longer tried to hide, and ran towards the other side of the street at the fastest speed. Hey! I didn't expect this fishman to be so powerful. I must catch him for a fight. Ha ha ha, Benny, go catch him yourself. Chalmers Saint laughed. In his words, he didn't treat Kid as a person at all, but as a toy he wanted. Not only that, even when he asked Benny Rear Admiral to catch Kid, he called him by name, as if he was instructing a servant, without any respect. Benny Rear Admiral frowned secretly, but he didn't dare to disobey, so he could only nod and answer, I will follow your orders, Saint Chalmers. As soon as the voice fell, with a whoosh, Benny disappeared from the spot. An invisible line appeared on the street in an instant, and the dust along the line was blown to both sides by the strong wind brought by Benny's rapid movement. So fast. Kid, who had been secretly observing the situation behind with his peripheral vision, was shocked. This speed is completely comparable to that of Char. Oh no, I can't run away now. Kid had such a thought in his mind. Sure enough, although Kid was also running at full speed, after just 2 breaths, a tall blonde man appeared in front of him. It was Benny Rear Admiral who caught up. Pirate? Just right. Benny saw the pirate mark on Kid's forehead and was relieved. Although he was the person that celestial dragons wanted to capture, at least he was not a civilian. After saying that, Benny didn't even bother to draw his knife, and attacked with his bare hands. Although Kid had been training with Char during this period, he had made amazing progress. But facing the Rear Admiral, especially the Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral, he was still not good enough. He only saw a fist shadow, so he subconsciously raised his arm to block, and did not forget to use the toughening ability. Then a huge force came from his arm, blasting him up, and his hands were in pain as if they were about to break. "Hey? Fruit ability user? Can you block my punch?" Benny was also slightly stunned, but he sneered and rushed forward again. This time Kid couldn't resist anymore. He didn't even see the opponent's shadow, and was hit by a few bangs and fell heavily to the ground. He gritted his teeth and tried to get up in pain, but a foot suddenly stepped on his back, making him lie on the ground again. Then, he was tied up by a group of Marines who surrounded him and locked a strange shackle on his hands. As soon as he locked it, he felt as if all his strength was drained away, and his whole body was limp and powerless. In addition, Kid gradually lost consciousness after being beaten up. If Char was here, he would definitely recognize the shackles on his hands. See stone. At the same time when Kid was caught, Char, the leader of the Bloody Yasha pirates, was eating and forgetting everything else at the other end of the town. He completely forgot about buying ingredients as Freya had told him to, and kept shuttling between various restaurants. This is delicious. Delicious. Ah. This is not bad either. Boss, give me another one. He stuffed the food on the table into his mouth like he had been hungry for hundreds of years, and the guests at other tables were collectively stunned. I heard that something happened in the south of the town. What happened? It seems that a large warship has arrived, and many Marine soldiers have come down. They must be big shots. Even Captain Bass, who is stationed in our town, went to greet them in person. So powerful, what are they doing here? I don't know. It is said that they started arresting people everywhere as soon as they entered the town, causing chaos on the streets over there. I heard that many pirates have been caught. The two guests who just walked in from the gate chatted and were heard by Char. He immediately had a bad premonition in his heart. The streets in the south of the town? Isn't that where Kid goes? Is there a big marine driving a warship to arrest people? No, I have to go and take a look. If Kid runs into a senior marine general, it will be troublesome. Char hurriedly stopped eating and drinking, threw down a gold coin and left the visit. The boss who picked up the gold coin was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Char went to the dock first. Because before they separated, they agreed that if there was any change in the town, they would go back to the ship to gather first. But when he returned to the Yasha, there was no one except him. Aya may not have heard about this matter because she didn't come back, but Kid is in the south of the city. Did he really have an accident? Char thought about it quickly in his mind, and finally he decided to go to the south of the city to find Kid. So he left a note on the ship, telling Freya to wait for them on the ship after returning, because if Kid had an accident, Freya would not be able to help much. After leaving the message, Char went to the south of the city without stopping. When he rushed to the streets in the south of the city, the streets here were already in a mess. Most of the shops on both sides had closed their doors, and only a few people were running on the street. Char pulled 7 or 8 passers-by to ask, and they all said that they had not seen anyone who looked like Kid. "Big brother, are you looking for that fishman?" The second floor of the small house next to Char suddenly opened the window, and a little girl's head popped out and whispered. "Yeah, a tall fishman brother, did you see him?" Char asked with a smile on his face. "He was captured by a guy wearing a cloak. They are so fierce. They capture people everywhere." As soon as the little girl finished this sentence, she was hurriedly pulled in by a woman, and then the window was slammed shut. Captured? A person wearing a cloak? Char suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. 044 Eve of the Storm. Something big happened in Logue Town. Although there are often some big pirates with valuable heads staying in the town, the Marines don't control them so strictly. As long as they don't rob and kill people in the town, there won't be any problems. But this time, I don't know what happened to the Marines. All the troops distributed in the entire Logue town were dispatched, and the highest commander Captain Base personally led the way to capture pirates all over the town, especially those with high bounties. For a time, the huge Logue town was in chaos. However, the intelligence gathering ability of the people is no joke. In just half a day, the real reason was figured out. It turned out that it was a weirdo with a glass cover on his head, who asked the Marines to capture slaves for him. As long as they were not weak, they were all captured. Not only pirates, but also civilians and bounty hunters were not spared. What's more infuriating is that this weirdo with a glass cover captured these people just to make them fight each other for fun. Public indignation was brewing all of a sudden, but because the arrest was made through Marine, no one dared to stand up and fight. However, titles such as Executioner, Most Vicious Demon, Scum, and so on have been spread secretly, and everyone hates the weird man in strange clothes to the core. As for why they didn't know that it was celestial dragons? You should know that celestial dragons only live in the holy land of Marie Joyce. Even if you want to see one, you have to enter the Grand Line and take half of the voyage to see it in Sabayati Archipelago. If it weren't for St. Chamos's sudden impulse to travel around the world, these East Blue civilians might never know the existence of such people in their lives. Of course, Char and Freya also got the news. At this time, the two were discussing a solution on the Yasha. Although Kid has been captured, his life should not be in danger for a while. Didn't the pervert say that he wanted to lock them up and kill them? Now the important thing is to figure out where to take them to fight, and then find a way to save him. Freya didn't seem panicked, but calmly analyzed the current situation. I didn't expect to meet scum like celestial dragons here. Char was not as calm as Freya, and he punched the table hard in anger. Don't worry, let's think about how to save him. Freya comforted him. I'm fine. I've already found out that the damn celestial dragons will hold a death contest in the Colosseum of Logue Town tomorrow, letting these captured guys fight each other, and the last one left will be released. Char said with a gloomy face. Freya stopped and his expression changed. He gritted his teeth and said, "What a crazy guy." He deliberately gave these people a glimmer of hope and let them fight with all their strength. I'm afraid the more fiercely these people fight, the more excited he is. What a pervert. Hey! Not only that, he also forced the residents of the town to watch, otherwise they would be captured and made slaves. Char gritted his teeth and said hatefully. But he obviously made a wrong calculation. He dared to capture my partner. I don't care whether he is a celestial dragon or a earth dragon. If you provoke me, you will pay the price. Don't you say that if you offend them, the Admiral will hunt you down? Then we... Freya hesitated. Obviously worried that if Char killed the celestial dragons in anger, the Admiral would hunt him down. We are a group, Kid is our partner, if he wants my partner's life, I will take his life. So what if Marine Admiral is chasing us? This remote East Blue, it's unknown how long it will take for Marine Admiral to rush from Marine Ford. When we enter the Grand Line, it won't be so easy for them to catch us. Char said bitterly. The reason why he has such confidence is not only because the sky is high and the Emperor is far away here, and Marine Admiral can't reach it. Another important reason is that he has a system. He believes that as long as he successfully enters the Grand Line, powerful prey will definitely appear one after another. At that time, both the improvement of Haki level and the speed of obtaining points will reach a new height. And maybe after opening a higher system authority, he will gain more heaven-defying abilities. When his strength becomes stronger, even if Marine Admiral doesn't come to him, I'm afraid he will kill him himself. What Kizaru Akainu, don't let any of them go. That's why Char dared to say such words. The next day, early in the morning, tens of thousands of residents of Logue Town came out of their homes and walked towards the Colosseum in the center of the town. Each of them had a reluctant expression on their face. If they were not threatened, they would not go to watch any bloody fights. Because there were also their fellow citizens of Logue Town there. But under the threat of becoming slaves, they had to grit their teeth and go. Soon, these residents filled the huge Colosseum in the center of the town that could accommodate tens of thousands of people. In the center of the infield stands, St. Chamos was half lying leisurely under a temporary sunshade tent, directing a group of marine soldiers. The tall Benny Rear Admiral stood behind him expressionlessly, bowing his head from time to time to listen to St. Chamos's orders, like a guard. At this time, a marine soldier ran to the tent and said something respectfully. St. Chamos jumped up from his seat excitedly and spoke a lot with saliva flying. Then several marine soldiers took the order and retreated. Obviously, the death fight planned by Chalmers is finally about to begin. And he can't wait to watch this bloody feast. But they don't know. At this moment, at the Logue Town dock, a young man rushed towards the Colosseum with murderous intent. Today is destined to be a turbulent day. Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. 045 Rescue. In the dark cell under the Colosseum, Kid, with his hands cuffed with sea stone, lay limp in a large iron cage, waiting to be dragged out. In this huge cell, there are hundreds of iron cages densely packed, each containing a tightly bound pirate, bounty hunter, and even civilians. At this time, more than a dozen iron cages in the cell were empty, and the people inside had been dragged out one by one to participate in the fight. The remaining people sat in the iron cages in silence, most of them with desperate expressions on their faces. Although they all knew what fate they would face if they were dragged out, none of them wanted to be the next one. After all, the later they went out, the greater the chance of survival. At this time, 2 marine soldiers with chains came in, and everyone was immediately nervous. "Ugly thing, that's you." The soldier stood in front of Kid's cage and said with a chuckle. After that, the 2 soldiers opened the iron cage and dragged Kid out, kicking him out of the dungeon. "Char, please don't come to save me. I'll be dead if I mess with celestial dragons," Kid said silently in his heart. He was not worried about himself at this moment. He had been caught anyway. If he couldn't escape, he would have to fight. But he knew Char's character. He would never stand by and watch his companions fall into danger. But what was originally a strength was exactly what Kid was most worried about now. Because he fell into the hands of celestial dragons. If Char came to save him, he would inevitably clash with celestial dragons. With Char's hot temper, beating celestial dragons might be the least of his worries. In that case, Marine Admiral would definitely chase him. Although Char was strong, he was no match for Admiral. So Kid could only silently hope that Char would not come to save him and put the entire pirate group in a desperate situation. While he was thinking about it, he was taken to the inner field of the Colosseum. The dazzling sunlight shone on Kid's face, making him unable to open his eyes for a while. After a while, he opened his eyes and saw the scene in the field. The audience seats around the inner field were already full of townspeople, but their mood was not high, but rather low. Only the ugly celestial dragons in the center of the stands was shouting excitedly. Seeing this, Kid's anger rose in an instant. He stared at the dancing celestial dragons, as if he wanted to kill him with his hateful eyes. At this moment, the marine soldier opened Kid's shackles and kicked him into the field, and then the 2 quickly returned to the passage and closed the heavy iron door. "I can't die. I want to be strong. I want revenge." This was the only thought in Kid's mind at this time. He shouted angrily, thinking of the opponent who had already killed him. At this time, Kid was like an angry lion, bursting out with the strongest strength, coupled with the unlocked steel fruit ability. In just a few rounds, the pirate on the opposite side, who had a bounty of at least more than 10 million Baileys, was blown up by him. Good. Very good. This fishman boy is really worth seeing. Go, drag out the stronger slaves and fight him one by one. St. Chalmers in the sunshade soft couch saw that Kid was quite powerful, and couldn't help but clapped his hands and shouted. The soldiers on the side immediately took the order and left. So, Kid started a long round of fighting. At the entrance of the Colosseum. Report to the captain, all the soldiers of the branch have been assembled, please give instructions. A soldier saluted the officer in a cloak. Protect the entrance and exit of the Colosseum for me. Not even a fly can fly in. If there is any mistake, you and I will lose our lives. The officer said sternly. Yes. After receiving the order, the soldier quickly took his men to block the entrance of the Colosseum. The captain even stood at the front of the team, as if he was determined to defend the Colosseum to the death. It's really annoying. How come such a big shot as the rear admiral of the headquarters came without saying anything? That's fine, but the key is that there are celestial dragons. After all this mess, how long will it take me to clean up the mess before I can appease the emotions of the residents of the town? The Marine captain thought with a frown. I'm so unlucky. Is there anyone? The depressed Marine captain suddenly saw a figure in the distance, walking towards the Colosseum step by step. For some reason, every time the figure in his eyes took a step, his heart would beat violently, and an ominous feeling emerged. Until the figure approached, he saw clearly that the person coming was a brown-haired boy. Hey! Kid, this is not the place for you to come, don't interfere with official business, get out of here. The Marine captain, who was already in a bad mood, shouted angrily. The boy had no expression on his face, and simply said two words, get lost. The Marine captain was furious when he heard this. Boy, are you crazy? Get lost before I chop off your head. I told you to get lost. The boy growled angrily, and a sense of danger suddenly appeared on him. Conquerors Haki. The Marine captain suddenly felt that the boy in front of him seemed to have become the source of a hurricane, and an invisible impact erupted from him. This impact instantly affected hundreds of Marine soldiers outside the Colosseum. The Marine captain felt like he was being pressed down hard by something, and then his head buzzed with a roar, and he felt like he was about to lose consciousness. But before that, he vaguely felt that he had been hit hard in the lower abdomen. It's over, something big has happened. This was the last thought that flashed through the Marine captain's mind, and he completely lost consciousness. And the soldiers behind him were even worse. After the impact, everyone's eyes rolled back and they fell down with a dull look. In just a moment, a Marine captain and hundreds of Marine soldiers were all solved. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. 046 You must die. Inside the Colosseum. 1, 2, 5, 10. Kid's eyes were bloodshot from killing. He couldn't remember how many necks he had broken and how many heads he had blown up. He had only one thought in his mind. That was to fight, fight and fight again. He wanted to survive. The strong desire to survive made him exert his full strength to the fullest, but everyone has their limits. As the opponents arranged by St. Chalmers became stronger and stronger, after more than 10 fights, his physical strength was exhausted. At this time, he was relying on his willpower to hold on. Another hand-raised fist fell, and after a straight punch smashed the head of a one-eyed pirate, he finally couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. Ha, no. Am I going to die? The exhausted kid panted, holding the ground tightly with both hands to prevent himself from falling. Because he knew that once he fell, he would never be able to stand up again. I'm unwilling. I haven't taken revenge yet. I'm unwilling. Just when Kid thought he would die in this unwillingness and despair, something strange happened. The steel gate connecting the inner field and the entrance of the Colosseum made a deafening noise. A piece suddenly protruded in the middle of the 7 or 8 meter high gate, and then flew into the field with the surrounding walls. Boom! The dented steel gate fell to the ground and slid for more than 10 meters before stopping in the middle of the inner field. In the middle of the flat gate, a body wearing a marine cloak was firmly embedded in the gate. The man had a deep look of horror on his face, and his entire chest had completely collapsed due to the heavy blow. He was obviously dead. The marine captain of Logue Town. After seeing the face of this man clearly, tens of thousands of people in the audience took a breath of cold air. Who is it? How dare he kill a marine general so brutally in Logue Town, and he is a captain? The huge Colosseum suddenly fell into a deathly silence, and Benny Rear Admiral, who was standing next to St. Chalmers, had a sullen face. Click, click. A sound of footsteps rang out, and the eyes of tens of thousands of people turned to the passageway. A brown-haired boy walked in slowly with an expressionless face. This man was Char, who came to rescue Kid. When he just entered the passageway, he saw Kid kneeling on the ground. At this time, Kid was already disheveled and ragged, and looked like he had fought to the death. Seeing this, Char was furious. Kid! He shouted, and ran straight towards Kid in the field. Kid heard the shout and saw Char running towards him. He smiled, his partner came to save him. His tense nerves finally relaxed, and he fell down. However, Char, who had arrived, caught him steadily, and then carried his body slowly to the edge of the field and put him in a corner of the inner field. The whole place was in complete silence, even the Marines seemed to be intimidated by Char's aura and forgot their movements for a moment. Ha ha ha! Here comes a powerful guy. Catch him. Let him fight with all the remaining slaves. If he wins, he will put a collar on me. I want to stay by your side as a watchdog. St. Chamos finally came back to his senses, pointing at Char in the arena with excitement and said to Benny. Benny certainly saw that Char was very powerful, and the one who could kill Marine Captain must not be an ordinary character. Even if St. Chamos did not say anything, he would personally deal with this guy who dared to be an enemy of Marine. Benny bent his knees slightly, then kicked down, and the whole person flew high. After passing a group of spectators, he landed steadily in the Colosseum. Boy, dare to murder Marine soldiers, don't even think about leaving here. Benny Rear Admiral looked at Char and said coldly. Hearing this, Char had a strange smile on his lips. Leave here? Ha 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 ha. I don't plan to leave here today. Not only you, but also that damn Tianlong garbage, must die. Char said this almost in a roar. The determination and murderous intent in his words made the audience feel suffocated. Even Benny, the Rear Admiral, felt a chill. How dare you? You lowly thing, you actually threatened the noble descendants of the gods. St. Chamos on the soft couch was so angry that his fat body trembled when he heard what Char said. When had he ever been threatened like this? He was the descendant of the god of creation. He had the blood of God flowing in his body, and everyone in the world was lowly in front of him. Even the Marine Admiral had to be respectful when he saw him. How dare this lowly kid call him trash? And threaten to kill him? Benny. I changed my mind. Catch him for me, I will cut off his meat in front of everyone and feed it to the dogs I just caught. I want to let him know what will happen if he disrespects the descendants of God. The furious St. Chamos tried every vicious way to punish Char, and kept cursing on the soft couch. Tens of thousands of townspeople were already full of hatred for him, and seeing his face and mouth at this time, the hatred deepened. If it weren't for the hundreds of fully armed soldiers in the field, they would have rushed up and torn the damn fat guy to pieces. Benny remained silent about this, but because of his identity as Marine, no matter what the reason, he had to catch the boy in front of him. Benny looked at Char in the distance, drew the saber at his waist, and slowly said, Don't struggle in vain, you can't escape from my palm. I said, I don't want to escape, but I want you to die. Char roared, and his whole body burst out with momentum. Run! With a hiss, Char's figure disappeared. Benny, who had been paying attention to Char's every move, suddenly contracted his pupils. "This is shaving." He was shocked. This is Marine's unique physical technique, and it is an advanced technique. How could this kid do it? At this time, Benny felt a sense of crisis in his heart, and he launched shaving without thinking and dodged from the spot. Boom! Almost at the same time he disappeared, a leg slashed at the position where he was just now. The ground suddenly exploded, and the entire inner field was shaken. "Can you run away?" I said. "You all have to die." Xiaya slowly raised his head, his face ferocious. "Reading is fun every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. 047 Rear Admiral." The power of Char's kick made Benny's face change drastically after he dodged it. Because from the perspective of destructive power alone, this kick was no less than his full-strength attack. If he had hesitated for a moment longer, Benny, who was not yet prepared, would have been hit hard, and the consequences would be disastrous. Benny felt that cold sweat almost broke out on his back. A pirate from the small East Blue actually had the strength comparable to him? You know, he is the Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral. Compared with the branch Rear Admiral, his strength is at least several times stronger, and he is already a high-powered group in the Marine. Even if it is placed on the Grand Line, the reputation of the Headquarters Rear Admiral is enough to make most pirates flee. But what he couldn't figure out was that this little brat who looked only in his teens actually had the same strength as him. Where did this freak come from? Benny was shocked. He put away all his contempt and regarded the boy in front of him as the strongest ENEMY-25. At this time, Char slowly stood up from the ground, and looked at Benny for a few seconds. "Shave. Run." The two figures disappeared together. Bang! A loud noise broke out in the venue, and the two people collided fiercely. The air where they collided was distorted for a moment, and then the strong impact force spread out, blasting a large circular pit on the ground under their feet. Char and the other man also showed their figures in the fierce collision, and retreated after losing their balance. But they stabilized their figures in an instant and attacked each other at the fastest speed again. Bang bang bang! The continuous collision sounded everywhere in the Colosseum. Every collision between the two almost blew up the surrounding air, and the violent collision aftermath blasted the Colosseum into potholes and flying gravel. Tens of thousands of people in the arena were horrified to find that they could not even see the figures of the two people, and the ground in the arena was already riddled with holes. Boom! An unprecedented loud noise set the entire arena in motion. After the collision, only two blurry figures were seen retreating rapidly, and they stood steadily after retreating dozens of meters. Da! Day! In the deathly silent arena, a sound like a heavy gasp was heard. Char's shirt had been torn to pieces, revealing his strong muscles. Benny Rear Admiral on the other side seemed to be in a worse situation. His blonde hair, which was originally neatly combed behind his head, had been scattered and draped over his face in a mess. The cloak with the word Justice printed on it was torn to half. "Who are you?" Benny Rear Admiral tore off the cloak on his back and threw it away, saying in disbelief. In the fierce fight just now, he had already tried his best, but he had no way to deal with the opponent. The boy's fighting instinct was so strong that it made his scalp numb. Every time Benny launched an attack, he had a vague feeling that he was seen through by the opponent, and almost all of them were blocked and parried accurately. This made him very passive and uncomfortable in the battle. What shocked him even more was that this boy had been fighting him with physical skills, and he was not at all inferior. You know, Marine is famous for its strong physical skills. As a Rear Admiral, Benny's physical skills can be said to be the pinnacle, but he can be regarded as a tough one. Benny has always been proud of his powerful physical skills, but he didn't expect to be outdone by a teenager. How old is this boy? How many days has he been practicing? If he is given enough time, I can't imagine how strong this boy will be. Benny began to panic. For the first time in a battle, he lost his absolute confidence. "Who am I? Then let you die with a clear mind." "I am Char from the Bloody Nightshade Pirates," Char said calmly. "Bloody Nightshade Pirates? Char." Benny quickly searched for everything related to these two words in his mind. But no matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't think of where he had heard of the name of the Bloody Nightshade Pirates. Instead, he felt that the name Char sounded familiar. Benny suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at Char in disbelief. "You? You are the murderer who killed Marine Division Rear Admiral Sheridan in Shields Town." "Yes, it's me." After getting Char's affirmative answer, Benny was even more horrified. He clearly remembered that the naval headquarters personally offered a bounty on him some time ago. According to the information he had, this guy named Char defeated Sheridan Rear Admiral in a tragic way, which means that his strength should be similar to that of Rear Admiral. But the boy in front of him could force him, the Rear Admiral of the headquarters, into this state, and he clearly had the strength of Rear Admiral of the headquarters. This is impossible. What on earth has he been through? His strength has increased so quickly? "I don't care what you have been through, 790. You are obviously a big problem for Marine. Today, even if I risk my life, I will kill you here." Benny, who had forced himself to calm down, had realized that this pirate named Char must not be left alive. He regained his spirits, held his saber in front of him, and launched an attack with all his strength. "Hey! What's the point of risking your life? I said, you must die." Char sneered and went up to meet him, not afraid of Benny's risking his life. Because he was absolutely confident that he could kill this Rear Admiral of the headquarters. In the battle so far, he just wanted to test how much his strength had improved, so he had been fighting with physical skills and observation Haki. And his strongest trump card had not been revealed. Armament Haki. Facing Benny's full-strength sword, Char finally showed his fangs and condensed his strongest armament Haki on his fists. Char's fists turned black in an instant, and glowed with a cold blade. This scene fell into Benny's eyes, and he was desperate again. But at this time he could no longer stop the momentum. Bang! The ground shattered, and the dust exploded. A figure like a broken kite flew out from the place where the two collided, and hit the wall of the Colosseum hard. 048 Benny's defeat. 2 more updates, please be the first to decide. 13x. Benny, who was trapped in the wall, felt a tightness in his chest, and couldn't help coughing out a mouthful of blood. Then he struggled hard and got out of the deep hole in the wall. The Rear Admiral of the headquarters is indeed very powerful. He only spit out a mouthful of blood after being hit by my heavy hammer. Char sneered, and he looked at Benny as if he was looking at a prey to be slaughtered. In the previous battle, Char mainly relied on physical skills, intending to measure how much difference there was between his own strength and that of the Rear Admiral of the headquarters. After finding out the strength of the opponent, Char used his hidden backhand armament Haki, striving to kill with one blow. But he didn't expect Benny to be able to withstand it head-on and continue to fight. It seems that the strength of the Rear Admiral of the headquarters should not be underestimated, and his Haki and physical strength still need to be improved. Char secretly sighed in his heart that he was not strong enough, but he didn't know that Benny's heart had already set off a huge wave at this time. Who is this guy? If I am not mistaken in that attack just now, it is definitely the armament Haki that can only be used by Vice Admirals and above. Haki. How could such advanced combat skills appear on an unknown little pirate? If he really has no special background, and is just a new pirate born in East Blue, he will definitely become a big problem for Marine in the future. Benny was horrified. In the 20 years of military service, he climbed from a soldier to the position of Rear Admiral, and experienced countless battles and killings. But he has never been so embarrassed. Especially when the opponent is a kid who has just become a pirate. This guy is indeed terribly strong, but for the justice and honor of Marine, I will solve this scourge even if I risk my life. Benny suddenly had such determination in his heart, and stood up straight despite the severe pain in his chest, with the saber across his chest. "What? Do you still want to struggle in vain?" Char said lightly. At this time, Benny was not a threat in his eyes. "For justice, I will fight with my last bit of strength." Benny's momentum suddenly changed, and his expression was full of determination and persistence. As if he had become an unyielding warrior. Cross slash! Benny roared and rushed towards Char. At the same time, the saber in his hand quickly left a horizontal and vertical intersecting shadow in the air, and then a cross-light shadow with white light appeared, slashing like lightning. The momentum of this cross-slash was quite amazing. The strong wind along the way blew away the gravel, and even the ground where it passed was scraped out with a deep gully. "Go to your bullshit, Justice. Look at the audience around you and what you are doing. Is this what you Marines call justice? It's ridiculous. Then let's see if your bullshit justice can save you." Armament color, hardening. Char gathered Haki with all his strength, hardened his hands to the maximum extent, and then crossed them in front of him. He was going to meet Benny's cross slash. Bang! A sound like a muffled thunder sounded. The cross slash hit Char. A figure took a few steps back in the dust, then stood firmly. When the dust cleared, Char's figure was revealed. He was unharmed. "Is this your power of justice?" "It's just so." Char shook his arm and sneered. "Impossible. This is impossible." Benny's eyes widened and he screamed in disbelief. "You know, the cross slash is almost the strongest move he can use at present, but it can't cause any damage to Char. Haki's power is really terrible. No wonder Vice Admiral's strength is so unfathomable. But even so, I have to fight." 3 slashes in a row. Benny showed a determined look and swung his knife again. This time, Benny seemed to have used all his strength, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He swung 3 swords in succession, and each sword would trigger a flash of cold light, and each sword was faster than the previous one. The 3 cold lights chased each other, until the sword light approached Char, and they all merged together to form a cold and intimidating slash. And the speed was more than twice as fast as the previous cross slash. Before the slash approached Char, the intimidating momentum in the sword had already made Char's hair stand on end. This guy actually has such a method. Char was shocked. This level of slash was not something he could take with hardening. So he chose to retreat without hesitation. Run! In a flash, Char passed that fatal slash. The cold sword light just passed by his body, leaving tiny blood marks on Char's chest. Char broke out in a cold sweat. What would happen if he was hit? After he dodged the blade, it slashed directly into the stands at the edge of the inner field. With a loud bang, a gap was cut into the arc-shaped stands by this new blade, and at least dozens of townspeople who were originally sitting nearby died. Seeing that his desperate attack failed to hurt his opponent, Benny finally showed a look of despair, and the 3 consecutive slashes just now really exhausted all his strength. At this time, he could no longer keep his body steady, and his feet softened and he knelt down. However, he relied on a saber to support himself and did not fall completely to the ground. Wang Ziahao. Hey! Is this what you call justice? What's the difference between it and the robbers who burn, kill, and rob? Char sneered, his face full of mockery. Victory is justice. You don't need to talk nonsense. Since I lost to you, you can kill me if you want, but you will face Marine's endless pursuit in the future. Benny, who was half kneeling on the ground, gritted his teeth and said. Kill you? No, 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 I won't kill you. Since you want to play such a killing game, let you experience it yourself. Char showed an evil smile. What are you going to do? Benny suddenly raised his head, staring at Yuandao with his eyes, and suddenly a bad feeling rose in his heart. What am I going to do? You will know it soon. Char sneered and disappeared on the spot. 049 Bloody killing, 3 more, please order first. Of course, Char didn't run away. On the contrary, his target was all the Marine soldiers in the Colosseum. The next moment after he disappeared, he suddenly appeared next to a Marine soldier in the stands. Before the soldier could react, he chopped off the soldier's weapon with a knife, and then kicked him into the inner field. Then Char disappeared again. Then he kept repeating the action of appearing and disappearing. Every time he appeared, he must be next to a Marine soldier, and the soldier's fate was only one, that is, being deprived of his weapon and thrown into the inner field. At this time, Benny in the center of the field didn't know Char's purpose, which was to throw all the Marine soldiers into the inner field as prey. Benny struggled desperately to stop Char. But he was seriously injured and exhausted, and he was no longer able to fight. After struggling several times in vain, he could only watch with his eyes spitting fire, watching Char throw the soldiers in the stands into the inner field one by one. At this time, hundreds of Marine soldiers around the stands also fell into panic. Although they were numerous, they were only afraid of this enemy who came and went without a trace. The Marine soldiers finally lost their fighting spirit and began to want to escape from the Colosseum. But how fast was Xiaoyazu 430? He could kill a soldier in almost an instant. So no matter how these soldiers fled, they could not escape the fate of being thrown into the arena. Soon, hundreds of soldiers were thrown into the inner arena like a pile of people, and they fell to the ground and groaned in pain. Tens of thousands of townspeople were stunned. Hundreds of fully armed soldiers were killed by one person. It was incredible. Not only them, but even Saint Chamos on the soft couch was so scared that his forehead was covered with cold sweat. He knew he was in big trouble, but he still had an idea in his mind. That is, he was a descendant of the god of creation, and this guy would never dare to kill him. So he got up carefully and prepared to escape. However, the fat body just stood up and was pressed down by a hand. "Don't worry, it's your turn after they pass, wait here obediently, otherwise don't blame me." A cold voice sounded in his ears. It was Char, who looked like Shinigami. You are crazy. I have already ordered people to spread the news. I am a noble celestial dragons, if you dare to touch a hair of mine, you will regret it. Chamos Saint screamed with a trembling voice, holding on to the life-saving straw of Descendant of God tightly, trying to scare Char with it. "You don't need to worry about my life, you should worry about yourself. I won't let you have an easy life." Char said coldly, kicked him down on the soft step, and then disappeared behind him. "How dare you attack me? Impossible, you can't dare to kill me." Chamos Saint screamed ferociously, still not believing that this pariah in his eyes dared to take his life. Lin Feng, who left the stands, came to the cell where Kid was imprisoned in a few flashes. The slaves imprisoned in the cell had already been alarmed by the loud noise outside, and had been lying in front of the cage listening carefully. When they saw Char appear, they all showed a look of surprise. "Listen to me, I'll give you a chance to survive now," Char said coldly. "There are hundreds of unarmed Marine soldiers in the field outside. I will let you out. I don't think I need to teach you what to do." When these slaves heard what Char said, their eyes suddenly showed a bloodthirsty light. "You know, most of them are extremely vicious pirates, and they are irreconcilable with Marine. This time they were caught by the Marine and used as livestock to fight, CFDF, they already had a huge hatred in their hearts, and they wanted to tear these Marines to pieces with their own hands. Now there is a chance for revenge, how could they let it go? Kill them." Almost all the imprisoned slaves were shaking their cages frantically and roaring. "Very good. Use all your skills, slaughter as much as you want, let them taste the consequences themselves." Char continued to incite the emotions of these villains. Until everyone's eyes were red and the killing intent was strong, Char quickly opened all their cages. For a moment, dozens of vicious bandits rushed out of the cells like mad dogs that had broken free from their reins, shouting. The killing feast began. Dozens of crazy pirates, like lions rushing into a flock of sheep, began to fight with Marines in the Colosseum. You have to know that all of them are guys with criminal records that Marines have offered rewards for. Although the reward amount is not tens of millions of ruthless characters, it is several times stronger than that of ordinary Marine soldiers. What's more, this group of Marines are already unarmed. Roars, wails, and cries of killing filled the entire Colosseum. Blood soon dyed the entire Colosseum red, which looked extremely bloody and terrifying. These Marine soldiers were no match for the pirates at all, and were torn to pieces in just a few encounters. Hundreds of soldiers had lost at least 20% in a blink of an eye, and the speed of reduction was accelerating. The only one who had the power to resist was Benny Rear Admiral, but at this time his physical strength was at its lowest, and he could only barely protect himself. But his target was too obvious, and the number of pirates who came to besiege him was increasing. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before this naval headquarters rear admiral was killed by pirates. This is the game you like. How is it? Are you satisfied? Said Char with a sneer. Chamo Saint, who was sitting in front of him, did not dare to breathe, and his head was full of cold sweat. For the first time, he felt that there were people in the world who were more ruthless and cruel than him. What do you want? Chamo Saint said in a trembling voice. I told you not to worry, it will be your turn after they pass. Don't worry, your treatment will certainly be much higher than theirs. Char showed a weird smile at the corner of his mouth and said coldly to Chamo Saint. When Chamos heard this, he felt like he was falling into an ice cellar. 050 beat up St. Chalmers, 4th update, please order first. St. Chamos finally began to be afraid. For the first time, he felt the breath of death. He never thought that the identity of descendant of God had no deterrent effect on the madman in front of him. Isn't he afraid of the endless pursuit of Marine Admiral? Isn't he afraid of living in fear for the rest of his life? What a madman! What should I do? What should I do? St. Chamo's mind was blank. He had no intention of paying attention to the fighting in the field. He only thought about how to survive. Char saw all this and was full of contempt for this cowardly rubbish. The fighting in the field continued. Dozens of vicious pirates were already bloodthirsty. Whenever they saw someone wearing a marine uniform, they would immediately pounce on him and fight. If they didn't have weapons, they would use their fists and feet. If their hands and feet were injured, they would bite. The crazy breath made them look like a bloodthirsty beast. Soon, only a small number of Marine soldiers were left alive. They were all scared and tried to escape with tears. But where to escape? The only exit had been blocked by Char's iron door. They were trapped in a jar and could only be slaughtered. Benny, the only one still fighting, was completely exhausted after killing 5 or 6 pirates. He was surrounded and attacked crazily by a group of pirates. The first generation of Naval Headquarters Rear Admiral died in such a humiliating way. The other Marine soldiers saw their biggest commander being killed and finally lost their last bit of fighting spirit. They didn't even have the courage to escape. So they were quickly killed by the pirates, leaving a pile of broken limbs. The townspeople around had never seen such a bloody scene before. Almost everyone showed fear. Many people even started to vomit while holding their necks. But they didn't leave, because they knew that the damn trash with the glass cover had not been punished. They all looked at the boy standing in front of the couch, waiting for him to judge the scum. Hey! Isn't this the killing game you want? What? Are you scared? Char looked at the trembling Chamo Saint and sneered. You can't kill me. Chamo Saint said tremblingly. Just because you are celestial dragons? Do you think I'm afraid? Char still sneered. Chamo Saint slowly took out a den mushi from his arms and said in a trembling voice, I have already reported everything that happened here to the naval headquarters, and the Marine Admiral has been dispatched. As long as you let me go, I can order them not to chase you and let them all go back. Char raised his eyebrows, looked at the Den Mushi in Chamos Saint's hand, and said, "Can this phone connect to the naval headquarters?" "Yes." Although he didn't understand Char's intention, Chamos Saint still replied, "Then call naval headquarters." Char's mouth curled up in a strange arc. This time it was Chamos Saint's turn to be confused. What was this madman going to do? He actually asked to call Marine headquarters? Did he think it through and wanted to beg Marine not to hunt him down? Chamos Saint seemed to see a glimmer of hope for survival. So he immediately dialed the Den Mushi in his hand. "Hello. This is Marine headquarters, Mr. Chamos Saint. Admiral Aokiji has come out in person. And the Marines of East Blue are also rushing to Logetown at full speed. Please rest assured that Marine will do its best to protect your safety." As soon as the call was connected, such a call came from the other side. "Aokiji has come out in person. And there are also Marines of East Blue. It seems that this scum has really notified Marine in secret. Even Aokiji has been touched. You really think highly of me, so I must die." Char said to the Den Mushi lightly. "Who are you? Where is Chamos Saint?" The voice on the other end of the Den Mushi was startled. "Hey! I'm the one you want to kill." "What?" The person on the other end of the phone obviously didn't expect Char to be so bold as to contact them. "On behalf of Marine, I warn you not to do anything inappropriate to Chamos Saint. We can consider not pursuing this matter." "Consider? Not pursuing?" Char laughed. Even with the back of his head, he could guess that he was fooling him. "You know, in the Sabayati archipelago, Luffy just beat up the celestial dragons. Admiral Kizaru personally chased them. Please give me flowers. If it weren't for Pluton Rayleigh's obstruction and Tyrant Bear slapping them all away, I'm afraid there would be no Straw Hat Pirates in history. And Char has already threatened to kill celestial dragons, and the Marine side actually said that they would not pursue it. What a joke! What's more, he has already killed 2 Marine rear admirals and hundreds of Marine soldiers. Just based on this, he and Marine are already at war. How could he let him go? So it is said that too much debt is not a burden, so why not kill one more celestial dragon? He has long been fed up with this bunch of scum. I'm so sorry, this damn celestial dragon fat guy captured my companion and used him as a slave for fun. I'm not going to let him go." Char said lightly. "Are you going to challenge the authority of the world government?" The voice on the other end of the phone was anxious. "Hey! If your so-called authority is to protect this group of garbage who sit and wait to die, then what's wrong with challenging them? You will regret it." The voice on the other end finally became furious. But Char didn't take this threat seriously at all, just put the phone aside, and then picked up the celestial dragon with one hand, who looked incredulous. "Dragons," punched the glass cover on his head. Bang! The bubble hood shattered, and after Char's fist broke the hood, it continued to move forward and hit Saint Chamos in the face. "Ah!" Saint Chamos screamed like a pig being slaughtered, covering his face and screaming. "How dare you hit me? Blood! This is the blood of God. You deserve to die." Saint Chamos, who found his face covered with blood, immediately lost his mind and began to curse Char with all kinds of vicious words. And Char's response was also simple and rough. That is, punching Chamos in the face one by one, and after a few punches, his ugly face was beaten into a bloody mess. Even several teeth fell out. "Ah! You must die." Saint Chamos, who was leaking air from his mouth, not only screamed in pain, but also cursed Char. He has been completely crazy for a long time.